the devastation as a result of the pandemic, COVID-19 pandemic. It feels so good to see so many faces from around the world today, many of whom have been hidden away behind those black screens from Zoom and Teams for the last 3 years. I can tell you that there is nothing as special as human connection. In my language, in isiZulu, we say, umuntu, ngumuntu, ngabantu, which means a person is a person because of other people, or put simply, I am because we are. If there's any lesson that we've learned from COVID-19, it is the value and importance of the human connection. As individuals who work intricately and tirelessly to enable these connections at an international level, it was almost easy to forget about the important work that we do on a daily basis. Even though we found ways of coping with the pandemic and reimagining the work that we're doing, I can tell you just how excited I am that we're gathered here once again at the University of KwaZulu-Natal to exchange ideas on enabling the human connection across international boundaries. We're here to celebrate humanity, a value that transgresses all cultural and geographical boundaries. This summit takes place at a very difficult time for humanity. The world sits in tension. There's distrust, there's fear, there are these nationalistic ideals that we thought had been buried a long time ago, which are finding re-emergence and prominence. How then do we, as a community which seeks to break these boundaries, come together to make connections, to build bridges between nations, and to navigate this increasingly contested and insularizing world? Aptly entitled Reconnecting After Disconnection, Reimagining Internationalization Post-COVID-19 and Beyond, we hope that these questions are going to be answered through the summit today. My name is Thabo Msibi. I am the Dean and the Head of the School of Education here at the University of KwaZulu-Natal, and I'll be chairing this first session. Just a point of note, please let us all keep our cell phones off during this entire session and throughout the day. Also, just to alert you, if you want to use the bathrooms, you come out of this door, you turn right, and then you turn right again, and you'll find your bathrooms on the left. Okay? We're delighted that the summit is graced by a senior member of the executive, Professor Busisiwe Ncama, who is the Deputy Vice Chancellor and Head of the College of Health Sciences. And like in any other family, if you go there and if you're not welcomed by a senior member of that family, you feel excluded. So I'd like to take this opportunity to ask Professor Ncama to come and welcome you formally to the University of KwaZulu-Natal.
Thank you so much, Professor Msibi. Program Director, Professor Thabo Msibi, His Excellency Dr. Lavelle Francis, who is the High Commissioner for the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, His Excellency Catherine Muigai Mwangi, the High Commissioner of Kenya to the Republic of South Africa, UKZN Executive Management, distinguished panelists and fellow academics, our partner institutions, senior government officials, eThekwini municipality officials, members of the media, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, sanibonani. As Thabo has already mentioned, my name is Professor Busisiwe Ncama, the DVC of Health Sciences. I'm here today on behalf of the Vice Chancellor, Professor Nana Poku. I'm honored and privileged to welcome you to this Internationalization Summit. This summit is one of the activities planned for our International Partner Week, which started on Monday, the 17th of October, 2022. I hope you had a fruitful engagement this week and also had a chance to visit most, if not all, of our beautiful campuses for various activities. We are delighted that you, our esteemed partners, have honored our invitation for these activities, including this summit. Our International Partner Week is one of the most important events on the UKZN calendar. This year's International Partner Week is even more special because it is the first one we are holding after the outbreak of COVID-19 more than 2 years ago. It is for this reason that we theme this summit, Reconnecting After Disconnecting, Reimagining Internationalization post-COVID-19 and beyond. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you will agree that the past 2 years have been among the most difficult for institutions of higher learning worldwide. Internationalization, which is part of our key strategic goals, was negatively impacted as the lockdown measures negatively affected student mobility programs and the recruitment of international students. To demonstrate the extent of the disruption, allow me to cite some figures relating to international students here at UKZN. In 2019, the number of registered international students was 2,023. These numbers have decreased to 1,437 this year. However, we are pleased that our incoming and outgoing exchange student numbers have picked up this year, which is a good sign. As disruptive as it was, COVID-19 demonstrated beyond doubt that we live in an interconnected global community, and that it is only through collaboration that we can effectively confront global challenges. I'm proud that I stand here speaking on behalf of a university whose researchers played a crucial role in shaping the international responses to the pandemic. The COVID-19 pandemic also forced us to think outside the box to ensure that internationalization continued despite the immobility enforced by lockdowns at the time. We had to seek new ways to create platforms that ensured our students continued to participate in programs offered by our partner institutions, while ensuring that our international students continued to participate in our programs fully. Part of our strategy was also focused on ensuring that we supported international students during that time, given that many of them lacked any social support system during lockdown as they were far away from home. I must thank the team at the Corporate Relations for the hard work, while also acknowledging the many other colleagues from various colleges and schools who contributed in ensuring our internationalization efforts succeed. We are also starting to see the rebound. I'm proud to say that since the beginning of this year, our International Relations Office has facilitated the signing of 16 new partnerships. Today, we want to build on that success. We are confident that we will have reconnected by the end of this summit. Most importantly, we have discussed and redesigned essential strategies to ensure that internationalization continues and does not suffer from any phenomenon such as COVID-19. It is through internationalization that we can ensure knowledge exchange. Internationalization also allows students to work in cross-cultural and cross-disciplinary teams, thus enabling them to engage more in global issues. It has also been proven that internationalization improves teaching and learning. UKZN remains committed to the trajectory that commenced in 2009 in terms of advancing African scholarship within a competitive global higher education environment, which is why internationalization remains one of the key goals underpinning our strategic plan to meet UKZN's aspiration to be a globally connected University of African scholarship. Therefore, all universities, including ours, need to strengthen internationalization. As a university striving to inspire greatness, internationalization will continue to be one of our key strategic goals. With these few words, I welcome all of you to the University of KwaZulu-Natal. I thank you.
Thank you, Professor Ngama. I think all of us now feel welcomed to the University of KwaZulu-Natal and are at home, so thank you very much for that wonderful introductory remarks. It is now my pleasure and honor to introduce our keynote speaker for today, His Excellency Dr. Lovell Masio Michael Francis, who is the High Commissioner for the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago here in South Africa. Dr. Lovell Masio Michael Francis is the High Commissioner for the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago in Pretoria. His political career began in 2015 when he was appointed as Minister of State in the Ministry of Education, responsible for school construction, school repairs, and ICT innovations. His tenure was marked by developing an education management information system and a learning management system for various educational stakeholders, including parents and students. Before that, he was a member of parliament in the constituency of Moruga, which is also called Tableland. He contributed to implementing the Housing and Village Improvement Program with the Ministry of Housing, which won the IBD Award for Best Project in the Trinidad and Tobago Public Services in 2018. This project has since become central to government housing policy. Dr. Francis has always been passionate about education. He received numerous awards and scholarships for his academic and career excellence. These include the Eric William Memorial Scholarship, the Minister of Education Award for Academic Excellence based on the teacher training examination at the Corinth Teachers College, and the Neville Hall Prize History of the West Indies. His career started as a teacher, and we're talking about this, at primary school level at the Holy Trinity Anglican School in Moruga, and he told us earlier that he taught there for about 17 years. 17 years as a primary school teacher. And so there's a deep connection with me as a teacher and many of those of us who are in education here today. He held that position for 17 years, as I've said, before being appointed full-time as a lecturer by the Department of Literacy, Cultural Studies, and Communication Studies at the University of West Indies, St. Augustine. His research interests include the economic history of Trinidad and Tobago, the Trinidadian or Caribbean sugar industry, the Caribbean cultural history, the education transformation in developing world, and the impact of ICT on education. Truly an accomplished individual. We're deeply honored to be hosting you today, sir. I will welcome you as you deliver your keynote. Let's give him a round.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Well, that was depressing. I traveled 10,000 kilometers to speak with you all, and that's the best you could do? Take two. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
It's much better. It's a Trinidad response. The last person to call me by my entire name, Lovell Masio Michael Francis, was my mother, and nothing good ever came after that. So I was temporarily traumatized when he said I was like, what have I done now? Never went well. Just one correction, I actually had some bad information. That housing project won the best prize in the Americas. It was not Trinidad and Tobago, it was the entire Western Hemisphere. And what we did, and we have a similar program in South Africa, was to provide housing. We used the word free, but it wasn't free. You had to put, because as we were discussing, Professor, good morning, when you give people things for free, they don't value. But when they are invested in their own betterment, they value it more. So we actually started a program where we built houses for people who were homeless, but they were encouraged to add what we call sweat equity. So they were invested in their having a home. It won the best prize in the Americas. So that was actually my mistake. Good morning, everybody. Could I teach you, just to test my English, because I've been traveling a lot and I've been speaking many versions of English all over the place, to see if you really understand the words coming out of my mouth? Could I teach you a Trinidad word? It's not an English word, it's a colloquial word, it's a Creole word. That word is tabanca. Can you say tabanca? That's fantastic. So I know you're awake, that's good. What does tabanca mean? Let's say a husband and a wife been married for 20 years, they've been very happy. Then, as often happens, the wife gets unhappy, and they get divorced. And the husband still loves the wife, and he wants her to come back. And she's like, no, I'm not coming back. And he has this feeling of loss. That's what the word tabanka means. You follow me? And I am not talking husband and wife business here. I am talking about me and education. That's how I feel. Every time I come to a university or I step into a fora where there is education or there are educators, I feel tabanka. So the last time I came here, we sat down and we spoke for hours. And when I left, I felt tabanka, and I'm like, I'm not coming back. And then they called and they said, come back. And I said, yes, I'm coming back. So now you know diplomats lie and men lie. But it is a pleasure to be here. Now, and yes, diplomat. I should make a diplomatic joke. Why not? A few years ago, somebody asked me to define what a diplomat was. And I was in a very cheeky mood. And I said, a diplomat is somebody who drinks wine and delivers messages. And unlike you, the entire room laughed. And I felt great. And then I did not understand at the time that the universe does not reward that kind of hubris. So now what am I? A diplomat. The perfect punishment. But actually, I'm very proud to be here representing my country. And to shift from just talking nonsense to talk some sense. Because I have two objectives for this speech today. One is to say something that makes sense. The other is that nobody falls asleep. Because last week I was in a keynote address, and there was a long run-up. And before the speech started, people were sleeping. During the speech, people were sleeping. The speech ended, and people were still sleeping. And I was in one of those categories, and I will not mention which one. So if you don't fall asleep, I'll be pleased. And if I say something sensible, I'll also be pleased. We're here today and this week to talk about partnerships, to talk about internationalization, how we collaborate, all of us, in fora like these, and why this is important. Now, it is couched as a COVID story, but COVID is just a conduit. This is not really a COVID story. The importance of this goes far beyond and well beyond COVID, and it must last. It must last. It is absolutely critical that it lasts. So I'm going to tell you a short story about COVID in my country. I'm going to tell you some of the lessons that we learned, hard lessons. And I'm putting learned in inverted commas because I'm hoping that we learned. And then I'm going to tell you why you are very important and why this kind of thing is very important and must continue. And I'll try to wind all of that up before I get hooked off the stage. So we'll see how that goes. Now, if this entire building were the world, my country would be as big as a fingernail. And that is no exaggeration. We are really small. I just came from Malawi yesterday, and one of the ministers asked me, what is your population in Trinidad and Tobago? And I said, 1.4 million. And he said, are you a country or a village? And I said, we are a country, and very proud about it. But I get the point. We are really small. At the end, and I put end in context because it has not ended. Because COVID hasn't really ended. It's still there with us. But at the end of the struggle, where we were fighting to contain COVID, out of 1.4 million people, we suffered something like 4,300 deaths. Now, I say that with an asterisk because I know that many countries have very large numbers that would make that number seem tremendously insignificant. But what you must understand is that when you have 1.4 million people, which is a drop, not even a drop in the global barrel, and you lose 4,300 people to COVID, it means that every single person either knows somebody, knows of somebody, or has lost somebody to COVID. So the numbers might be small in in a general sense. But in a contextual sense, for us, they were very traumatic. It still remains very traumatic. I lost my favorite uncle to COVID. So this for me is a very personal and personalized thing. When we became aware that there was something in the ether called COVID, because we had that normal response. We are in the Western Hemisphere, 2 very small islands. These things always seem to happen out there in what we call the big world. There is always some disease that we are panicking about, and then it just goes away. I'm sure you all remember SARS. There was a panic. You had bird flu, there was a panic. You had swine flu, and there was a panic. So we heard of this thing called COVID, and we were like, yeah, there'll be a big fuss. And then in a week or 2, it will be gone, and then there will be something new. And then it was not gone. And then it went from a curiosity to a worry, to a crisis, to an epidemic, and to a pandemic. And there's a wide range of ways in which governments and countries all over the world tried to deal with COVID. There were those who were laissez-faire. There were those who were pragmatic in their approach. They adjusted as the circumstances adjusted. My country took a very specific route. We tried our very best to manage the disease. Because the greatest fear we had was that, given our small size and small numbers, that our public healthcare system could very quickly be overwhelmed. And then we would go from a crisis to a calamity. That was our fear. So very early, long before the first case of COVID hit Trinidad, we had closed the borders. Only nationals, returning nationals were allowed to come, and we kicked in a whole suite of protocols. This is before the first case hit our country. We were already in lockdown in terms of the borders. By the time the first cases started to appear, we went into lockdown throughout the country. The attempt was to preserve as many lives as we could. But everything has costs, economic and otherwise. So at that time, I was in a very peculiar position. I was a member of parliament, and because our country is so small, when you are a member of parliament in my country, you directly interact with your voters, which could be very pleasant or very unpleasant, depending on the circumstance, or a mixture of both in the very same day. People were at home in their houses. People lost their income. The state intervened to find welfare mechanisms to deal with it. But as a member of parliament, you were often the person on the front line. I delivered vegetables to citizens. I delivered food. I delivered checks, because you are the person that people look to for leadership in a time of crisis. And if you take this thing seriously, and I took it seriously, you had to be there serving your constituents. I was also a member of parliament, so I was a member of the lawmaking body that was making policy to try to guide this process. And then I was one of 2 ministers of education, so I was dealing with the direct impact of COVID on the education system. It was just fortunate that by accident, not necessarily design, because nobody could predict that COVID would come and what it would mean. I was creating a whole suite of platforms and software to sort of take our education system into a different biosphere, to use a bad term. And it was fortunate that at the time COVID hit, education was the one sector that could adjust very quickly. This was not because of my brilliance or genius, it was purely by luck and chance, but it worked, so that the system never shut down. Education switched from face-to-face to online. It kept going. But everything else literally ground to a halt. And this is not a story that is alien to anybody here. We know the kinds of human hardships that engendered. And in fact, this story has not been told in entirety. there is a lot more that we need to discuss and to digest and to dissect here, because we haven't even understood the mental health impact of COVID. It will take us some time to get to the point where we fully understand this kaleidoscope. Even though we managed, quote unquote, successfully to contain COVID so that we only had 4,300 deaths, even though we managed the economic fallout, even though we managed the question of food security, our citizenry, even in the context of trying to make the best of the circumstances, and according to the WHO, we were amongst the best in terms of managing this disease, there was a lot of pain. There was a lot of suffering. There was a lot of hardship. And it didn't matter how effective you were, how well planned you were, how many systems you implemented. That was just the reality. It was hard. And it went on for 2 years, and it was hard. And we haven't fully discussed yet how hard it was and how impactful it was. And then I am standing here today, and we are talking about post-COVID, but there's no post-COVID. COVID is still here. But in the midst of this ordeal, we've learned a lot of lessons, or there's a verb I really hate to use called hope. I hope we've learned a lot of lessons, because we should have. We should understand now as a species that this nonsensical view we have, that we've tamed this planet and we own and control it, it's an illusion. The world is still a very dangerous biological landscape. We don't know what the next COVID-type disease will be. Right now, one of my staff is ailing from COVID. Another one had swine flu. In the West, we're dealing with some nonsense called monkeypox. The world is a dangerous biological landscape. We have not tamed it. That's human hubris at its most unfortunate. There are other lessons that should concern everybody here, particularly in institutions like this one. In the midst of the greatest information age in the human species, we had people losing their lives because of misinformation. That is a tragedy of tremendous proportions. And it's one that hit home particularly for me in my heart. Because when I started this talk, I talked about my uncle who died from COVID. He should be alive. He was one of those vaccine deniers, which was something I didn't expect to find in my family. And he lost his life because he refused to take the vaccine. That is a pain built upon a pain that I am still grappling with. That should happen, well, not to me, but to me and my family. How is it in the greatest information age the world has ever seen, misinformation seems so very powerful? That's something we collectively need to plan for and start doing something about. We cannot depend on the ether clearing itself. We must take over that narrative and build narratives that promote learning and information. There are other poignant lessons. I was very, very pleased that the Dean talked about the politics that emerged during COVID, that times of crises lend themselves far too well to extreme politics. And if there are any persons in this room, and I'm sure there are all of you, who are lovers of this imperfect, fragile, but tremendously important thing called democracy, then COVID was an eye-opening experience for all of us. And that has not ended. Vigilance is required from all of us and all like us. We should learn that we should be more humble. There were those of us who were big and powerful and rich who felt that they could stand alone and fight. And then 1 million deaths later, they understood that this was not a fight that anybody could wage on their own. that all of us had to work together. And this is where we come full circle. The only reason we've kept COVID at bay is because of partnership, is because of collaboration, is because of people from different realms and different spheres working together. It's because of institutions like KZN and others in South Africa, beyond into Africa, other African countries, into other continents. It's because governments put aside the intricacies of nonsensical petty politics and focused on tackling a major issue. It's because international agencies got on board. It's because the private sector understood that there was a responsibility here. Bereft of any of those parties, understanding that this was an existential crisis that required all hands on deck, bereft of any of that, we would still be in lockdown. I would not be standing here. We would not be having this conference. None of this would be happening. And a disease that we could have stopped by washing our hands would still be killing millions of us. We haven't stopped it. We haven't defeated it. We haven't tamed it. We've sort of corralled it. And it was only possible because all of us understood that we had to. And this is not the first time. If you do your research, there was once something called smallpox that was a death sentence on this planet that only now exists in labs controlled by crazy people. And it's only sequestered there because of that kind of international collaboration, that international partnership. So this is very important. And I'll come full circle again. It is not solely important because of COVID. When the historians write, they always write late, but eventually they'll write. They will say something banal. COVID was a watershed event in the history of the world. It might well turn out to be. But COVID is not the defining crisis of our times. It is the defining crisis of the last 2 years. The defining crisis of our times is climate change. So we've gotten together to fight this disease, and we think that we've conquered the world, but there is a greater crisis right in front of us. And take it from somebody who lives in a landscape that every year faces the specter of obliteration. And that is not exaggeration. That is not grandiosity. I am from the Caribbean. My country has the great good fortune of being located to the bottom of the region. So we are outside that dangerous zone called the hurricane zone. And if you don't know what a hurricane is, there is something, it's called a typhoon in the Indian Ocean and the Pacific Ocean. It's a big storm that builds over water. Every year, between the months of June and November, almost every Caribbean society besides Trinidad and Tobago and Barbados lives in mortal fear of obliteration. Hurricanes come in classes. And it used to be categories, they're classified in categories. It used to be that the typical hurricane was a category 1, where you could go outside and say, hey, there's a storm. A category 2, where I had a friend who would actually go filming, he's an idiot, in the midst of a hurricane. Or a category 3, which would be dangerous, but if you're inside, you're basically safe. Category 4 storms will knock down buildings, will uproot trees, will send cars flying, but they were rare. Category 5 storms were generational. You'd have one every 10, 15, 20 years. It is now the case that because the planet is observably and measurably warming. And these storms draw their power from warm water. Because the Atlantic Ocean is warming, the typical hurricane that hits the Caribbean is now a Category 4 and a Category 5. We used to have a Category 5 storm every 10 or 15 years. Now we have 2 or 3 every year. And if you have the great misfortune to just be in the wrong place at the wrong time, and this storm makes landfall, obliteration is not an exception. And if you think that I'm exaggerating, look up Dominica. Look up hurricane hitting Haiti. It was once the case that America didn't have to fear hurricanes. Look up what recently happened in Florida. Look it up yourself. And as the planet gets warmer and the climate changes, who is to say that there isn't going to be something called a Category 6 hurricane that will obliterate civilizations? This is the fear that we live with every single year in the Caribbean. After Dominica was destroyed, we had to evacuate citizens to all over the Caribbean, even as far south as Trinidad, which is maybe more than 1,000 miles away. It was that devastating. And this is not our only problem. We have rising poverty. We have rising income inequality. We have countries that will suffer from a lack of water. We have countries that will not be able to feed themselves. And these things will cause conflict and chaos. So let me give you a scenario. And I've been talking, I don't want to go over my time because I really don't want that hook to pull me. It'll be a bit too funny. Let me give you a scenario where we go back into our silos. The businesses go back to just making $1. The governments go back to squabbling. The academics go back to their ivory tower, and we forget the template that helped us to cope with COVID. What happens? What happens is chaos. And there are some businesses that are so cynical that they believe that chaos is profitable. Chaos profits nobody in the long run. There are problems to be solved on this planet that cannot be solved by anyone by themselves. No nation, no institution, no university, no matter how brilliant, no one. We must collaborate. There must be no hard reset. The problems are too large. They are too immediate. They're not abstract. They're not out there. They're in front of us. There are some of us who live it every year, as I've just outlined to you. No, I'm not worried about the institutions of higher learning, because by their very nature, as the professor stated, you are international in the way you recruit your students, in the way you educate, in the way you hire. Your very ethos, your very DNA is internationalist. I'm worried about the others. So I hope that this kind of thing resonates with them. I hope we understand the template. I hope we don't change something that worked. Despite all the nonsense talk, it is a modern quote-unquote miracle that we could produce a vaccine for COVID in just a matter of months. Because of all the nonsense talk that surrounds it, we lose sight of the fact. We lose sight of the brilliance that was involved in this fight against COVID. The misinformation has obscured the absolute brilliance that was involved in it. We cannot lose that brilliance. We cannot go back to where we are. So I haven't really come here to lecture you. I've come here to share some ideas. I've come here to cajole, to encourage, to celebrate you. Because without you, the road into the future is going to be far more difficult. I want to commend the university for this initiative. I want to thank you for inviting me. I literally rushed from Malawi to make sure I could be here, driving 6 hours to Durban after jumping off a plane, but it is well worth it. This is not academic or abstract. This is our reality, and I thank you.
Wow. Let's give Dr. Francis another round of applause, please. Dr. Francis, thank you. Thank you so much for reminding us about the importance of connecting, of partnering, and just allowing us to walk with you through the journey of experiencing COVID in your own space. My colleagues who are located there have a methodology called self-reflexive methodology, which is centered on telling stories as part of sort of narrative creation and retelling stories for change. And I think that the way that you told your story today was extremely powerful, and it resonated so much with what we have experienced here. And I think that we live richer as individuals. And just to echo the sentiments around climate change, which we here in Durban have experienced very recently. You know, yeah. So I think your message cannot be any clearer, colleagues. And I think it is about our own collective efforts of coming together and actually taking agency in moving forward. I know that we've gone. No, you were perfect. It's because we started late. And I think maybe as a best way forward, I'm going to maybe request that if you've got a question for Dr. Francis, that maybe you keep it and then we engage at tea, if you don't mind, Dr. Francis, over tea, because my concern is that the next panel was supposed to be up 30 minutes ago. So if I may thank Dr. Francis, and I'm going to request that if you have a question and if you'd like to engage with Dr. Francis on this keynote, if you can, please, during tea time and lunchtime. I think Dr. Francis will be with us throughout the day today. So I think that let's use that time in that way. Until lunch. Okay. Thank you again, Dr. Francis. I'd like to thank also Professor Ngama. Thank you, colleagues. Let me invite the next panel to come on board, please. Thank you very much.
We're just the only one today. Okay, good morning, everybody. That's just great. Now you guys are behaving back as Africans, because now I said good morning, and everybody's like, good morning, man. So in the spirit of this good morningness and activity, I will try that again. Good morning, my colleagues. Okay, thank you. You're lucky I didn't say you should say my name as well. But yes, thank you all for being here. It's a privilege and honor for me to be here. My name is Lawrence Ogunsonia. I will say that again, Ogunsonia, but you can just stick to the Lawrence aspect. Okay. And I am the academic leader for the Department of Architecture in the School of the Built Environment and Development Studies here at UKZN. I'm a professional, not just an architect. I'm an academic. I'm a professional architect as well, and I also deal with different aspects of the built environment in housing and also in town and regional planning. So it is safe to say that you're in good hands this morning to take you to a place where you've never been before. And I'm not alone on this quest, if I may add. I have 3, or should I say 4, esteemed members in my panel. Some are working virtually, or should we say in spirit. And we do have some here also physically. And in people in that spirit of what we call being hybrid nowadays, because that word zings a lot when we talk about connecting. So even though the theme is reconnection after being disconnected, we are hybriding this morning. So I would like to just introduce you all to this esteemed and extraordinary panel that we have this morning. The pressure is on. because, you know, we are the first to go after such a wonderful speech by our executives here. And I would say we are the alpha team, because as we set the pace, everybody has to follow what we do. Okay, so let's start with the physical. I would introduce this panel. The first person that I do have here, which is I wouldn't call him my partner in crime, but I'll say my partner on this quest, is Mr. Mathlubi. No, sorry, that's not him. I was just testing you guys' alerts this morning. Believe me, this is how I do in my classes. It's nice to make you people laugh. I love this. No one said this would be great. Okay. Yes, sorry, as I was saying, the person that is here with me is Mr. Pindiwe Mbele. He is the Director of Home Affairs in the immigration part of which is responsible for the stakeholders of relationship management. Oh, thank you. Oh, great. Relationship management. And he is also the department which deals with corporate entities, corporate employees, and the institution of higher learning regarding temporary residences, visa matters. And he's also involved in advising and assessing corporate employers who have the intention of positively contributing to South Africa's economic growth and through the employment that is needed through foreign labor and the entry of exceptional skills of qualified people and their promotion of tourism. He is designated, this corporate climates division which he runs, it's dedicated to making sure that there's facilitation in application of visas, permanent residencies, which are now issued expeditiously on the basis of to simplify procedures and objectives that are dealing with issues of international matters within institution and also within the city of Durban. So it's great to have you here, and we will be hoping to listen to you very soon. But let me just introduce the other people. I believe the other people are online, if I am correct, and we're still expecting one more person. The lady among our panel is Dr. Corinne Lengsfield. I believe she's online, but I'll just introduce her to her. She serves as a Senior Vice Provost of Research for Graduate Education in the University of Denver. And as the Chief Research Officer there, she is the primary advocate of the university's research mission, and she's charged with understanding and leading and enhancing all forms of scholarship linked to foster professional growth in the faculty. And that involves also advancing the knowledge and enriching student experience within the university's visibility. And because of this position she oversees internal and external management grants and contracts, research and integrity, intellectual property and technological transfer with multidisciplinary research within different universities linked to the University of Denver. So that is Dr. Corinne Lengsfield. The other person joining us, which I started off with, is Mr. Mathlubi Mabizela. He will also be joining us online. He is the Chief Director, University Policy for Development Studies, Development Support in the Department of Higher Education and Training. He is the Chief Director responsible for development and implementation of various policies in higher education management and reporting on higher education research and outputs. That is a mouthful. But the administration and the regulation of also private higher education institutions. And last and definitely not the least is going to be a Mr. Eric Applegren, who is currently responsible for the international government relations in the eThekwini municipality. And he deals with all relationships dealing with the city and international matters based on the municipality engagement, which is part of policy formulation, international donor relations, liaisons, and UN agencies, and other multilateral organization and accreditation in South Africa. So that is really your panel this morning. And I would like to start with Mr. Or are we ready to go online first? Okay, fine. I would like to start with our doctor. Oh boy, oh, is that me? Oh, I can see myself. Mom, I'm on TV. Maybe I should do the British wave. Well, we would like to start with Dr. Corinne Lengsfield. And I know we're running out of time, so I have been informed by our technical crew that you will only be given about 5 to 8 minutes to do your talk. And if you do not meet it within that time, I'm informed they would shut you out and mute you. And for us which are here, They will literally go with the load shedding exercise by cutting the power and kicking us out. So please, let us try and keep to time. And please, so Dr. Corinne Langsfield, let us just give her a round of applause as she starts.
I appreciate this, and you're more welcome. So I have just a prepared presentation for everybody. We have just a second. What I wanted to talk about was university to university relationships and how they really are the power of driving. I think that what we have done is an amazing job, as our keynote speaker said, in COVID, but really through research between institution to institution, we can be the power to move forward. I see research and partnerships as ways that completely transform the student experience inside and outside the classroom, but they are the power in which we improve public good, both in our regions, in our schools, but also across the globe. I look at that as how we engage the smartest minds around the nations and drive them into the public good activities. At the University of Denver, we have harnessed partnerships and collaboration in order to drive our growth over the years. This is an indication of our research volume over time. We've nearly 2 times doubled in the last 10 years, both in terms of the number of faculty participating in funded research, but also the number of dollars coming into the institution. I've put some very specific timelines on this chart in which show you when partnership correlated with significant growth. One of the first things we do is an internal seed funding program, which is really important at the beginning to sort of drive improvements. But you'll notice that we begin to pay more for students, which is really important. We develop international partnerships that actually begin the climb. And then we do multidisciplinary partnerships that actually accelerate and advance. The impact that these people have had in a number of different places is beyond compare. We've got faculty at the University of Denver partnering with the UN in order to help Yemen think about peace and how to recover post-war in a peace era. 3 reports were published here and are the foundation for the peace process now under discussion. We have faculty partnering with the justice system within the United States to look at prison recidivism and using fine arts to build confidence and help people move beyond maybe their previous lives into ones that are much more successful. And we have partnered with the state of Colorado as well as the Center for Disease Control in order to begin to look at the nationwide surveillance of wastewater for infectious diseases. And our hope is to collaborate well beyond our borders. We've looked significantly at early childhood education, partnering with nations like Ireland and Australia and a number of other places in order to transform early childhood education. The impact of research is really important, but also it represents the pathway to student access. So on our campus, which is not huge, 13,000 students, 552 students last year were paid from external research grants, which gave them access to education they might not otherwise would have had access to. Year over year, $3 million is put into student tuition or salaries. 1 out of 5 students paid on campus are paid from research grants. And a total of 137 people on campus have their entire graduate tuition paid for, as well as a stipend in order to do research on external grants. These are powerful relationships. As we've done these relationships, as we've pushed forward, this has enhanced our recognition and our reputation, and I can say it's really put forth into our partnerships. This is a plot of the black shields are those R1 institutions in the United States, the top research institutions, and the sort of grayed out shields are those that are the R2 institutions. In 2015, DU was one of those in the sort of grayed out. But by leveraging our partnerships, internal funding, commitment to students, having a focus on public good and global impact, what we've been able to do is move across dramatically into the R1 space. And I just think this is the way that we move forward as partners. It's critical that partners build on our own legitimate success. We can't make up places of new collaboration. We must look upon what we are really good at and each one bring to the table what is our most important, most salient, best expertise to the table, and then work together as an entire group. I can't see a future in which we don't have strong partnerships. And I really, really think that this university-to-university partnerships is really important. And I appreciate being on this panel. I will finish up in my 5-minute time point and hand it off.
Thank you very much there, Dr. Lingsfield. You did keep within the time. We appreciate you for that. And what I'm going to do is that I would prefer to have all our panels give them their short talks first. Then we can see if we can now have time to ask them questions. I hope that is in order and okay. Okay, the next person I want to introduce is actually here with us. As I said, it's the reconnection that we're talking about, and these things which have been mentioned by Professor Lingsfield, is that these partnerships do exist. And they don't just exist in silos just within universities in other countries, because when you come to this country, you have to deal with the laws of the land, the access that we have here. So we need to know how government, local government, and government parastatals or departments are actually assisting us and enhancing these partnerships that we do have with international entities. And that is where Mr. Mbele is going to talk to us on that level, especially from the Department of Home Affairs. So please help me welcome Mr. Mbele to come and talk a bit about that. Yes. Oh, you can stay there. Yes. Be comfortable. You can sit there. You're at home.
All right. Thank you very much, and good morning once again, colleagues. As you've already mentioned, I'm from the Department of Home Affairs, and one of our responsibilities as legislated is to support academic exchanges. So, we have quite a big role in contributing to the work that the universities and institutions of higher learning do, in as far as encouraging that we should attract international students to come and study in institutions of South Africa. One of the first documents that we signed in 1997, it was signed by the then Minister, Geraldine Fraser-Moleketi, is the protocol on education and training that we signed with our SADC partners. And, the main purpose of the document is that South Africa, in terms of the position that we hold on the continent, has a responsibility to contribute to the academic growth of the continent. And it does have some of the provisions in that document where, as South Africa, we even teach this to the Home Affairs officials that we deploy abroad to go and work in the missions, to say that we have a responsibility. If you look at that protocol, it even mentions that South Africans' universities should actually reserve a certain percentage of admissions to students coming from the SADC region. And I wonder how many universities are aware of that. It is something that we have agreed upon. And from our side as the Department of Home Affairs, we issue study visas for students that come to study in our institutions, but we also issue the work visas for international workers that come and work at the universities. We have a visa that we issue to postdocs that come and do research in South Africa. And, one of the proud achievements that I always speak about wherever I go is the fact that, that the highest and the top-rated mathematician in South Africa is actually a Cameroonian. Maybe most people do not know. Dr. or Professor Abdon Atangana, he's a mathematician or mathematics professor at the University of the Free State. He's now a permanent resident in South Africa. You were talking about partnerships, and one of the things that makes him the top mathematician, he's 219th ranked in the world and ranked number first in South Africa. Now take the population of the world and put him as 219th mathematician in the world. He has been cited more than 14,300 times, meaning that there's people who have written about what he has written. And, you know, every time that happens, it does not get credited to him as a Cameroonian. It gets credited to South Africa. So every time South Africa produces, or someone that has studied in South Africa or that is resident in South Africa produces or publishes an academic article or an academic document or a book and so forth, it gets credited to South Africa. So we actually have a benefit, and we have something to gain from having other country nationals residing in South Africa and actually studying and doing academic work in South Africa. So it is a role that we understand quite clearly, and we are always willing at all times to assist universities in attracting students to, you know, to South Africa. I just read last week the Times University World Ranking, where I saw that some South African universities are still doing very well in terms of being ranked amongst the top universities in the world. And one of the criteria that is being used today is that universities get to score higher when they actually have a sizable amount or number of international students that they have in their institution, because then that then gives gives the perception and the impression that that university is actually an international university, in the sense that it's not only South Africans that are studying in that university. So it is actually to our benefit at all times that in our quest to internationalize our institutions of learning, we really need to have these partnerships with other institutions of learning, but most importantly, facilitate the attraction of international students to South Africa. I'm sure that the student that comes from Germany that has studied here, when they go back, if they've had a good experience in KZN, they will always share it with those that are there. People will ask them, have you studied, how was it in KZN? And sometimes it's not only about what happens on campus, but outside of campus, the lifestyle and so forth. Did they like the country? How were we as the host, as the people who had hosted them during their stay here? So, you know, the internationalization of institution is not only the responsibilities of the university, but it is also the responsibility of us as citizens of the country, as government working in partnership with the institutions, and of South Africans in general. If we give a foreign national or an other country national a good and positive experience about life in South Africa, I'm definitely sure that they will encourage others to come and take residence in our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. You see, we're doing very well with time. Yes, I see everybody is excited now. Quickly, as we move along, we're still in this same theme of how the government and local government enhances or supports internationalization within our different institutions. I would like to call on a person which works with policy in the Department of Higher Education and Training. He's also joining us online. So please, let's welcome okay, I just wanted to be sure. Please, let's welcome Mr. Matlubi Mbele. I need to use my glasses now. In Mabizela, actually. Mabizela, sorry about that, please. Let us welcome him. Is he online? Is he online? Mr. Mabizela, are you there? This reminds us of all our Zoom meetings that we have, don't we? When you start calling, are you there? And so probably someone is on mute, or someone just quickly went to grab coffee, and everybody is waiting. Then the facilitator has to keep talking and murmuring till he shows up. Mr. Mabizela, are you there?
Hi, Prof.
Thank you. Yeah, welcome. You can please share what you have to say with us.
Am I alone?
You are definitely not alone.
Okay. There is some echo. I don't know, maybe it's probably on your side, Prof, because on my side, I think I'm fine. Right. Good morning, colleagues. Thank you so much for having this session and having us to present to you. Am I audible clearly, Prof? Shall I continue?
Yes, you may, Chief Mabizela.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much. Yes, I'm also conscious of the time. I think the two speakers put pressure on me because they saved you some time. I wouldn't want to break that pattern. Yes, as I've been introduced, I'm from the Department of Higher Education and Training, and thank you again for having this session and having us here. Well, before I run out of time, there's just one thing I would like to say, certainly, and before I go through my slides here, is that as the government, as the Department of Higher Education and Training, we came up with a policy on internationalization of higher education in South Africa, and we had promised the system or the higher education institutions in particular that we will then come up with the implementation strategy and plan. And we were hoping that we would be having that by now, this time of the year. But unfortunately, we haven't managed to as yet. It's still going to be coming. And the delay is because of an empirical study that is done by AISA and in partnership with the British Council. And indeed, we made a contribution on the information we would like to see in that study, together with University of South Africa. And the delay in that study has been caused by ethics clearances of the different institutions, because we want information from all the 26 universities. And only recently that I got an update on that, and there were still some ethics clearances from about 10 institutions still. Now, that says to me, we've got to have a strategy as the country when we require information from the institutions on how we go about this. I don't think for some studies we need all the 26 ethics clearances. I do think that maybe if we have some ethics clearance centrally for some studies, not all of them, and that we should then have that cleared centrally and then move on and gather the information that we require. I think it's of national interest if we go or we do things like that. Now, I've already said we did a policy and published it in 2020 in the middle of lockdown and the middle of the pandemic. And this is what we have as the purpose of the policy, the policy framework. I shall just focus on the last bullet there with sub bullets ABC, that the policy framework is anchored on mutual understanding approach which prioritizes traditional values of academic exchange, skilled migration approach, which derives value in the migration of highly skilled immigrants. And I think this follows what Mr. Mbele just said earlier. The capacity building approach, which believes in the exchange of knowledge and learning from others. Now, what we left out deliberately is that we are not seeing internationalization as the Department of Higher Education and Training, and indeed as government, as a money spinner of some kind. And that is what is being done by other countries, especially the so-called developed countries. What they are mainly interested in is what would these academic partnerships and exchanges would bring to their economy. And this is not what we are interested in South Africa, and indeed what we are expressing in this policy is that what we are interested in is the development of scholarship, as scholarship should be, and has always been intended to be. So this is what we want to promote as government. This is what we want to have in the strategy and the plan once we have developed that plan. And indeed, this is the kind of influence we would like to have at our institutions, especially on their policies. And when we developed this policy framework, we requested institutions to revise their policies, or those that didn't have policies to develop their own policies on the basis of the principles and the approach that is adopted in this policy framework. And then the policy framework is meant to cover only international engagements and not the local ones, but there's nothing stopping institutions when they enter into international engagements to bring along their fellow partners who would be the fellow institutions within the country. And some of us, as you understand, some institutions would not be as developed as the others, and that is historical in our case in South Africa. But generally in the world also, that is what is happening, that some institutions are not as equal. They are not equal, if I can put it like that. And the DHET, as I said, is set to develop the implementation strategy. And what we want to have in that is that the national approach or approaches, including the involvement of other government departments and AISA, as indicated already, we're doing this study with AISA, the rollout of national implementation plan, the monitoring, the reporting. This is the responsibility that we will be taking after we have developed the strategy, that we will advocate for the national approach. We will then roll out the implementation with timelines, and then we'll monitor the implementation because we want to improve. We want to make sure that everyone is on board. And of course, we will do so by having reporting annually, at least, by all the institutions. And the DHET will seek to clearly articulate national strategy to enhance higher education internationalization and give guidance to the higher education system for fulfillment of the policy framework. And originally, as I have indicated, this is what we had planned that we would be having already by now, but as indicated earlier, the ethical clearances were a problem. So that was the DHET involvement. But broadly, in terms of government, again, I don't want to repeat what Mr. Mbele has said already. Various government departments have got different roles of making sure that our higher education system is international, and indeed the system is internationalized. And if you look at the last bullet there, we're counting the number of government departments. For example, the Department of Home Affairs, that's where Mr. Mbele comes from, the Department of Science and Innovation, used to be called DST, Science and Technology, Department of International Relations and Cooperation, us, DHET, Department of Trade and Industry, and the Department of Labor, as indeed is the case that we are not only looking at the students, we are also looking at the workers, the academics who come to work in South Africa, the researchers who would want to come and work in South Africa, and therefore the facilitation by government to make sure that we have full internationalization of our education system. I will provide these slides, colleagues, so please don't worry about me skipping some of these points. I just want to get to what Mr. Mbele has said. Is if you had looked at my slide, this is the last slide, and just to raise an issue of concern, this comes after the subheading of concerns. An issue of concern is what is happening with the enrollments in our higher education system. You spoke about the protocol on higher education and training, that is the SADC protocol, Southern African Development Cooperation protocol, and it covers all the 15 countries of Southern Africa, where we should reserve 10%, each country should, 5%, each country should reserve 5% to admit students from the fellow countries or member states of SADC. We have been doing well for a number of years. I've just taken here the last 7 or so years, starting with 2013, you will see that we had 7.45% of foreign students. And then it goes up to 2020, and as you can see, it's been declining. And this is the latest data we have of 2020. In fact, I've requested 2021 because it was still going through audit. And I think it must have just been cleared in the past week or so. So this is what we have as latest. I've already had sight of private higher education institution numbers and foreign students in those private institutions. And again, I've observed that there has been that drop. So this is a matter of concern. We won't be able to fulfill internationalization if we are going to be looking at ourselves only. And also we need to understand what causes this decline in international student numbers in their enrollments at our institutions. I don't need to motivate it further, as Mr. Mbele has actually eloquently put it in terms of, as much as I don't believe in ratings, in rankings, but you know what impression it gives to the world out there. This is not about COVID. Indeed, I do understand that we are speaking here as a matter of addressing post-COVID. But if you're looking at the fact that the decline has been starting or carried through from 2013 to current, then maybe things will be worse when we are looking at the numbers post-COVID. So what do? Yes, we do have a chapter in the national policy on internationalization at home, but internationalization at home should be applied in certain circumstances. It's not ordinary internationalization in and of itself, but it's an internationalization of special circumstances. So we need to find a way, again, going back to what has been normal, definitely pre-COVID, but also to promote what we have been having, and in order to be able to sustain the numbers that we've been having of international students at our institutions. So I will leave it there, Chair, and certainly, as I have promised, you will get the slides, and indeed, I hope I can answer some of the questions that will be asked in our discussion session. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can we please give him a round of applause for that? Thank you, Chief Mabizela. I didn't know you were chief, but it's good to know. And one thing I just want to say is that thank you to all the panels. Unfortunately, we wouldn't be able to have Mr. Eric Appelgren from the municipality, but it gives us more time for us to discuss. And I did mention earlier that you should just pack your questions for now so that we can be able to answer it. Since we've been so good in time, I just want to leave the next 10 minutes for questions only. And please, just, I think, signify by raising your hand. And I don't know if there will be someone to assist with the mic to Thank you. You see, we're so efficient here. It's just amazing. We have two lovely ladies who would bring the mic to you. So just raise your hand and you can ask about anything based on any of our three panelists have spoken about earlier. Is there anybody ready to have a question? Yes, we have a hand here, please. Can you? This is Prof. Please introduce yourself first and let us know who you are, and please ask your question. Thank you.
Thank you so much to the panelists. I'm Professor Vivian Ojong. I'm the Dean and Head of School of Social Sciences at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. My question, thank you so much for that presentation. I'm grateful to the Chief from Higher Education. My question is for you from Home Affairs. We are challenged with the visa processes for our postdocs. Usually it's supposed to take not less than 6 weeks for the processing of those visas. But I can assure you, even those we offered appointments to as far back as the 1st of May. We are today is the 20th of October. They are still in their home countries, struggling, and we don't know where the hold-up is. We understood during the COVID, the lockdown and the backlog, but I think there should be some way to facilitate and fast-track this application. It's very frustrating for us because at the moment we've decided as an institution to have a resident postdoc. Now we expect them to resign from their previous employment and they're sitting at home. So we don't know if you can provide some solutions because we are inundated with emails and queries. Can you please assist us?
Please, if you can answer the question. I don't know if anybody has a question related to what Professor Ojong has said so that we don't. Okay, we have another person related, so let's try and group those aspects together so you can answer at one time.
My question follows with her.
Please let us know where you are.
I'm also from UKZN. I am Professor Siva from Chemistry and Physics. We do have the similar what sympathy has been expressed. I did have for myself, for 3 postdocs we offered in the month of January, and we have not yet get them through. So that's one issue we have, because they have not yet received the visa. My additional question is that, so we know the pandemic and has made a number of workload in the Home Affairs as well. We believe that there could be a number of people to come in now when we open the gate, to open the international people to come through. But I think we are going to have a real challenge by next year, because most of our academic institution is going to be in physical contact lessons. So the student may be expected to come from overseas to join the program, and the volume of the visa request may be more than what we are expecting now, because since we had it for last year and maybe half of this year in online teaching. But during next year, we're going to have the volume of the request will be higher, and I'm not sure how the Home Affairs is going to cope with it. And I would like to see some solution and some advice so that we prepare ourselves in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mbele, please give us your answer. Thank you.
Yeah. No, thanks very much, Prof, for that question. And my colleague there, thank you. Yes, indeed, the issues that the two colleagues are raising, they are quite correct. We've had some challenges, both locally and abroad. Some of the challenges, obviously, is the ripple effect of the time that we had closed our operations for some time during COVID. And then later what then happened, people, when we started to ease up, our officials were coming on rotation to work. And then eventually what was happening was that because of social distancing, we could not have all the officials 100% at work. But we were open for applications in our centers. So the applications kept on coming in. So we currently have quite a high number of delayed applications that we are going through. What we have done in the last 2 weeks, going back to last month, is that we sent a call to the International Education Association of South Africa, IESA, which is a platform that we use to communicate with universities. We have started a program at the Department of Home Affairs on the 26th of September. It's called the Backlog Eradication Program. So we are trying to process all the delayed applications. And what we have done is that we are first giving priority to all applications that come from universities, but in particular the study visas, because we know the challenges around that. December is approaching. Most of the students will be going back home, and what might happen is that some of them, their visas will expire when they are back home, and they might have a difficulty coming back. So we're trying to clear all the university applications before the end of December, so that everyone who has applied has received their outcomes. We've also been receiving through IESA, the different universities sending us a list of applications that are pending from abroad and locally, and we are going through that. We normally advise that every international student or an international worker, firstly the ones that are based in South Africa that are already in the institutions, when they are struggling to get their outcome, they need to communicate that through their international office here on campus, and then that international office takes it through IESA, and then it comes through to us, so that then we process it. So I would advise that for those cases, madam, that you've mentioned, even those that are abroad, people who have applied and you have the application still pending, please send them through IESA, and it will eventually come through to me, and then I can communicate to the mission abroad to process them. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. I see another hand there, please.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Bertha Bosga. I work for the Dutch Embassy. And I'm the new Dutch Education and Science Attaché, and I'm very pleased to be here. And I have a question, actually 2 questions for Chief Mabizela. If there's students coming from the Netherlands to South Africa, do you have a student support system to have them find their way here, make them feel at home, so they will stay and finish their courses in the right way? And the second question is for the students that are not coming. What is your vision on collaborative online interactive learning, and is that something which you facilitate from the government?
Thank you for that. Chief Mabizela, I believe you got those questions. Before you do answer that, is there anybody who has questions in line with what the gentleman has mentioned? Okay. Chief Mabizela, please, you can answer.
Thank you so much, Prof. Yes, I've got the questions. Let me start with the second one on whether the department does provide support to students. And in fact, this is the first one. No, Prof, not as government. We don't provide that support outside of our programs. We've got some programs that we facilitate. By that I mean, for example, that we would have a partnership as government, let's say with the government of Netherlands, where there would be exchange of students, some coming to South Africa and some going outside to the Netherlands. Now, then when is that type of a program that is government to government, then there is facilitation that's done by the Department of Higher Education and Training. We've got a number of those across the world, and I don't recall any, for instance, that is with the government of the Netherlands. So we would then facilitate, but then what happens is that the host institution takes over. What the department does is to facilitate that exchange, but then the host institution where the students are received then would take over and make sure that the students are comfortable. and that they are able to do the studies they are intended or have intention of conducting while in South Africa. And then the issue of online, this is one of the long challenge that we've been having in the country. It's still not regulated, but this is what we do though, because we're not regulating it directly. What we do though is that what South Africa recognizes are qualifications that are accredited by the Council on Higher Education, which is a South African Higher Education Qualifications Authority, or an accrediting body of higher education qualifications. Yes, there's also South African Qualifications Authority on the other side. So what we then do is that only programs that are accredited by the CHE, for short, that are recognized. So if it's not accredited by the CHE, then the student who does that qualification or obtains that qualification will then struggle to make use of that qualification once it's once it's complete. So that is the only way we are regulating it. And so, you know, students who come across these qualifications or studies online just need to make sure, that's the message we send to the institutions, send on our website and so on, that one, the institution is recognized, at least in its country of origin. And then secondly, that the qualifications will be cleared by the South African Qualifications Authority once obtained. Otherwise, the CHE, the Council on Higher Education, is only responsible for the qualifications that are offered within the country, within South Africa. So it's a bit convoluted, but that is how we are regulating the online. And the number of cases of students who had been duped, as it were, and did qualifications that are not accredited, even in the home country of the institution, the number of complaints has been declining over years, which then is to some extent an indication to us that the word is going out there that the potential students I'm sorry about that. That the potential students do take care before they register for those. Yeah.
That's quite unfortunate.
I've answered. I can still go ahead and take more questions, certainly. But yes, I hope you heard me despite that echo. Thank you.
Thank you. I would take one more question, please. Is there anybody? Yes, there's a question. Yes.
Good morning, everyone. I have one question. Mr. Mpele, as you know, that government issued a blanket approach to assist students with expired visas. But some students decided to exit the country, visit their home countries, and they were declared undesirable. I know they were not supposed to exit the country. Is there a way that we can assist them because they still need to come back and complete their studies?
Before you answer that question, we need to recognize you, as they say in Parliament. Can you please tell us who you are, please?
Oh, sorry. My name is Nombuso Mjali. I work for UKZN International Office.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Thanks very much for that question, Nombuso. The declaration of a person as undesirable actually comes from the fact that the person would have overstayed the validity of their visas. So for instance, if your visa expires today, and you do not depart the country, if you go out of the country a few days later or a month later, when you scan your passport on exit at the airport or whatever port of exit, the system will pick up that you have overstayed your period of validity, and then it declares you undesirable, meaning that you will not be able to come back for a particular period of time. Now, what happens is that because some students have applied for visas or renewal of their visas and they have not received them back, the Minister of Home Affairs issued a concession that actually gives them validity up until March 2023. But the concession itself, because it is a written concession, it does not talk to what happens in the system. The system still recognizes their visas as having expired. So what they do, Nombuso, is that on exit, when they are declared undesirable, there is a form that they are given with the details of where they could send an email to indicate that they have a pending application, and as soon as we receive that representation from them, then the status of undesirability is overturned and they are issued a letter that allows them to come back. So the email that they can send it to is called the overstay appeals at dha.gov.za. Overstay appeals is one word, and that's how we assisted them. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Just to keep things balanced, I would like to ask one question to Dr. Lingsfield. I mean, she's been patient. She's actually in transit, actually. And it would be good to actually get her thoughts on one question that I do have for her when it comes to this issue of internationalization. Dr. Lingsfield, just a quick question, because when we talk about partnerships between, should I say, first world country universities and universities in the third world, there's that concern, or should I say perception, which comes in the place that the knowledge is usually coming in one direction, that and almost in the point of maybe imposing, because more of the financial clout and the global clout comes from the first world universities. I just want to know, do you have any experience in your own personal capacity to say that there has been knowledge exchange, especially from South Africa or from the third world countries, which is being implemented in the first world countries?
I think it's absolutely. But we in the first world seem to have this bizarre opinion of ourselves. I spent the last 2 days touring every major research lab on UKZN with the graciousness of all the scientists, and it is world-class, top-notch. I mean, there is clear places where what's happening in South Africa is changing the world. Let's just look at CRISA, AIDS Research Center, where they're discovering that women are the key place to stop transition of AIDS, that they've discovered that AIDS and tuberculosis are co-infections, that they, in their repository, have identified a potential antibody. That's just one place, one snippet from a 90-minute discussion with their scientists of where I can concretely say the world has been affected by the brilliance of South Africa. And I think there's so many more places. The key to partnership is to recognize that you can deeply learn from each other, both scientifically and culturally, and you can inspire each other to not only look at the problems different, but look for solutions different. I'm overwhelmed and absolutely on board with my collaborations from the University of Denver to UKZN in the future. And I'm sorry that I had to be at an airport today and I wasn't there in person, but I so want to be there and we're going to have a great time.
Thank you so much for that. That is quite reassuring to hear that from you. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, all protocols observed, we do have our fourth panelist here. Inclined to give him some punitive measures because he is very late. Yes, you know, I have to put on my academic hat here to what we tell to students who are late. But I shall be calm because in the spirit of internationalism, we must accept people in different forms. And I'm just joking. We know he's very busy. He's a politician, in quotes, so you know how politicians say, do as I say, but not as I do. But you are welcome, Mr. Eric Applegreen. We do know that you had a previous meeting before you could join us today. I have already introduced you in absentia, but I am going to give you some time to talk to us, which is really basically the municipal's impact or influence when it comes to what it deals with what we're talking about or what we're gathered here today, which is the internationalism of universities, and also where does the municipality's part play in this? So I believe does he have a presentation? So I will please hand over the mic to you, and or would you like to come here, sir, so that everybody can see you?
Is there a machine to move the slides?
No, this is not the municipality, sir. This is the university. But you are welcome. Please let us give him a round of applause so that he can feel comfortable and present. And may I add, you only have 1 minute for your punishment to talk.
It's on. Okay. Thank you, Program Director. But I just wanted to be realistic. How many minutes do I have? I can... 2. But do we need these lights on? Because I think my slides work better with those lights off, if that's possible. Yeah, just to say my apologies. I was with the mayor and the German ambassador this morning, and I had to be there because I'm responsible for it. So just to say quickly, as you can see, I'm on my mother's side, I'm half Zulu, half English, and my father is half Zulu, half Swedish, and you mix all that up, you get the Ethiopian. See, I look Ethiopian. I think that's what they made me responsible for international relations in the municipality. And I'm Catholic, and I'm the 9th child in a family of 12. So I think that makes my... anyway, so let's just go on to the next slide. Thank you for the partnership, and I want to talk about this. This is the topic. Let's go to the next slide. Just to say, our vision is to be Africa's most caring and livable city, and I think that's the journey that we as a city would like to do with the university. And we also, by 2050, want to be a leading smart port city, because we are a port, and we want to be just, safe, resilient, socially cohesive, and culturally expressive, and that's what we want to produce out of this university. Next slide. Just to say, that is a slide that says where we are. Whenever I see this picture, it reminds me that all the water, when the rain comes and the rivers come, they want to go to the ocean. And when there's too much, it kills us, you know, and the floods of this year was tragic. Let's go to the next slide. So that's a map of the region, of the municipality. Just go to the next slide. And this is a very important slide. And I think, you know, we just had a delegation from South Sudan, and there's a lot of countries that are trying to fuse traditional authority systems with current kind of Western style democracy, constitutional democracies. So this, in our city, we have 19 traditional leaders, and the land issues between traditional authority and South Africa, so to speak, is a challenge. And we need to find ways of how do we do planning, how do we make sure that people, whether you're in a traditional authority land or you're on in the CBDs, you are getting wall-to-wall municipal services. Let's go to the next slide. So we have 100 kilometers of coastline, 80 major rivers. We have the bay, we have subtropical, we have 57. I mean, I think all of you know this. Let's go on to the next slide. And just some very important facts and figures. We have 222 elected councillors, and we have 29,000 staff, 25,000 are full-time. We are almost 4 million people now. We have a growth rate of 1.4, and we are 68% rural. And I think that a lot of the international exchanges that I will do, I would really like to work with the university to say, when we do those exchanges, the whole issue of rural development and integration of rural and urban is something that we've really got to, and even to the point where we help students, your postgraduate students want to go abroad or postgrad, and we want to encourage postgraduate students to come here to really share knowledge. And those are the kinds of things we really like to work strongly with you on. And as you know, we are a leading tourist destination, but our current sewage challenges are really knocking that. People don't want to come to a dirty beach, and the quality of water issues. We have a very good credit rating. The city has a very good credit rating, and we have a very good system of collecting money, but we have not a very good system of spending it. And that's the thing that we need more better accountants and procurement officers. And my stress in the city at the moment is that our procurement system is geared for corruption and it's not geared for efficiency. And we need to find ways of dealing with that. So we have a budget of 52 billion rand. The 47 is going to operational and 5.3 for capital. We have 120,000 migrants. Although Home Affairs says no, it's less than that. It's only about 50,000. But this is my estimation. And there's about 8,000 homeless people in the city. Now, my view is that that is not a crisis. We make it a crisis. 8,000 homeless people we can take care of, we can deal with. You know, if all spheres of government work together, and we dealt with integration, including migrants, particularly from our continent. Unemployment is sitting at 40%, and that is a huge time bomb, and it exacerbates social instability and conflict. And we are 2,556 square kilometers of the region. If we can just go to the next slide. We are a multi-party democracy now. We are a coalition government. And I'm saying all the students of political science and your professors and all the academics, you got to learn how to teach people how to cope in a coalition government. That's the future. Right now. Might change later, but right now, all cities, and I'm predicting that after the next national and provincial election, we'll have to have coalition governments. And it's not easy. But Germany, Italy, many countries around the world are running on coalition governments. Actually, Italy, for 4 years, had no government. The civil servants ran the country because the coalitions couldn't agree on who should be the leaders. So, so coalition governments is very important. Next slide. So these are the challenges that we face. We had COVID. The 2 years of COVID were really tragic. The vaccine hesitancy, and I still encourage people to get vaccinated. COVID is not gone. It's still with us. There's 3 provinces where there's a sudden spike in infection, so beware. The xenophobic violence and displacement of local foreign nationals was terrible, and we've got to have social cohesion ideas to deal with that. The floods, we didn't expect, you know, it was one day, well, we had a few days of rain, but one day where the bulk of the people died at 3:30 in the morning. And then we had the 7 days of madness in July of last year, where the big looters told the small looters, go and loot and we will be a better country. And those few big looters are not in jail yet, which is very sad. And all the small looters, the millions of people, the thousands of, sorry, not million, thousands of people that were stealing stuff, they're all starving, they're unemployed, they are really further stressed right now as we speak. So the context, the music, oops. Did it disappear? No, I don't think it's load shedding. I think it's computer shedding. Yeah, so what I was going to be saying there, one of the last captures there is that, you know, all these things have happened, all these traumatic things have happened, but I think there's a new idea that we're working on. I mean, it's not my idea. I've picked it up. It's a word called Kwazilians. It's a combination of the people of KwaZulu-Natal being resilient. And I think, you know, it's resilient in an emotional sense and a physical sense and a material sense. And I just think that there's a lot of mental health issues that we need to confront. I mean, I firmly believe that the issue of gender-based violence, a lot of men have mental health issues, which they deny and they don't know how to cope with, and they don't go for therapy. And I think mental health, all the trauma that we've experienced has been an issue. But just to say, I mean, I'll just continue. I know the script. So one of the big things that I talk about is the issue of the port city. And there's a lot of issues that are coming up in the port. Our port was number 1 on the continent. It's number 3 now, which is sad. We need to find ways of making sure that we have the best minds and ideas to improve the efficiency of our port. And the university must do that, and even have international cooperation so that your studies need to look at good practice, not just here in KZN. When you study in KZN, we must find ways of getting you to do field trips outside. I mean, I know some people who have done theses on, is that my right word? Thesis. Yeah. On the issue of Etropolis, the Dube trade port If you build an airport and you think you can rely on passengers to make that airport succeed, you're going to fail. An airport succeeds if it's a metropolis, meaning an airport city, where you have trading, you have passengers, you have cargo, you even have processing facilities, and you have agri-processing, agri-zones in that. So Dubai Trade Port, the success of it right now is that Emirates, Qatar, those are the two main airlines that take stuff into the European Union market and further on to United Airlines now is operating, but mainly from Joburg. But the Metropolis is an important, have we got our thing back? No, okay. So, no, that's fine. Yeah, so the airport is something that's very important. As I said, with agriculture, it's something very important. But now coming to this, we have 18 sister cities. My day job, that's what I really do. There are 18 sister cities, right? On our continent, there's Oran in Algeria, Alexandria in Egypt, and the bulk of these are port cities. Libreville in Gabon, Mombasa in Kenya, Maputo in Mozambique, Bulawayo in Zimbabwe, and that's on the continent, right? Those are cities on the continent, and the bulk of them are port cities. In the United States, it's Los Angeles, Chicago, and New Orleans, right? And we would like to say, how can we even partner the universities in those cities with the University of KZN? So students can get access to those institutions, young people from there and academics can come and have access to UKZN. So in the United States, those are the three cities. In Brazil, it's the city of Curitiba. And Curitiba is the city that the model of the integrated rapid public transport system that South Africa is using for Go Durban, for the Rapid Rail Via in Johannesburg, My City program in Cape Town, all those integrated public transport systems came from that city in South America. In China, the city of Guangzhou, and in Europe, we have the port city of Rotterdam, the port city of Bremen, the port city of Nantes, and Leeds in the United Kingdom, which is not a port city. Those are our sister cities in Europe, and they're quite vibrant, and the ones with the German colleagues is very strong on climate change. And I think that I would like to encourage, and please use my office, to leverage financial resources for students and for postgraduate academics to get scholarship and bursary, even to study here and have exchanges with European colleagues who are also grappling. I mean, right now, there's load shedding coming in the UK as we speak. In France, the president has said at night they must switch off all the streetlights because the war in Ukraine and Russia, which I think should have never happened. Russia, I mean, like, you can't be a big brother and go and bully small countries, you know, I mean, it's just, anyway, but that's another story for another day. So, but the energy crisis in Europe is a clear example. Now what's happening is that Germany and France are buying huge amounts of coal from Mpumalanga in the province up not far from us. And the road between Mpumalanga and Richards Bay is becoming a nightmare because trucks are moving large volumes of high-grade coal, which is in huge demand, right, through the port of Richards Bay. So, but it's also, it's setting us back on the climate change agenda because we shouldn't be using coal, right? We should be using more sun, wind, energy, and that's another big thing that our sister city corporation is looking at. How do we, sorry, you're going to need to just take time out when I need to stop, okay? Okay. Oh, okay, sorry, you're right. Okay, so, yeah, so just, I think on my closing issue, I would really like to build further on, I mean, the slide presentation I got there is quite detailed, and I'd like to leave it with the colleagues here, and please, it's not a secret, there are some slides that you really need to look at, and I'll be happy to engage beyond this program. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir, with Mr. Eric Appelgren. I wasn't joking about shutting down the internet if you guys talk too long. So you've seen that happen. But thank you so much, Eric. And we do know and appreciate that the information that you've given us and what you've talked to us is really vital. And I think what we can do, you can further engage with him in lunch or during the break since our time has been spent. I would say we're just within time, so thank you all for listening. I want to say thanks to every member of the panel, even though the ones are virtual, Mr. Mbele, Eric Appelgren, Dr. Langsfield, and also Chief Mabizela. I also want to thank everybody that the technical team for trying to get this thing back online. In the midst of everything that we've done, I think we've had a good session, and I hope you enjoyed this journey and it has been informative. So I thank you all. Have a good break. I believe we're going on break. I am informed. And so you can have a break and we'll meet later in the day. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you for a brilliant morning session. My name is Yanga Zembe. I'm an associate professor of community development in the School of Built Environment and Development Studies. I'm also the school's academic leader for community engagement. And it has been inspiring and amazing and wonderful to be here. I'm here to chair the session that we're going to be having now. And I'm going to introduce to us the academic and speaker who's going to be presenting to us what I am sure is going to be an inspiring talk. So the person that I'm introducing is Professor Nceba Qaleni, who is my umkhaya. That means we come from the same, originally, from the same province, the Eastern Cape. He is a professor in traditional medicine in the faculty Africa Health Research Institute. I had time that I spent with him last week, and he just blew me away. He is a pioneer. He is amongst the first in this country to truly pioneer the decolonization of not just education, but of an entire discipline, in this case, the discipline of medicine. He sits on various august bodies, nationally and internationally. He's been on various presidential task teams in this country advising on traditional medicine. He also is a member of the WHO expert regional panel on COVID-19 and traditional medicine. Professor Qaleni, as I've said, has a long history of doing incredible work to Africanize the discipline of medicine, but also to Africanize the way we do research, the way we think about research. He's really a textbook example of how you take the world to Africa and bring Africa to the world. He has done a lot of training on how to integrate traditional medicine within the public health curriculum. At a time in this country, I think in the early 2000s, where we were grappling with the AIDS pandemic, I'm now in community development, but I'm actually a public health scientist. I still remember that time where we were grappling with AIDS. We had an unbelievably high mortality rate. Our behavior change interventions weren't working. And we were focusing entirely on this Western biomedical model to help us. And Prof. Qaleni was going where angels fear to tread, because he was actually at that time, in that time of crisis, saying, there is an African solution, there could be an African solution, we should be considering an African solution to the problem of AIDS. And we talked last week about how tough that was, because at the time, whenever we heard that people who had developed full-blown AIDS were consulting traditional doctors, were going to Izangoma and such, those of us in public health would say, oh no, you are going to die. There was no room, there was no place in the room for an African traditional medical intervention. And so he faced a lot of backlash. Many, many doors were closed, couldn't do research, particularly clinical trials, struggled to have laboratories opened so he could test African traditional medicines and African traditional herbs that could possibly treat AIDS. And he pushed, and in fact, then his incredible work of just staying focused and being driven by this vision to bring an Afrocentric solution to our public health problems, pushed him such that he was able to establish a center whose work entirely focused on the use of traditional medicines to treat those diseases that are most prominent in our burden of disease in South Africa. So he built a huge body of work, cementing traditional healing and traditional medicine as an academic discipline. As I've said before, to me, he really is a textbook example of how, not just how to do internationalization, but why we need it, why it works, why we should take the opportunities that are available to us by globalization. He is going to talk to us now about how the COVID pandemic has opened up spaces for traditional medicine to take center stage to become one of the leading interventions that we tend to in the treatment of COVID-19. And he's going to talk about how partnerships with international collaborators at a time where in South Africa, scientists, basic research scientists, virologists would not open doors to a scientist wanting to explore the efficacy of traditional medicine in the treatment of diseases. How, at that time when those doors closed locally, how it is international partners, universities and institutions across our seas that opened those doors for him and made it possible for him to build the kind of infrastructure that he needed to be able to advance the science of traditional medicine. So we are going to hear, as I said, what I believe is going to be truly inspirational. And we're going to hear about how we can use each other, how we can use connections that we build beyond our borders, even when our own doors at home are closed, to advance science. And we're going to hear about how to enter collaborations with not just the purpose of meeting our research objectives, but the purpose also of ensuring that a distinct African identity is infused in the way we work. I think Lawrence talked about this, how a lot of times when we speak international, even in your head, you imagine, you may immediately think overseas, USA. You know, you don't think that international incorporates and includes very much the countries around us within the continent of Africa. And often we enter those partnerships and we entering to assimilate, to absorb, rather than to contribute and spearhead. And Professor Kaleni has shown us and is going to tell us how he goes there and he brings African solutions to the world. And he says, Africa is a solution, we're coming with an African curriculum on how to treat diseases such as COVID-19. Over to you, Prof. Kaleni. Prof. Kaleni, you'll have about 20 minutes, and then I will stop and take questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Program Director, for those kind words of introduction. You are equally an inspiration because it was great to interact with you before this plenary. I think it's still good morning, good day, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm grateful to the organizers. I normally call her the Zondo Commission. When they call you, you can't refuse. When she calls you, you can't say no. So I'll suffer them sholozi. Otherwise. But thank you. I coined the title of my talk. I'm hopefully, I don't know how to tell stories like social scientists do. I'm a natural scientist, but I will try and just carve the path. I started as a biochemist, teaching medical students the subjects they didn't like in second year because they were still keen to get on to patients, and I'm busy telling them about the pathways, the biochemical pathways, boring. So I never started to be a researcher on traditional medicine. Traditional medicine found me, and it never left me, and if I use the word. In year 2000, we had a new dean at the Nelson Mandela School of Medicine with a strategy plan that followed. We realized that for the medical school to grow, which was at the time established 50 years ago to train about 20 black doctors. In 1950, when it was opened, the med school had grown to take in 2000 about 200 undergraduates a year after a 6-year program. And of course, they had a similar number of registrars per year in the 4-year training program. So we did not have spaces to grow and things like that. But one of the things though we discussed was that we need 3 areas that we need to do to decant these buildings, to create new labs, and that's how molecular medicine, and now you see COVID, we are excelling in that. In the year 2000, we decided on a strategy that molecular medicine should be the future for us. Secondly, telemedicine. You've heard from Mr. Appleton that even Durban itself is 68% rural. The city is a deceiver. So telemedicine became our next strategy. The third was traditional medicine. The unfairness of the patients who choose to consult traditional healers and come to biomedicine and get ridiculous treatment just because they chosen to go to a healer in our health centers. So we needed to reorient our students to that, let alone the teachers. That became a motherless program. And the telemedicine moved, modern molecular medicine moved, until I was roped in 2003 to spearhead this. And I negotiated an agreement with the leadership of traditional healers in this province with the medical school. When I took it to my dean, we had already kind of mapped an MOU, translated into Zulu, and I gave it to him. And he says, hey, no medical school has ever done this. This is big. So we must invite His Majesty, the Minister of Health, the consulates in around Durban came. It was a massive event in the Steve Biko lecture theater of the medical school. You know, it was a game changer in a way, because for that, the medical school to bring the king to them, it meant you are serious in what we want to do. You would not invoke the king. Maybe the health minister is a politician, but the king is not. So that's how it started. Of course, that work attracted, I didn't expect, to be honest. I was just doing a little thing, but it opened doors. Governments across were keen on this program. They funded us, and suddenly we had one of the, competing with the big wigs in the medical school in terms of HIV/AIDS funding, and I was nothing. I was like, who's this one? And here we are, and the traditional healers respected and trusted that relationship with me. And so our intention was training, teaching students, and now here is research. Healers come with their products. Hey, prof, I've got this thing. I was not even prof then. Hey, doc, I have this thing. And so I was not a virologist. It was not my competency. I was a biochemist. So those spaces that had infrastructure to do virology and stuff like that, they had their different thinking. They had their different objectives. So it became uneasy to then take this sacred medicine that people want to have evaluated for its possible contribution to HIV. And that's when it became a challenge, an opportunity, yet a challenge. And that's when it became obvious to me that we've got to look elsewhere, not in South Africa. And so the first project we had, it was on Kaposi sarcoma, which was an AIDS-defining cancer at the time. And this is a patient who had Kaposi sarcoma. He was not taking his doctor's prescription, but he was going to his doctor for follow-ups because he was on medical aid. But this doctor sees that, no, man, the response here is not what I'm expecting. What are you doing? The patient tells him and says, look, I'm not a researcher. Find people who can help you. And that's how we came across Ubabu Kumalo. And we don't have models to study this, and we had collaboration with the University of Florida. We sent a PhD student there, Nonhlanhla Dlamini, who spent 3.5 years there doing work. And what this work, for us, it was the first a scientific breakthrough in a sense, is that when the virus infects the cell, of course it gets its DNA into the human genome, the cell is transformed to cancerous. So when you treat the cancer, you're not treating the causative agent. But what this medicine does can you go move to the next slide? Next. What it's doing, it's basically, you can see on the right, the cells are intact, and then on the right, it lyses the cell, the DNA is split up, but what's happened is that the human DNA, as part of apoptosis, collapses, but the viral genome stays. And what it's doing, the next slide, what it's doing, you can see that the viruses, the viral copies, actually it's a dose response. You don't need a huge dose of this medicine for that. So now you can treat the causative agent of the cancer and the cancer itself. There will be no relapse. What is $1 million question for postdocs who want to do this? What is this? How does this happen that this medicine makes a separation between a human genome and a viral genome? We don't know. It's a question we want to, maybe that will be for Nature publication in future. Next. So that was the first challenge for us. And the second then became, I see it's gone. We had approached by a professor from Wits, who was sent to us by the Department of Health. He had, not sure how he had got to know Mr. Ngabinde from Dundee, but he had been treating patients. Can go to the next slide. He had been, let's leave it there. He had been treating patients. He comes from a long lineage of herbalists, of families, and they had a medicine they were using for syphilis. So when AIDS struck, he realized that this is a sexually transmitted infection. Let me give the medicines of my grandfathers. And he began to see results. How he landed at Wits, I don't know. But this professor's wife, Professor Stewart, got cancer. And they needed to go back to UK to be cared under the NHLS. But he said, I want to leave this medicine in hands of good men. I can't leave it with anyone. So then, that's when I got approached by the Department of Health to do this work. Now, next slide. What this medicine is doing, this is work of our PhD students. Go to the, yes. Yes. These are virus genomes these are viruses that are in South Africa, floating around, type C viruses. And we can see that we can achieve up to 94% clearance of the virus in vitro. Next slide. We can also compare it to, this is a pure compound in blue, equivalence, a standard antiretroviral. So it's pure, so it gives you a clear sigmoid curve, and you can see here on the other side. But then we got stuck. Go to the next slide. What we were seeing is that, of course, there is the killing of the virus in blue. But in this blue, there's a stimulation, which was a kind of puzzling our heads. And we knew that antiretrovirals don't cure the virus. They clear it in the blood, but the virus hides in tissue and relays there latently so. And so we could not find a lab that could do this latency testing for us. Until I was teaching a class at a program of SANTE with the Africa Health Research Institute, where they had a program of students from Canada who spent a few months doing HIV forecast. So I gave a lecture to them, and I showed one of these slides, and they said, I have a professor in my university, Simon Fraser University in Canada, in Vancouver. Can I talk to him about this work? He's got a model for latency. This was a PhD student working in his lab. Said yes. That night, because of the time zones. At night, she sent a message to her professor and introduced us, and we connected. We met in Kenya in a conference, sent him samples, and this is what he showed. Next. Next slide. What he showed, the first is the fact that we had different, I work with a chemist at the University of Pretoria who likes to put solvents and things. But what we found was that with increased differences in solvents, you can increase the potency of this medicine. But there was something when he used dichloromethane that he found is a trend, it goes against the trend. And we were asking, could that be telling us about potent latency reversal of latent HIV? Next slide. And that's what he did from his test. So now we know we have a product that is possibly more potent than efavirenz, because the efavirenz is a pure compound. This is a crude extract. If we were to further purify these compounds, which we know, so we know we have a blockbuster. And now it reverses latent HIV. So now we know we have a package for cure. We're getting ready now to do a phase 1 clinical trial, and we're going to go and do a phase 2 clinical trial. We don't know how the pharmaceutical industry is going to respond to us, because this is a disruptor, so to say. And we're quite happy. We'll stand up to that challenge. Now, next. One of the things that we funded by the Department of Science and Innovation, I chair the consortium, is to also develop what we call nutraceuticals, food that are medicine. And one product is moringa that people throw around, but not only solid evidence that goes with it. And so we had a student from Nigeria, a PhD student, Aisha Gambo, and so she took this, did a PhD in Nigeria, in a setting like ours, a rural setting where people live on pap and fleece in KZN. I don't know what they live it in Nigeria, is a swallow, whatever they swallow, they call it. So we then supplemented the food 3 times a day, moringa. And we had a control, which was starch dyed to look like. So we had 2 control arms on this. Next. Why did we do this in Nigeria, not in South Africa? Maybe I should have said that. There are also politics here of regulation. Our SAPRA, or the Medicines Control Council, the first clinical trial we did in South Africa, took us 3.5 years to approve. We had a 5-year grant from the NIH. 3.5 years to approve. And when they approved, they changed our entry points, recruitment criteria. In the 3 years, South Africa, for access to antiretrovirals, you needed to have a CD4 of below 200. It then changed in that period of three years to less than 350. For us, they said we must recruit patients with CD4 above 550. What that means, we had already designed a study, we had budgeted for it. Now we were to recruit a sample of about 400, 200 each arm. We needed about 3,000 or 5,000 to see small changes. So we had a trial. We could only prove safety, but we could not prove efficacy because the boundaries were so wide. These are healthy subjects, so some will come with CD4 900, CD4 800. To show small differences was just impossible. So we tried this now in Nigeria. Nigeria have it, they're probably an African country better than us. So we ran a clinical trial there. Next slide. And of course, there's a complex statistics was something I had to know about clinical trials. Next. But what we can show clearly is that the people who are on supplementing with moringa had a rise in CD4 counts much better than the people who are taking their normal diet. This was a 6-month study, closely followed up in terms of their daily food that they were eating. But the difference was moringa, that this is moringa from South Africa. But it's a plant that people, you don't need to buy moringa, we can grow it and eat it in your home. So it's food as medicine, that's what you say. But at least we are showing evidence, which is important. And these are collaboration. So we had a university in Nigeria that now accepted to lead this clinical trial in working with a student. COVID comes, the president of Madagascar creates a storm in a teacup, but it was a big storm for South Africa because the Minister of Health of Madagascar, see, when a president makes an announcement, journalists are asking for scientific evidence. The president does not know all of those things. And other presidents bring aeroplane to take orders and take to their countries. Journalists are still asking scientists. I was actually interviewed myself. What do you say about this? I said, I don't know. He's a president. So they invite South Africa to help, but it became problematic. How will, if a president announces, is it going to now the president of South Africa writing the president of Madagascar? It became a diplomatic nightmare. So eventually our ministers asked us scientists in South Africa to say, let's look at our own. Now that Madagascar started it, it was good for us, in a sense, a blessing in disguise. But then we had lockdowns. I'm not a virologist. How am I going to do this? How are we going to do this in our consortium? Even CSR at the time, they had not yet developed models for COVID at that time. Thanks for collaborators. Again, we had a friend at the Worcester Institute in the States. Next slide. Who started? So the objective for us as a consortium I was chair of is to then look at all the indigenous plants that are known to be used for respiratory or viral diseases of this nature, produce quantities that we can do testing on, and then, of course, do in vitro test on this stuff. And next slide, I'm not going to go to you are not an audience to deal with this, but one of the things we knew is that there's this ACE2 receptor that the virus enters through into the human cell. So we needed to see, can we disrupt that? And of course, to see what is the toxicity, what is the IC50 of this extract. And a colleague of mine, Ian at THN at the Worcester, fortunately for them, they had permits to go to the labs and start, if it was COVID related. It came later for us. And this is a model that is used. Next slide. And these are the results. They're not presented in the most fancy of ways, but these are plant extracts. We know them, although we're not telling you what their names are, because what happened with the Artemisia? People started going to harvest any plant in South Africa. Any Artemisia was in a chemist, they were gone. So we don't call names now. So, but what's the good thing here is that we're finding something that is promising. These extracts can disrupt this ACE2 complex, and you can see the selectivity is low for these extracts. We also looked for our own Artemisia, South African Artemisia afra. Next, we couldn't find activity, so to say. And we also found part of product Nkabinde that we're working with, and you can see that we could, from one of the plants of the mixture, they had about 116, close to 120% selectivity. So at least we know now in terms of how to fish for these things. And of course, next, of course, in this work you do, medicine is about balancing toxicity and efficacy. So we always have to check these two as we do this work. Next. So at least now we knew that we do have plants that we can work with. I've since hired a technician at RE who's actually sitting at the back. Ata Mukwena. He's my technician focusing only on COVID work, which we're generating some very good results in that space. Next. So this is what he's doing, so to just keep pressing going forward. I'm just trying to explain the steps he is using in doing this work. But the people who led us to believe that we have something were our colleagues in the US. Next. And this is the essay that we're using and comparing with antibodies that we know the Delta variant and all those things that's there. So I'm not going to share with you the results, so to say, but we're on the right track in terms of this. Our intention, because COVID is a very interesting condition, is that we have people who get infected, walk around, don't know that they have the disease. You have people who get a mild disease. They need to stay away 7 days, 10 days, and recover. They might use concoctions or other things in that period. Then you got those who get sick, who need to be hospitalized. The fourth group that new is the long COVID, the sequelae. So we still need to do, even someone says the COVID is gone, but the long COVID is still with us. People need to go. So as we do this work on COVID, we are looking at that, finding solutions for those people. I did not need to present hard scientific data, but I wanted to tell the story that part of our journey has been enabled by collaborating across and this. And the last work I just want to share briefly is the fact that since the Madagascar saga, WHO had to step in, bring us scientists and experts to advise countries about how to do high quality science around traditional medicine, because if it's bad science, it continues to denigrate traditional medicine. And so if we do high quality science, so we developed clinical protocols, we developed what to do preclinically and to do this. So we now that the doors opened, we started to visit countries. I think about 12 that it was tiring. But it was worthwhile because we started to begin to see where does expertise lie, where there's the best infrastructure, including manufacturing, because we have to produce this, not just for your country, but you have to produce for the continent, because we have a free trade zone now. So we needed to make sure that we have facilities that can manufacture good manufacturing practices, export these across, involve the regulatory authorities in the speed of approving these studies and registering these products such that they can be made available. And so that's the part of work. In that process, we're creating bridges. So we see one of the things with COVID was that Africa had low COVID numbers. So if you want to do a clinical trial to recruit 3,000, you won't make it. But we can now do multi-center, multi-country studies to do this. And we had teams in Uganda, elsewhere, of doctors who were committed to doing this, and which was good. Very good for me, because one of my problems in South Africa, when we want to do clinical trials, I've been battling to find African doctors to lead a clinical trial on African traditional medicine. Funny enough, I've always been finding white doctors. I don't know why. And we bring them to work with healers. We bring them to work with traditional healers. We don't put healers aside. They are always integrated in the projects that we do. This is their herb, it's not mine. And they have to be part of it. We publish with them. They will patent for them. It's their IP, it's their knowledge. We're not crooks. We don't steal. I must say that. And so one thing I like about this, God just blessed us with partners who respect indigenous knowledge, not wolves. Not that we chose them, but we just found each other. And so we don't have battles about this. And it's been good for our students. As I told you of Northland, I went to train. It's been good for our students for capacity building and the sharing. And one of the things we're doing now is to bring these technologies here such that the work can be done here. We don't need to send extracts elsewhere. And some people thinking, hey, they will steal. That's not. But one thing is that even though we found problems within our borders, like I'm saying, our regulators and other things, we are finding that we can do this work in other countries. So if South Africa gives us a problem, we'll do a clinical trial in Nigeria. We'll do it in Uganda. We'll do it elsewhere, because Africa is one. We can do this. And the thing is that the results, when you partner like this, come faster. And lastly, is that the benefit is for everyone. And by that, thank you. Next.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you, Prof. Galeni. I did say that you'd be inspired by him, you'd be charged, you would find yourself challenged to change the way you think about doing research as an African in Africa. In my language, if you are truly excellent in whatever you do, there's a way of calling the person. So, Njebengu professor, I would say Professor Pro. If I teach, I would teach at Professor Pro. And quite a gift to our university and to our nation. As personally challenged me as a social scientist, but how do I change the way I do research so that I live out? I talk a lot about decolonization, but how does it start emerging? How do I make sure that it starts emerging in the way I do research, the research questions that I ask? So I'm going to open the floor now so that we take questions for Prof. Galeni. I think we went a little bit over time, Prof, but I thought I'm not going to stop you. I could listen to you forever, and I'm sure everyone else could. There's something I was saying to a friend of mine the other day, that, this obsession with sticking to time during important gatherings is so un-African. Tina is our pela. It will finish when it's done. When we have said everything we need to say, it doesn't, so I'm going to adopt a more African way of doing, of sharing. So I allowed the Prof to go over time, but I think we can give, it's 12:03. Could we give 15 minutes for questions? 50, there's too much. Okay, so we have 10. We'll give 10. Mrs. Zondo is not, the Zondo Commission is not on the same page as me. Okay, so I've seen hands. I think, Prof, you were the first. So I'll take Prof and the second person right behind, so that's the second person. Then we have someone. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. And I think I'm glad that it's a social scientist that's also asking the question first. One of the reasons why I have been very reluctant many years ago, as far as our engagement with the West or the global North, is this issue is the issue of unequal engagement. And you find this, and I really applaud what you're doing, and I'm happy that we've come this far, because we cannot Africanize, we cannot decolonize if we don't bring our ways, our ontology and epistemology to the fore, okay? But the challenge I'm finding here, and I didn't want to speak, but I say if I don't speak, I'll be grumbling if I get out of here. It's the fact that we have to now allow the West to legitimize what we do. And that is problematic for me in our engagement. Because I heard you clearly saying a WHO had to send scientists to guide us so that we don't practice bad science. And that's for me, we cannot continue to stoop low, we cannot continue to bow. And what we do have scientists here, you are one of them. What makes it difficult for you and your colleagues to show the West how it's done? Why can't WHO listen to us totally? Must they send their experts here before the science that we produce will be legitimized? I think I have a problem with that. And until we are able to negotiate as equal partners, I'm telling you this because personally, I'm not going to engage with any institution. I don't care who they are in the West. I'm not prepared to collaborate with them unless we agree we are equal partners. I mean, from conceptualization to dissemination. If it's not on equal basis, then it's not going to work for me. For us to actually promote indigenous knowledge, which is what you are doing, and I'm so grateful to for the work that you do. We must get to the point where we cannot allow them to, we cannot authenticize what we do from them. They are not, who said that they are the one who practice right science and then what we do is bad science? Does it mean that our ancestors, our forefathers practiced bad science? How is it that they were able to cure and they continue to cure people? So I think for me, until we are able to answer that, I still have a problem. I have a problem with that kind of engagement. Thank you. I'm sorry for taking a lot of the time.
Yeah, I think you're as angry as I am on this subject. So, but let me just assure you, maybe I should have qualified WHO Afro. This was being led from Brazzaville using us African scientists from Africa. So it was our peer review mechanism to ensure, and we did site visits. It was us African scientists, even coming to South Africa, because this is our IP, it's our intellectual property. We need to safeguard it, but at the same time, we need not want our public to be shortchanged, and that's what we do. So please be assured. Thank you.
So much. So I'm going to take only the two other hands that went up because otherwise we'll run out of time. So there was someone, yes.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Kukuma Zibugo from African Languages. Thank you very much, Prof, for the wonderful presentation. We have been patiently waiting for the end product of your research. The question that I would like to ask, Prof, is at the end of the entire research, how are you going to name the end products? Are you going to use the fancy scientific terms or indigenous names? Thank you.
Thank you. I should say a question to Professor Pro. You know, I always am intrigued by the name for professor in isiXhosa, Unjingalwazi, which means someone who knows everything. Yeah. So I'm asking it in that context. My name is Laverne Samuels. I'm the Director of International Education and Partnerships at Durban University of Technology. But my background is also in the health sciences. So this is an area that I'm also very passionate about. And we've been driving decolonization, social justice, epistemic justice, which I think this is very much about. But with all these opportunities to indigenize knowledge, but more importantly, take indigenous knowledge to the global stage, to what extent is it being explored? For example, you've had this project, but I think there's also that this is just the tip of the iceberg in terms of what could potentially be taken to the global stage. I'd like you to comment on what it is that universities, government, institutions can do to take this project to scale and not to have it as a nice to have in some corner of the university, but to help it define our academic project. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, difficult questions. Sisi, igama leyeza sizolithola kubaba uNgabinde. Because lelakhe, it's just now in the course of doing research, we've coined it Product Ngabinde to still retain the sense of ownership and honor to him, the old man. And so that's what we will do. I hope you're happy for that. Thank you. So what he calls it will be, but we can brand it, it's not a problem. In terms of marketing principles, it's not a problem. Thank you for your question. Look, one university that has impressed me, the Simon Fraser University in Canada, in terms of its approach to community engagement, to public engagement. It's a very engaged university. We linked with them with their indigenous communities. And so we have projects that we're doing with them, with the indigenous people of Canada. We took our traditional healers to that university. We had rituals to welcome us. That was amazing. We went to their villages, to where they work. We met with their traditional healers. We had an exchange. They came here with their chief here to Durban. The same healers welcomed them here. We have had discourses. We've written now, we're competing for one of the, in Canada's terms, it's probably one of their top tier grants. It's a 7-year grant. They call it the Frontiers. And it's about indigenous knowledge. And you will be amazed. We have been left probably with about 20 that were shortlisted to go for the final round. Whittling. But what helped us to be shortlisted, I think, because the reality of climate change and the whittling of indigenous knowledge became palpable in Canada, and such that they do realize that. We're hopeful that we'll get it. And I think some of the work we're going to be doing through that grant is going to be really groundbreaking. But it's also bringing these voices of indigenous people, our indigenous healers of KwaZulu-Natal and Vancouver and Canada working together in this thing. It's a process because skeptics are there, and so we have to always step up in terms of generating evidence to say we're not talking mumbo jumbo. The things we're doing are serious and to be noticed. It's also about these universities we're part of. It's a battle to get a module, our curriculum on traditional medicine. We have a module generated by us through WHO Afro for health science students. But our curriculum is so cramped. We started in 2000 to train our medical students on traditional medicine. Quickly, our colleagues changed the curriculum from 6 years problem-based to 5-year program. What went out the window first was traditional medicine. Cut out, you see. And these things, to negotiate that back into the curriculum now, they went back to 6 years, but it's no longer traditional medicine that finds its way back. Nursing is the same, the curriculum is full. It's difficult to find. So we have to kind of now navigate our way through these spaces. When we take pharmacy students, they come to my laboratory. They get the shock is, they come on their 4th year. The first shock is, I never knew there's a top-class lab for traditional medicine in this university. In my 4th year, as I'm leaving, we give them a lecture, and they're like, I've never heard all of what you're talking about, if you understand. I tell them, the Greeks told you you are 3 in 1, mind, body, and soul. Our own epistemology says we are 7 in 1. And I tell them what components of their existential reality. They're like, I never had this. And my 4th year, I'm leaving the university. So we have this dilemma that we're trying to battle. So we've got to negotiate to Africanize our curriculum in Africa. Strange. You know, our regulatory, these councils, you wonder, where did they come from Mars that they have to tell a medical student training in South Africa today, they cannot learn African epistemologies, African ways of knowing, understanding health and disease. Strange. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. I think that's a perfect note to end on. And I think the charge really is on us as the academic community. We have to find ways to legitimize our African ways of being and doing. Prof. Vivian was talking about, needing to be legitimized outside, beyond our borders. We are the problem. We illegitimize our ways of being and doing. The struggles that you've had, you wouldn't have had them. So I think that's really the charge about what are we going to do in our individual spaces as African academics to change, because how we think about knowledge needs to change. Thank you so much.
I just want to check my time, colleagues. It's after 12. Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Oliver Mtapuri. I'm with the School of Built Environment and Development Studies. My school is quite unique in the sense that it's one of those very much, I would say, interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary, transdisciplinary. So it's a very unique opportunity to be there. So I have a panel. Obviously, we're going to be talking about cross-border education, and also we'll talk about online teaching, as well as we're going to talk about staff and student mobility. We see value in that. I'm going to introduce, obviously, I've got a panel. We are almost about, in my panel, we've got 6. I'm going to introduce some of them. So we see value in cross-border education in the sense that it is cross-border, meaning that it has to do with a movement of people, also programs, campuses. We have seen that aggression, even if you look at some other universities, especially those that are private. If you look at it broadly, American universities are very good at that. We have seen American universities, for instance, in Dubai, for instance, American universities and so on. So some see it very much more commercial, some universities, because by nature they are private. And you see them, as they see even the invitation to foreign students as a way to make money. Besides the money, obviously the issue of knowledge transfer. So if we move towards, obviously, in a knowledge economy, we see that internationalization is very important for any university. And we see also that for us, even, the challenge is that in the context of internationalization, we've done quite a lot, even working with European American University and so on, but also we see another movement towards Africanization. How do we work with African universities? I know we have lots and lots of collaborations with European universities, American universities, but less so with our own African counterparts. That's where I liked what Prof. Kaleni was saying, that we need to work as Africans. And also, I want to go back as well. Besides working within the context of Africa, I want to work with universities in the SADC region. I want to work with universities in the west of Africa, in Nigeria, Cameroon, and Ghana. I want to work with universities in the east of Africa, in Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Burundi, Rwanda. I want to work even with those universities in Ethiopia, obviously, and other universities in the north, Arab North, Egypt, Algeria, and those places. So yes, there is room for us to work. So when we look at cross-border education, therefore, it's now working across nations. So that's what's important. Also working virtually, there are those possibilities that also COVID showed us that yes, we can work virtually. When we talk, essentially, obviously, that would mean that even joint programs, joint, teaching practices and so on. Very important for raising awareness of cross-cultural sort of awareness. It does raise, it also teaches us a lot of tolerance, obviously, of each other, because we're learning from each other. There's a lot that happens with respect to innovation, for instance. People, when they work in those teams, obviously, we see that their innovation comes into play. And we see also with online teaching, it has opened those possibilities to work across those borders. With virtual learning, we saw it happen with our students. A lot of learning did take place. And we have seen value also in student staff mobilities, very important, where staff have gone out and taught, and we've seen a lot of appetite. If you look at when we did some trip to, say, Poland, there were some universities there, even they were saying that we have never had any engagements with African universities. We are so keen and eager to do that. And that's what we see with these collaborations. But they've had a lot of experience with the, say, the Erasmus EU-sponsored program. So that's where we see that, yes, we create those global citizens. The character and the person becomes a different person when you work in collaboration. Yes, that awareness of being, say, an African. So I have my team. I'm going to introduce, and I have co-chairing with Prof. Shannon Ramsey. I hope she will introduce some of our members as well. I have here Dr. Ntombela. She has a PhD in human resource management from our university here, and her work looked at sexual and gender non-normative employees in the KZN region. She started her career obviously as a human resource development consultant with us, and then later branched into the academia. She is a lecturer and her areas of research include gender and sexualities, organizational development, industrial relations. And she will be one of the panel members. She's with the School of Management, IT and Governance with us. And also we have in my panel, this panel I'm going to introduce, the people I'm going to introduce. Prof. Shannon Ramsey will introduce the other ones. I've got Jacqueline Cole. She's the Public Diplomacy Officer with the U.S. Consulate here in Durban. Jacqueline has a diplomatic career with over 14 years in the U.S. Foreign Service, and she's the current Public Diplomacy Officer at the U.S. Consulate in Durban. And Jacqueline and her staff are in charge of U.S. mission to South Africa's cultural exchanges, educational outreach, media engagement in the province. And prior to her coming to South Africa, Jacqueline led public diplomacy teams in Cabo Verde, Burundi, and Zambia. And she has held a range of positions in Washington, including Digital Media Officer in the State Department's Bureau of Public Affairs, Innovation Officer, and Watch Officer for Crisis Management for the Department's Executive Secretariat, and a Public Diplomacy Country Affairs Desk Officer, where she supported about 17 U.S. Embassy outreach programs in West Africa and the establishment of the Young African Leaders Initiative. Jacqueline has got bachelor's degrees in political science and Afro-American studies from Howard University, and a master's degree in African studies and a graduate certificate in international development from Yale University. Her academic interests center on Black social movements, Africa and African diaspora relations, and youth policy and innovation in Africa. Jacqueline is also trained and serves as an executive coach and facilitator outside her work with the State Department. So that Jacqueline will be, she's here. And also we have Suzanne Knowles. She's the Education Exchange Coordinator with the U.S. Consulate here in Durban. Suzanne is a strong advocate for international education and exchange with over 20 years of advising and program experience. She's originally from New York State, and she has worn many hats, including work as an international student advisor at the University of Arkansas. And also Susan has joined the public diplomacy team in 2006 as part-time educational USA advisor. Her portfolio expanded to full-time position, promoting U.S. diplomatic missions, various exchanges, and working with applicants and participants. That Suzanne is here with us. We're glad that she will be here with us. And also, I'm going to introduce Prof. Sivakuma Venkat Taraman is currently working here at UKZN and been seconded with the Department of Science and Innovation as a Director for National Astrophysics and Space Science Program. His work focused on atmospheric studies from the ground to ionosphere using different ground-based and space-borne observations. He's actively involved in various levels of teaching, first year to third year, and postgraduate supervisions, honors, masters, and doctoral and postdoctoral students. He's currently supervising 8 PhD and 5 master's degree students, and 9 postdoctoral, 13 PhD, and 11 master's degree students have already completed anyways. 13 PhDs have completed under his supervision and 11 masters. He has published over 250 research articles, 128 journal, 116 peer-reviewed conference proceedings. He's got 1 book and 5 book chapters. So that's, I would now want Prof. Shannon Ramsey to introduce the rest of the panel. Is Shannon around somewhere? Oh, Shannon, quick, go ahead.
That's the first time in my life people have said they didn't see me. I'm telling you. Okay, good afternoon, and I bring you greetings from the United States Bowie State University, which is my home institution. And so let me introduce our additional panel members for you. First person is Reginald Govinder. He's a lecturer in computer science education at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. He coordinates computer science education modules dealing with coding and robotics. He also teaches and supervises postgraduate research in computer programming, education robotics, and ICT integration. He's also been awarded the Deputy Vice Chancellor for Teaching and Learning Award, which obviously gives him an opportunity to share different experiences related to cross-border education. Let me say this before I introduce the other 2 panel members. I'm sorry, I don't know where she went, but the young lady earlier explained that Africans have a different concept of time. I'm learning that, but until I quite get there, I've kept these introductions brief. They've given quite a bit of wonderful information, so don't take it personal if I didn't read all of it. I'm trying to keep it brief and keep us moving. But I will allow them to share the rest of their illustrious careers. All right, so the next panel member is Dr. Favoret Mlongo. Say it again for me. Okay, thank you. She serves as lecturer in social science in the discipline of commerce education at the Edgewood campus. She also serves as lecturer with a great deal of experience in higher education, including, obviously, the University KwaZulu-Natal. She is serving in the School of Education, Accounting, Economics, and Finance. I'm thinking that's to name a few. That's not the end of the list, just the beginning. She has served as a visiting scholar at the University of Columbia Teachers College in 2020. Again, gives her a great opportunity to be able to share that cross-cultural education experience. And then the 4th panelist, I'm missing somebody, is Vusi Unsuva. I'm sorry, I'm awful, correct me. Put it on American, it's American thing, just, yeah, call it that. Is an early career academic at the University of KwaZulu-Natal School of Education. He teaches undergraduate modules in early childhood education, and he currently is a candidate in the Accelerated Academic Leadership Development Program, which award him the opportunity to attend Teachers College at Columbia University as a visiting scholar. Apparently, two of you have that in common, right? Awesome. Okay, so here are all the members of our panel. As discussed earlier, we will give each of them 5 minutes to be able to speak, and then we'll open the floor for questions. Thank you.
Who would like to start?
Okay, I think I was closest to the mic, so that's why I had to start. Okay, thank you, Prof. Shannon Ramsey, for those kind introductions. My name is Reginald. I'm here with 4 of my colleagues, Vusi, Favorite, and Lungi, and we're going to give you a snapshot of our international experience, what we've experienced traveling to the United States, and visiting Columbia University. So we've kind of summed it up in 4 themes, key themes, where we give you the snapshot. You know, it is a snapshot. Our experiences, you know, traveling abroad was, we can go on for days talking about it. Every day was a learning experience for us. And I think it's now built into our academic DNA. It's who we've become. So we'll be very brief. I'm going to be starting off with transitioning, and then I will let my colleagues to introduce what they're going to be talking about as we go along. So our transitioning period, I think for us was, it started off in 2018, 2019. Where we were invited to be part of this program to receive international mentorship. And it was a collaboration between 3 universities, UKZN being the lead university in South Africa. And then we had 20 academics, so lecturers that were busy with their PhDs to form part of this cohort group that would receive mentorship doing their research at a local level with experts in the country and then experts out of the country. So our original plan was to go to the University of Iowa, and that was many months of planning. And then, you know, I would say it's unfortunate that things didn't pan out the way that with them. And thanks to our dean, Professor Msibi, for actually, and the managers, Dr. Masinga, to actually, you know, get in touch with Columbia University and bring them on board. So the 20 academics traveled to the United States to Columbia University, the Teachers College, and we were to be there for a semester, auditing modules and receiving mentorship from experts in our research fields. But there were a lot of challenges along the way. And during that transitioning period for us, we are very fortunate to Professor Portia Williams from Columbia University, from the International Office, and also Blessing Nuga from that International Office, because Professor Williams actually came down to South Africa in 2019, and she met with us face to face, giving us tips, what clothing to take, what climate we're going to expect, etc. And that was really helpful. And we also met with our mentors online before we could even see them face to face. So there was a kind of a rapport that we developed, so that when we finally met our mentors face to face, it wasn't like we were meeting people for the first time. But my colleague, Dr. Mshlongo, will discuss more about that under mentorship. And then, you know, going to the United States, the first day when we arrived there in New York, and I think that every location, every university around the world is unique. And we had to just stop and pause for a bit to actually decrypt what the person was trying to tell us. Because, you know, the accent that they spoke. The words, the choice of words that was used, like napkins, barbecue, we call it a braai in South Africa. So all of these things, and then I remember the cuisine, the food. It's always nice when you're traveling to experiment with the food, but after a while you tend to miss your own food. And I remember eating turkey burger that looked like beef but tasted like chicken for the first time. So all of this was part of our experience. Unfortunately, we had to, our time in the United States were cut short because of the pandemic, and we had to return back home. But that experience, I think the transitioning experience, and even the academic life and the ethos and the culture that's at Columbia University, it's quite different from what we experience back home. Not forgetting the situation and the challenges that South African students face. But on that first day of lectures, I remember at Columbia University, the vibe that you could get there, that everyone was ready to learn, the passion that was there. I still remember when we left in 2020, in Jan, we were still in this APA 6 style of referencing. We were talking about moving to 7 style, and when we got to Columbia, everyone was using 7 style as if it was around for many years. We could see that the way in which advancements in the educational sector, how it was embraced. But it was a very rewarding, enriching experience. Also being on the other side of the table, being a lecturer, a staff member in South Africa, and then becoming a student, taking on that student's role. I think it was one of the most enriching and rewarding experiences because there's so much that we learned through that. I'm not going to talk any more further. I'm going to hand over to Dr. Ntombela, who's going to talk about auditing of modules.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much, Prof, for the introduction. Indeed, my name is Lungile Ntombela. And as Reg has mentioned, we were part of the cohorts, the African cohorts that went to TC, Columbia University, and we were able to stay there for a while. So I'm going to just briefly speak about auditing of the modules. So we were given an opportunity to audit modules. So many of us chose between 2 or 3 modules to audit. But before we were able to actually start and be part of the class, we then had to send an email to the lecturer concerned or the professor thereof to obviously request that we are part of the class and audit the class. We really received positive feedback from our professors. They were glad to have us audit their classes. They were willing to assist us even after the classes. So we really got quite a positive response from those professors that we are going to audit classes. So as I've mentioned, we did in fact audit 2 to 3 modules, and the selection of these modules was based on our own interests, our PhD studies, as well as perhaps some of the interests that are arising from some of the work that our students are doing back home. So, and I think that's where we got a bulk of the modules that we had audited. So I'm just going to quickly speak about the classroom experience because for us it was definitely different. And I think the first thing I want to mention is the class size. At that time, having a class between 8 and 15 students was relatively small, in fact very small, in comparison to some of the classes that we teach at UKZN. So the classes were very small, very intimate. You actually got to learn each other's names quite quickly. And so that was really about the size of the classes, but also the composition. So the students that were part of many of the classes that we had audited were from many different parts of the world. Now, this was definitely new to us because as much as we have engaged with foreign or exchange students within UKZN. I mean, it's only one or two of those. But here, it's 90%, 99.9% of the students that are here are from different parts of the world, and we would be the only South Africans. So that definitely was different, but we benefited from that, getting to understand the cultures from the students, so the countries that the students were from, also being able to understand how they view education. And also maybe perhaps to really understand how they make sense of their own surroundings. One thing that I do also want to mention, that when we had started auditing, we were a bit worried and a bit anxious about whether or not we're going to cope with the load, and perhaps also be able to grapple with the content. But I'm pleased to say that we were able to do this quite easily. And I think when we got back, we were all quite excited and proud of ourselves that indeed South African education is at a very, very high level. And UKZN and Sionubala, and we went there to represent. And the discussions that we had within our classrooms allowed for us to engage, talk about the South African experience. And our colleagues also wanted to hear. So students that we were with in our classes that we audited wanted to hear the South African experience, and obviously we were gladly able to speak about South Africa in terms of education. All right, one other thing that I want to mention also is the teaching approach in our classes. So it was definitely student or learner-centered, where the lecturer would play more of a facilitative role, and then the student, so us as well as the facilitator, would then work actively together in the learning process. So we definitely had a lot of work that we did in groups, not only in the classroom itself, but as well as the assessments. So a lot of the assessments were group or peers working with someone else. So that was kind of what we were experiencing within the classes. But also because the ways in which the modules were designed, most of them were actually block classes, where we would have classes the whole day, for maybe 2 weeks, and the classes would also then roll over to the weekend. So we really had, enough time to engage with our colleagues, even on a social level, and that really assisted in developing these peer relations or friendships that we had, engaging with our colleagues on that front. So it assisted us to even, if we're seeing them in the corridors at TC, we were able to greet. It made us feel like we were part of the family, the TC family. But most importantly, we also felt like we were accepted. Being able to meet each other in the cafeteria on a first name basis, being able to talk about work activities. So that was very, very important. Then perhaps also, I think what we need to also touch on is the usage of technology. During that time, we definitely were exposed to things like Skype. But at that time, we had never heard of Zoom. And I think during the time that we were auditing, that was the first time we were hearing about Zoom as an official online platform. So I think many of us were excited, and we thought we'd come home and we're going to pioneer this into our disciplines and our department, because no one knows about it. But little did we know that COVID was going to happen, and here we are, Zoom and other online platforms are just, the order of the day. We also used a lot of, the classrooms were very paperless. And I'm happy to see that my colleagues are all having their iPads on, because that's what's, the culture of the class. Everyone had an iPad. We were downloading apps, things like Centimeter and Poly, which were new to us at the time. We used those apps to engage with each other during our class interaction. So we definitely made note of that to be able to use back home. So again, that was different from us because, we were not used to it. We had our pieces of paper and pen, but I think after the second class, we kind of really wanted to immerse ourselves into the culture, and we went off and bought, and we were able to get ourselves the right electronic machinery. I think one more before I allow Dr. Mhlongo to take over is the fact that we were in an Ivy League institution, and that allowed us to get limitless access to resources. We really enjoyed this, not only in terms of the online platforms, but we were also able to attend and gain access to physical libraries. If you just show them your TC student cards, we were able to then go into the local community libraries. We were also able to use the libraries at Barnard College, which was also an institution very close to TC, which I think most of us were able to use because a lot of the work that they produce at Barnard is feminist work, and a lot of our work is then housed there. So we definitely were able to take heed of that and enjoyed that. So I'm going to stop there and hand over to Favor to continue. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Chair, for the lovely introduction. My name is Favor Mhlongo, and I come from the School of Education. Like my colleagues, I also had the opportunity to be taken to Columbia University. It was a very lovely experience. We're incredibly lucky. Thank you, Prof. Msibi, for arranging this international exposure. Because most of us, to most of us, it was our first time abroad, and we were very lucky to get that opportunity. My task is to talk about mentoring, the type of mentorship that we got through this experience. And I must just say that in this project that the USDP project, we do have two types of mentors. We have a local mentor coming from the UKZN, and we are also attached to one other international mentor from the Columbia University Teachers College. But because today we are looking at international exchanges, I'm just going to limit my reflection to just the international mentorship that I received. The first thing perhaps that I would want to say is that each of us, all 20 of us, experienced different types of mentorships. And this is because we were allocated to different people within the Columbia community. So most of my reflection will obviously be coming from my personal experience of mentorship. I must just be honest, from the word go, when I left South Africa, I had never actually spoken to anyone about my career strategy and my plan in academia until I was attached to someone who sat down with me and said, "What are your plans for the next 10 years? And I was like, I have never given that a thought. Allow me to think about this and then I'll let you know. And then she gave us time to actually come up with a plan. And there I was in my room, and I'm like, God, I have never thought about this. But my mentor actually is very nurturing. Her name is Professor Carol Hammer, a very lovely lady. I just remember on the first day when we met virtually, I was like, God, please give me someone that I'm going to click with. And my prayers were answered, because to this very day, I have a very close relationship with Professor Hammer, despite the distance between us. We connect, we send each other work. She calls me after the floods in Durban. She actually gave me an email and said, I heard about what happened in Durban, are you safe? And I was like, Prof, I'm safe, my family is safe. So the type of relationship that we've got, transcends beyond the academic borders. She provides, psychosocial support to me. She's my strength. I always tell her that. But I must just be honest as well. I'm also very lucky in the sense that even locally, I was attached to Professor Anya Philip. I said, there's no way that I'm not going to mention this lovely woman who's had such an incredible impact in my life, in my academic journey, just because I have to talk about international relations and our experience internationally. She's also played a very big role in my career advancement. So overall, the general feeling between us when we had a chat about our different experiences with mentoring, the central idea that we all got was that these people genuinely care about our career advancement. And I believe Prof. Msibi carefully selected these individuals knowing the type of support they are able to provide and given their profiles as well. So each of us were basically linked to these mentors based on our research areas and based on the methodologies that we're using in our respective studies. And if that particular person didn't have the right expertise, I appreciated the fact that some of our mentors would tell us or link us with other people who can also help us in other areas, perhaps where they lack the necessary expertise. So I appreciated that because they provided guidance to us. I recall I said to Prof. Msibi during our break that I am going to tell the world what happened to me on the very first day I got to New York, because I feel like everybody deserves to hear this story. When I met my mentor for the very first time virtually via Zoom, we were still here in South Africa, and I remember we were greeting and I was like, God, this person is from New York, maybe she's not going to be approachable. And here I was talking to this very lovely, very warm individual, and she spoke about, the academic stuff, but she also switched to providing us with orientation. So she was giving us a tour of New York via Zoom. And she said to us, don't get lost. You'll be taking the subway, and this is your number. She actually came with the number to tell us, if you get lost, just tell someone that this is my subway number. And I remember I was writing everything she was saying, everything. I was trying to capture everything on paper. And I took that paper with me when I went to New York. Not knowing that I'm going to need this very same information the very first day I land there. So first day we get there, and Prof. Msibi is like, let's take you guys to Times Square, get to experience New York. And we were like all excited, and we're taking the subway. I'm not sure what happened. Prof. Msibi, maybe you can explain what happened. But I ended up being separated from the entire group, and there I was on the subway. I'm not sure where I am. I don't have my cell phone. I have no other means of communicating with the rest of the group. And I was like, how am I going? Then I thought to myself, Professor Hema said something about Route 5. Take Route 5 all the time. And then I approached this young lady and I said, how do I get to number 5? She said, sorry, and the accent is very different, and I said, sorry? And I was like, okay, I'm looking for, I need a subway back to Route 5. And she said, okay. And she said something, all I could just see was where she was pointing, because I just didn't get what she was saying. Okay, take Route 5. And then she pointed to that subway. And then I took this subway. And when I got there, everybody was so concerned. I remember the look on Prof. Msibi's face. He was like, God, what was I going to say? First day, and somebody is lost, and you have no cell phone. And I just remember just how human our mentors were the first time we met them. They just didn't talk about academia, but they realized that we are human beings, and getting lost is also, sadly, a reality that we might have to deal with. So I was really impressed with that, having the human aspect to mentorship, which is what we appreciate. So I've also learned a lot as to how to mentor students as well, from the types of mentorships that I've received as well. I've realized that I have to be human to my students. I have to listen. You know, listening skills are very critical if you are serving a mentorship role to someone. Having the ability to listen and to remember, because you don't have to remind someone that this, I told you this last week. You know, having the ability to remember is also very critical. That is what I try to do with my students now. That when they tell me something, if I think I'm going to forget, I write it down so that, you know, next time we have a conversation, I don't say to them, oh, sorry, you said that last week, because, you know, then they feel they are not important to us as mentors. So I learned a lot. And I also like the fact that she also invited us to her house in another state, and we got to see the state, and it was very lovely. And I know that with my fellow members from South Africa, we had a great time with our mentors. They also made sure that we submit on time, because that was the whole intention, Prof. Msibi. It wasn't just about us going around and enjoying being in New York, but we had time frames. So they were there for us to account to. You know, we were to account to them. I remember that every Monday we had a session, a writing session with my mentor. And what I liked about that writing session is that she included us with her other students, her PhD students. And here I was interacting with people from South Korea, because she also paired us according to our expertise as well. And I was paired with Kancha, and Kancha is from South Korea. And what a lovely lady she was as well. So we got to network through our mentors. They linked us to other people as well. And it was such an incredible experience. I always tell people that this is an experience that I will tell even my grandchildren, that, you know what, this is what I experienced in my lifetime, and I wish the same for my kids as well. So I do want to thank UKZN for this lovely opportunity, and it was incredible. Once in a lifetime.
Good day, everyone. Thank you for the lovely introduction, Chair. My name is Vusim Caesar, and let me, the theme that we decided that I'll address is well-being and safety. And let me start home, just to thank Professor Msibi for coming up with this brilliant idea. I think it's a game changer in terms of professional development. And I had the privilege of attending the launch of USDP. And not to say that I'm praising our own, but our program was the best in the country. And I think you should be happy, Prof. Msibi, because it's actually yielding results. And I think my colleagues haven't mentioned that it was not only UKZN, but we had partners, the Durban University of Technology, as well as the University of Zululand, their schools of education. So of the 20, we had candidates from the 3 universities. And then I would like to start with when we arrived. I think the first 3 days, we went for shopping, because we had to get clothing items that were good for the weather condition that side. And I want to highlight that Professor Portia Williams and Professor Msibi and Dr. Masinga, they took us to Harlem to buy the clothing items. And I must say that I've never seen the level of humanity that Prof. Portia Williams and Blessing showed us. And I think she occupies a very serious office. She's a vice provost for academic planning and global affairs. But she was very supportive. I think she made our stay there pleasant, and we really enjoyed ourselves, because I thought I would be missing home, but I must say I was just comfortable and enjoying New York. Yeah, and also I also have to applaud the office of Prof. Portia Williams in making sure that we were comfortable, because one of the things I've seen, the office is efficient. And I think that's something we need to improve even in our own institution and in South Africa. She was very supportive, but also highly efficient and demanding in terms of the work. You would send the email, and within 3 hours you got the response. and even with additional information. That's impressive. I've never seen something like that. And it actually ensured that our stay was comfortable. And I also want to pick up on what my colleagues have mentioned, especially on auditing modules. I had a very, one of the professors that I audited modules was called Gender and Curriculum. She was very supportive. I think we were 2 in her class, and she gave us an opportunity to teach, so I taught in that master's class. And I must say that we registered as students, they're non-credit, but we were also academics from South Africa, so we had to negotiate both identities, and sometimes the way overlaps, but I think she was very supportive in the sense that she gave us space to teach, and I realized that when I taught, and also my other colleague Ndumisongiti, when he taught his own section, the students there, they realized that Africa is not what Trevor Noah would say, it's not the jungle. So there's knowledge, and people are thinking and are producing theory. And as I also want to pick up on what Lungi has said, that for me, I'm very tech savvy. My dean knows that. So when I went to the US, and my other colleagues who are sitting there, my co-authors, we actually went to the US working in our work is cloud-based. But when we got there, I must say that the visit emphasized the importance of taking our work into a cloud. These days, when I see someone using USBs and your hard drives, I actually laugh at them and say they need to move with the world. And I think moving to TC and Columbia University emphasized the importance of technology. And then we also had challenges that I need to highlight. There was a misalignment in terms of health insurance. We purchased health insurance in South Africa, and when we visited campus clinic, which is called Columbia Health, we were told you needed to get one from here, and that created a bit of anxiety. And when COVID started, we were more anxious, and I must say that traveling with a group of 20 individuals, we formed our mini COVID task team, and besides our PhDs and writing for publication, we also read quite widely in terms of COVID because we wanted to be comfortable, and we know what the president of the US that time was doing. So all that created anxiety. So again, I also like the working culture of New York, and I miss that. I miss we could have such a safe environment, especially within the vicinity of Morning Heights, where Columbia is. We used to walk, and I think it was good for my health. I actually lost a bit of this big tummy, and also the rest of my colleagues, I think they also enjoy that. I also want to highlight something that there was also fear amongst the 20. I think we had more men and they were black. The fear of being black in America, it's something that I have to speak about. And it was worse for me because before traveling to US, I read a book titled Between the World and Me by Ta-Nehisi Coates. And one of the quotes that I want to read to you today, there are two. Open quotes, here is what I would like for you to know. In America, it is traditional to destroy the black body. It is heritage, close quote. Another one, each time a police officer engages us, death, injury, maiming is possible, close quote. So knowing that and traveling to the US, and also we know that the mayor in the New York City at the time was, I think he introduced the stop and frisk. So all those stories, I think, for me, they were horrific. So being around the Morning Heights was better because campus security was patrolling and ensuring our safety. But traveling to the Lower Manhattan, I think I was always anxious when I traveled there because I suffer from sinusitis. So someone said, if they say hands up, and I just imagine, what if I have some itchiness that I have to touch my face? I'll be shot dead. So I think apart from the beauty of New York, but being black for me, the color of my skin was just a problem, especially traveling in the Lower Manhattan. And we last point that I want to highlight was we had touch points. These were workshops, for writing and safety. And again, the office of Prof. Williams, as well as the mentors, they organized a black lawyer who worked in South Africa during the negotiation when we were transitioning from apartheid to democracy. They also brought campus security, who ensured us on how to navigate the anxiety around police brutality and being a black man in the US. And thank you to corporate relations. Today I learned a new word, the Zondo Commission. When you invite us next time, we'll come. You don't have to issue summons.
All right, thank you so much. It's great to hear that our colleagues had such a wonderful experience studying abroad in the United States. So very quickly, please indulge me as a recovering academic from long ago. This is like I'm so excited to be in this space. I'm here to talk about the good, the bad, and some of the hard truths around post-COVID international education and cross-border education. Specifically, I'm gonna focus on international students, study abroad, and university partnerships, and then I'll allow my colleague Susan Knowles to focus more on our academic exchange portfolio. So despite the difficulties of COVID-19, I think the main takeaway I want this room to have is that the United States remains a top destination for people studying abroad overseas, and that's because of our strong academic and institutional support at US universities and the value of the US degrees and graduate careers. Also, despite COVID, the US is a top study abroad destination for South Africans, and South Africa remains a top destination for American students. And as you all have discussed, academic faculty exchanges remain very critical to both countries. As you all have noted, they're one of the top countries for receiving states in the United States for international students is New York, as well as California, Massachusetts, Texas, and Pennsylvania. So a little bit about the bad news. So the number of South African students studying in the US decreased between 2020 and 2021, but only by an average of 100 students. Unfortunately, the study abroad rate decreased between 2018 and 2020 by a rate of 60%. That's almost exclusively due to COVID. The good news is US higher education is reporting that there's over almost 70% increase in the number of new international students in the 2021-2022 academic year, which is a notable increase given the decline that we saw due to COVID. So we are seeing these numbers bounce back. I think a large factor of that has to do with the blended educational processes that we have now. So in-person and virtual gives us more options. And South Africa is the top destination on the continent for US students traveling abroad. That was in 2018 and 2019, and we see that despite a slight drop due to COVID, it was still the case in 2020, and we expect it to be the case this year as well. What's encouraging is the tourism trends. If those follow in the academic space, I think we have a lot to look forward to. In 2021, the United States became the top visitors to South Africa, budging out the UK based on South African tourism data. That was a 14% increase in 2020. And so what we're seeing based on our colleagues in the consular section who handle student visas is despite COVID year over year for the last 3 years, we've seen an increase in the number of student visas that have been issued here in the KZN. Despite COVID, we've seen a 38% increase in student visa applications, and that is exceeding even pre-COVID levels. So one of the things I want to focus on is sort of some of the programs that we have and how they've been affected by COVID. One of them particularly is the University Partnership Initiative. So the United States and South Africa have a really unique relationship in our US-South Africa higher education network. And these focus on, first, the University Partnership Initiative through the Department of State, which Susan and I work for. South Africa has the highest number of university partnerships through that structure than any other country on the continent. So through that mechanism, we've created this US-South Africa higher education network, which focuses on 3 goals: increasing student and faculty exchanges, increasing the doctoral pipeline, and our third point, help me, Professor Masibi, it's commercialization. Also, yes, commercialization. So what's wonderful about that is we saw how the university partnership could still be profitable to both sides, even during COVID relationship. So recently yesterday actually, we visited the Edgewood campus to talk about a partnership that we had focused on academic literacy for the School of Education. That program had to, when we initially came up with federal assistance to support it, was supposed to be in person. Obviously with COVID, that was not the case. So actually a year in, they've just had their first in-person mentoring of students, for first-year doctoral students, this week. That entire program had to go virtual. And much of the support from the University, Columbia University's Teacher College also happened virtually. I think we also see, now that we're coming post-COVID, we have another federal assistance program that's going to focus on racial justice and equity through this School of Education. And what is great about that program is we've now worked to blend the in-person opportunities. So we're going to have 24 master's and doctoral students traveling between the United States and KZN, focused on these questions of racial justice and equity in the academic space, and then moving that out into the real world. They're going to have modules that happen in person, but beyond that, they're gonna have monthly virtual programs. And that, I think, is so much of what the benefits, the silver lining, if we say, from the COVID-19 experience, is being able to take what the connectivity of this virtual opportunities that we've learned through COVID and online learning, and match it with the real human connections that we get from in-person learning. I think I want to finish with the hard truths. The reality is COVID taught us a lot about where we stand in terms of the digital divide. That's in the United States, but also globally. And what we are recognizing is, while right now Asia has the highest population, globally, by 2030, 2035, the highest population will be in Africa and the largest youth population. COVID-19 has shown us where the deficits are in terms of learning, and particularly online learning, specifically for the disadvantaged and those in rural areas. We need to think critically about how we're using these programs, including our international exchanges, our international partnerships, so that we close that gap, we close that divide. The mission of South Africa is very interested in the issues of diversity, equity, inclusion, social inclusion and social cohesion, as we often talk about here in South Africa. And that is why I wanted to flag the UKZN School of Education program on racial equity. We also have been using and leveraging our other programs to talk about some of these issues. But I think we have to talk about it in the area of education if we are able to actively use these tools to be able to address these issues, so that we get better outcomes for all our students, both in the United States and South Africa, if we want to see a prosperous economy for both our countries. So I'll close with that. Turn it over to Susan.
Thanks, Jacqueline. I don't want to take up much time because I know we're limited. So I'm just going to, first of all, say good afternoon. And thank you very much for having us here today to talk about international exchange. We're very passionate about it. Really thrilled to see US universities here. So thank you for coming all the way. And just a little bit, most of you may already be familiar with our exchange programs, but the US government funds a number of programs that faculty and students from UKZN and from DUT and from UniZulu have benefited from over the years. And one thing I want to emphasize is that from my experience, a lot of people stop before they even get started. And also, I have on occasion have people apply who weren't selected and then never tried again. That was it. They took it very personally. Please don't take the application process personally. We offer opportunities, as do other countries, and every time you reach out to grab one of those opportunities, you grow as an individual. And that's our hope, is that just the application process in itself and the act of researching and finding out what opportunities are out there, taking the initiative to put yourself out there and try, is going to grow you as a professional and help you in your career goals. So see it as a positive thing, not as a once-off, well, I'll just give it a try, and then I'll give up. We would love to see more applications from KZN universities. So some of those programs, if you're not familiar, the ones you most likely will have heard of are Fulbright programs. So we have our Fulbright Visiting Scholar Program, which is known in South Africa as the South African Research Scholar Program, or SARSP, since we love acronyms. And that is for faculty who already have a PhD, who did not just finish the PhD, so it's not for postdocs. It's meant for established faculty members who have some research experience, teaching, lecturing experience, and who want to go to the United States for up to an academic year to do research in their field. So this is a great way to establish relationships with U.S. universities, with colleagues in the U.S. And the wonderful thing about Fulbright is our exchanges go both ways. So if you have colleagues in the U.S., you can encourage them to apply for Fulbright on their side to come to South Africa as well. And we'd love to see more Americans coming to KZN through Fulbright. So that's our scholar program. The other program is the Fulbright Student Program, which is either for visiting student researchers who are doing a South African PhD and want to go to the United States for a year to do their research. It's also for students who want to go to the US to do a master's degree, or for students who want to go and do a PhD degree. We are currently partnering with the NRF, and so the priority is for visiting student researchers doing a PhD currently here who just want to go for up to a year to the US, and NRF helps fund those students, or it's for students doing a master's degree. But we do consider students wanting to do a PhD, but the priority is the master's and visiting student researchers. But some other programs I'm quickly going to mention that you may not know about. One is our Fulbright Specialist Program, and this is where your institution and your faculty could do a proposal to invite a U.S. specialist to come to your institution for 2 to 6 weeks for a specific project. The most common one in the past, I think, has been curriculum development. But it does not have to be on curriculum development. It can be another project. It can be helping train faculty and staff. It can also, when you invite them, you can partner with another institution, and they can also do work at the other institution. We never get enough applications for that. They are on a rolling basis. The next deadline is the 30th of November, and that would be to bring someone out next year. We need at least a 3 to 4 month lead time. And if you'd like more information on any of our programs, you can contact Jacqueline or myself. Information is also on our website. It's za.usembassy.gov under Exchanges and Culture. So there's the specialist program. If you have colleagues in the US who would like you or someone from your faculty to come and teach and engage their university community for a year, there's a program called the SIR program, which stands for Scholar in Residence. The US university approaches Education and Cultural Affairs to request a scholar in residence, and they could say, we would like a scholar from South Africa with this expertise. Then the embassy gets approached by ECA Do you know of anyone? And we put it out there to our colleagues at universities. Now, if you whisper in our ear and tell us, you know, we reached out, then we also know to keep our eye out for it and that your institution actually has someone who wants to go. And so that's a great program. It's the Scholar in Residence program. And then more recently, we have our Fulbright Language Teaching Assistant program. And we do currently have a student from UKZN teaching at the University of Wisconsin-Madison, teaching isiZulu to US university students while she takes 4 professional development classes at the postgrad level. And that program, it's for early career teachers or language students, preferably master's level, who want to go to the US for a year of cultural exchange and to teach isiZulu. So that's one of our less well-known programs. And then the other thing I wanted to emphasize especially was our Regional English Language Office. They offer a number of online programs and opportunities for English teachers and lecturers. They also offer exchange programs. One is the Teaching Excellence and Achievement Award, which is for high school teachers to go on a 6-week program to the US. And they also have their English Language Fellows program, which Dean Sebi can tell you more about. They had a fellow for 2 years who helped lead programs, and mostly virtually. That was due to COVID, but virtual programs can be arranged if the fellow can't come in person. And then we have the English Language Specialist program, again through the Regional English Language Office, where you would do a proposal to bring out a specialist specifically around an English language related program. So please remember, I encourage you, if you want more information, look at our website and reach out to us. Thanks very much.
Then we have Prof to present. Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone. Sorry for you to keep me hungry. I hope that I will not take much time. I just have like few slides, so maybe I share with the Zoom. So I'm a bit away from what you have been said. Even I asked our chair before I send my resume. I'm talking in the same language what we are trying to do. But I try to accommodate what is needed here. So what I do that, how I am connected to the international, I just present one slide to indicate why and how it's been connected. And then later on, I just show what we did during COVID in South Africa. And then later on to say, what are the advantage we got using COVID in terms of the internationalization and also for the education things. So those are the 3 points which I emphasize here. Okay, so though I'm from different field, but I try to make it focus to this. Not sure I can share the screen. Okay. Can you able to see the screen? Or? Okay, so if you look at, I don't know what is happening. Okay. Let me see now the PowerPoint. Let's see now whether you can able to see. Okay, if you look at now, yes. So if you look at these 4 slides, so that's what I speak about it. So if you see on the left-hand side on top, so what you see that it's the pollutions around the world. How does it been spreading across? So it's moving for about 100 years So that gives the information of the climate change and the pollution about how it is happening in the world. And below what you see here, there is a two graph. One is moving on this side, the other one is on the right-hand side. So one gives the emission of carbon dioxide, the other one gives the emission of the ozone in the region where it is giving pollutions and then affecting the climate change and the warming the atmosphere. Then on the top, it's clear, it's a drought. There is no water. And below, if you see that, so you can see also the number of images. This is taken in KZN regarding the flood, what we have faced. So it clearly says there is a connection through the international because there's a common problem. The one is the pollution, the second is the climate change, and the third is that the water, one side which you have higher, the other side which is very low, water scarcity. So this is what I'm doing in short. I'm mostly concentrating on the atmospheric research at UKZN. Okay, since I'm not going to give more details about what my research and everything, what I want to give that what we did during the COVID, then I share my, the way. So this is the one, we did it in KwaZulu-Natal during the COVID period. And we selected like four sites, which will be one which has more industries, more factories, the other one where we expect more transports, then the other region where it is more localized people where we have emissions which can be emitted there. So what we see here, this is not the, this is a lockdown. So just remember what we had about a year ago. It's not the stage 1, stage 2, but this is lockdown, level 1, level 2, level 3, and level 4 and 5. So what it says to me, because I don't want to go in deep to say you, but there is a change. We expected, we had the change during the COVID, during the different level of lockdown, there was emissions which has been emitted has been reduced or increased. So that means it says from the COVID, what we have learned is there is a way to reduce these emissions. So that's what to bring to the attention there. So besides that, we also looked at it in terms of the health perspectives. So I'm not sure that you people know, or the KZN people know, the July 3rd, 2021. That's where we had about more than 200 people died due to COVID. So we are looking at the impact of the COVID. It's not that only due to the transmission of the disease from one to another, but we want to see how the atmosphere created for spreading this virus. So that's what we are trying to look at it. And we may get published very soon. So the article is coming up there soon. Otherwise, these are the points which I say I put it in the green, taking the advantage of COVID. And then below I put what we faced as a disadvantage of the COVID during the pandemic. The advantage what I have got, it opened the new area of the research, brings us to do more work on the variation of the pollutions during the different level of the lockdown, because this is common now, because it may even emphasize in your universities, there may be a number of students could be interested to come across to do such kind of a study, because then we can combine that and then provide one overall output to the world in terms of Africa, in terms of South Africa, or in terms of the world to see, because this is a common topic one can be able to do at any time. And then those are the 4 points which I have mentioned. So I know that there could be a reason how you do this monitoring. If I say the air pollutions in terms of that. So we creating like a satellite remote sensing data for Africa, because the most of the satellite data, I also thanks my colleagues here, because you know that most of the satellites have been launched by NASA. And those satellite data product is available for free to use, and it's open use. And we don't need to have like a super high official instrument to work on it. So one can able to work through that. And so my situation here is that we are training number of students. So we created a platform called Atmospheric Remote Sensing Education and Training, where I call it ATM Reset. It's not the ATM you get the money, but at least you get some research going through there. So I'm happy to help if you need some kind of a training, how to use this satellite data, how to use these products, so this one can able to visualize those concept of that. Otherwise, as I said, those are the plus point of the COVID. Again, as I said, we are going back to see what happened in terms of different aspects. It's not only on the education, also the economy, and all other aspects can be learned from the COVID pandemic. And then it can be lesson for us to how to cope with that in the future. So that's what we need to do. Because for me, I don't look at past most of the time. We need to step in to see what's going to be in the future. So to go ahead. Otherwise, we also been affected during the COVID period. The one we had, the problem is the on-site monitoring. It could be common for any research because we can't go into the site to do any measurements because of the level lockdowns and all those things that have affected number of students and number of research because the student research might have been delayed now and their career has been delayed as well in that case. We are also affected by research and student exchange. I hope my French colleagues are here. So I used to have my French partnership for more than 10 years. So we have been stopped for 2 years during the COVID. We can't make any exchange of the students to come to South Africa or to move from South Africa to France. So that has been affected on that. Of course, all other international visit has been delayed and has been caused the issue there. And one of the issue what we had is with the European Union. We had a Erasmus Plus, the research exchange program. It was started in 2019 and now it's ended by 2022. With 3 years program, 2 years has been affected by COVID. So that was a bad thing. Of course, we can't do anything on our hand, but maybe we need to think of whether we could be able to get additional opportunity to do the stuff there. Yeah, so this is what I just want to show case. Otherwise, currently we are working on the emissions from different countries. The one we did before, it was Canadian fire. We also used the satellite data products, and the people called me from York University. So we provided the image from the satellite, reanalysis of the data to show how the fire has gone through from Canadian border to US border to Russia and the whole region, how it has been affected. So it's a forest fire, but we can't stop because this is not in our hand. It's due to the wind speed and wind direction, it can blow any directions there. So that's where we assisted with the international community. We also worked on the Kalpiko. It's a volcanic eruption. I'm not sure whether you have traveled during 2015. Most of the European flight has been stopped due to the emissions from the volcanic eruption. So that even created the platform in South Africa. We could publish more than 5 to 6 research articles, and then 3 PhD students and 1 master degree students benefited out of that. So I'm saying that there is a lot of pandemic, lot of issues there, but we may need to take advantage of the other side and then how we can benefit of the case. Currently, we are working on Tonga. It's a tsunami which has happened in Pacific Ocean, and we could see the effect of tsunami in Southern Africa and African environment. So that's we are planning and we are doing it. We launched recently a balloon in Kruger National Park on the Heritage Day. And it was a good experience to say because they are not known what we are doing it. So we launched at the WITS rural facility, the balloon with the sensor. And then it was early morning at 4:30 we launched it. We had a parachute when the balloon burst around 30 kilometers in the atmosphere. It lands down. So a lady from the rural area, she opened the door exactly, she just get out from the bed and opening the door, and she sees something with the umbrella, with the red color umbrella, and the instrument is falling down by her door. she just carried, she has not even left it down. She took it over, and then I left my number there. And I said to that, please call me if you receive it. So she called me around 7 o'clock and say that I have something in my hand. I thought it's something coming from Jesus giving me something coming down there. Then she listened the sound, which is coming like a beep sound. And she thought that, okay, it could be something like a bomb blasting or something. Then the first question she asked me is that, is it dangerous? Are you going to explore our area or something? That I said, no, don't worry anything. We are not doing it. This is an instrument. So please keep it safe. We will come and take it. But I was wondered, after a second, she sent me an SMS saying that, how you could be able to see me, or how do you able to identify me where I'm there? I said, no, don't worry. We come to your place in 2 hours. We have a tracker there. So we could able to track the thing. So we went after 2 hours. We were reached next to, we just parked the car, and then she came down. Then she said, we were worried that because it was triggering, and all of my neighbors were asking that, what is this, what is it? Then finally we said, she hand over the instrument, and then I hand over some gift, thanks giving her. What was she said, the first words she said, listen, this is not bomb. That's what she said to everyone there. Yeah. So, but it's a good experience, because sometimes it's also, what I say from this story is the outreach. So whatever we do, the education or the research, if we want to make sure that the common people participate, or common people know what we are doing, is the outreach program. And then it can reach to the laymen, and then they can appreciate your research. Yeah. So that's what I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much, colleagues. We're grateful to the experiences. These are lived experiences from our colleagues in education. Also grateful to the U.S. Consulate, the work that they're doing with us. Prof. Msibi, your charges are saying it. They are saying it all, yeah. Shannon, Prof, anything you want to add? Or can we take 2 questions only, I guess, 2? I know lunch is already here. So, Prof, you want to say something? Your closing remarks? Just open it up. Please, go ahead with the questions. No, just 2. You don't have. The audience, just 2 questions? I see there's a hand there.
Good morning or good afternoon, and I want to commend the organizers for this wonderful event. And my question is to Prof. I'm sorry, I just forgot. Since we're living in a global village, and I'm Gerda from Safe Cities Media, as well as a keen environmentalist, environmental activist. And I want to know, in terms of student exchange and international studies, how important is it when it comes to environmental studies? Because we live in a global village, and obviously we have to study the entire Earth. So I just want to know a little bit more about that. How important is that exchanging of students internationally when it comes to environment studies? Thank you.
All right, thank you. My quick feedback on that, as I said, though we are interconnected, the environmental pollution is different scale because it comes from one place, from your home, or it could be from your outside, where you can have like other things like industries, factories, or emission from your transport, or it could be coming like natural sources. So that is what we call it the biomass burning. Even the land or the forest get burned, and that can even emit the pollutions. And then the other source, which I said is a natural source, which is like a volcanic eruptions. It's not happening in our place, but it can be transported from one to another. So that is the connections in terms of international. So for example, here in Africa, what we are more familiarized is the Sahara dust. So the dust transport, it happens because we can't stop. Even what we call that no customs, nothing can cross over. It can cross over anything. So what we need to do is we need to take care of it. And what we can throw the information to the public is to just to give some warning information so that they can be in the safe environment. If we want to know in the past what we did, we use the satellite data, which we call it, I'm not sure if you have time, you can just search. The name is called MODIS. This is a satellite which has two sensors. The one is called Aqua and Terra. It passes South Africa almost every afternoon to make a measurements. So what we did for the educational and for the community, it does the fire mapping. It takes the brightness temperatures as a coordinate. So what we use that the brightness temperature and then simulate whether that area is going to be burned or there is going to be a fire threatening has to be and then we used that as a criteria, and then we inform the people through the mobile phone. We give the coordinate to say that in just half an hour or 1 hour, there could be a fire in that location, so that they can take some precautions to be addressed. So that's how it can be relevant in terms of the kind. But so otherwise, people might be in rural areas. For example, we did on the settlement area in Johannesburg or in and other places. People will be using like braai and coal and other fires. And we also have like outdated stoves, the hot plates which you will be using it. Even that can emit pollutions. To make awareness of them, what we did, we gave the point source of emissions. We went to each house and we said that, okay, keep this instrument by your kitchen. We will come and collect it after 15 days. So we could be able to see the emission which we called as a point source of emission. Then we can educate to them to say, instead of using this one, if you use that, it will be economic, and then maybe we can have a green world in the future. That's how I would say your questions to the answer there. Thank you.
Yeah, hi. And I just wanted to add as an example of how exchange can help with climate change. So before COVID, Professor Andrew Green from UKZN, who is in the, I want to get it right, geology faculty, went to the United States to Woods Hole. And what he was doing here in South Africa was mapping the ocean floor and also the coastline to see how the water levels have changed over a long period of time, which can be related to climate change. But what he found was fascinating is when he went to the US, the number of times he was asked to speak about his research and findings here. He said that the Americans knew so little about the African coastline and ocean floor and how things were being done. And so that exchange was really important, and he ended up being loaned equipment that he needed for the research here in South Africa. And so it was very much a two-way exchange and very related to the environment. So thank you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, colleagues. I can see people are hungry now. So I'm not so sure how much time for lunch. Yeah, we have to cut short our lunch, and I want to thank my panelists. You have been so wonderful. Yeah, we will come again next year. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you. I think it's lunchtime now.
Okay, how you doing? Yes, we need a panelist. We have a photograph.
Oh, yeah. Panelist. Yes.
Let them know that you like my truth.
Hello, colleagues. Let's be back by 2 o'clock sharp. 2 o'clock. And the panelists, we need to take a picture. The panelists, please come back. We need to take a picture. The panelists, Prof. Yes. Thank you so much.
sweet, delicious. We're way behind time, so we're going to try to make some time in this session, make up some time. And my name is Johannes John Langa. I am the director of the College of Humanities Doctoral Academy. Our session is entitled Administration and Reporting on the Internationalization of Higher Education. This panel was supposed to have 3 panelists. Unfortunately, the panelist from Denver University could not be with us. He sends his apologies. But I think we have 2 great panelists that will make up the time, and myself, I would take the liberty of using some of that time from the Denver University panelists to make this session a wonderful one. I will start by introducing the panelists. I think I will introduce them now before they speak. So very tired, and this is the session. The session after lunch is always the challenging one, and it's more than what we call the graveyard shift. It's the sleeping shift. But I think we have 2 exciting panelists that will keep you awake. Our first panelist is Professor Vivian Bissam-Ojon, who is a full professor in the discipline of anthropology in the College of Humanities at UKZN. She's currently the Dean and Head of School of Social Science. Professor Ojon's research areas are identity politics, migration and internationalization, globalization and diaspora studies, gender, feminism, entrepreneurship, as well as culture and religion. She has successfully completed the supervision of 16 PhD students and a number of master's students. She has also mentored 7 postdoctoral fellows and published 54 articles and book chapters. Professor Ojon has examined a number of master's and PhD theses from various universities, including University of Fort Hare and University of Nelson Mandela Metropolitan, University of Cape Town, University of the Free State, Walter Sisulu University. She's a reviewer of more than 20 high-impact factor journals and guest editor of some special issues. Professor John is an NRF-rated researcher since 2018. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome in Professor Ojon. Our next panelist is Dr. Lavan Samuels, who is a dental surgeon and medical scientist with a special interest in oral medicine and broader public health. Currently, he serves as the Director of International Education Partnership at the Durban University of Technology here in Durban. He was the Senate rep on the University Council and the Council Exco for 16 years. He's also the immediate past chairperson of the DUT, that's Durban University Technology Institutional Forum, a position he held for 14 years. Dr. Samuels is the Vice President, President-elect, and immediate past chairperson of the Directors Forum of the International Education Association of South Africa, IEASA. In addition, he's the current Vice Chair and Chair-elect of the South African Nordic Center, SANOD, a consortium of 60 universities across 15 countries from the Southern Africa and Nordic regions. Dr. Samuels is also a member of the steering committee of the International Virtual Exchange Consortium and represents South Africa on the network of International Education Association, the peak global body for international education associations. Having come from the field of health sciences, Dr. Samuel has served as the academic head of the Department of Dental Sciences and Environmental Health at DUT, Faculty of Health Sciences. He's also served as a Deputy Dean and Acting Executive Dean in the Faculty of Health Sciences. Prior to his current role, Dr. Samuel served a 5-year term as a board member of the Health Professions Council of South Africa, HPCSA, and serve as the Ethics Monitoring Advisory Committee of the internationally funded Reducing HIV in Adolescents Research Project. I'll go on and on and on, and it's long. Please bear with me. We can share but he's an esteemed academic and administrator. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Samuels. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we've been here the whole day, and one of the presentations this morning was from the Chief Directorate of the Department of Higher Education and Training, talking about the South Africa framework on higher education, internationalization in higher education in South Africa. And as he clearly said, it was developed in 2020, 2021, it was launched, and they're still working on the implementation plan. So the whole reporting mandate for higher education institutions comes from this new framework that the government has developed. So in trying to set the scene and taking the liberty of the time that we have, since we don't have the third presenter, I thought, let me just set the scene on what this framework is all about, and the mandate of the government and the mandate of the higher education institution in South Africa. I'm not sure if I can move the mic. Where is it? Yeah. So by way of setting the scene, it's the framework that the Director General from Department of Higher Education and Training mentioned this morning. It's called the South Africa Framework on Internationalization of Higher Education in South Africa. And the background and context is that it's determined in terms of Section 3 of the Higher Education Act as amended in South Africa. And it's prepared by the Chief Directorate, University Education Policy and Support, and published by the Department of Higher Education and Training. It was enacted in 2021. It was developed in 2020, actually. And what's the policy mandate? And most of this is coming from that framework. I thought, let me just summarize what are some of the key issues, not just for universities in South Africa, but the colleagues that are visiting us, and what our mandate is. The policy framework for internationalization in South Africa is determined, like I said, in terms of Section 3 of the Higher Education Act, 1997. We state that the minister must determine policy on higher education after consulting the Council of Higher Education in South Africa. The minister must publish such policy by notice in the Gazette and table such policy in Parliament. So it's really a high-level stuff. The policy framework is set in compliance with, obviously, the terms of foreign policy and related strategies. So it's a policy, foreign policy imperative of the government of South Africa and universities as well. It's also set in compliance with and gives priority to the SADC Protocol on Education and Training of 1997 and all other regional agreements and relevant continental agreements. And I'm not going to read this, but just to remind us, there are, in South Africa, and as most African countries probably, we talk internationalization, but there were especially in South Africa, there was no policy framework that really defined some of what we mean by what we are doing. So who is an international student, for example? It's clear now that an international student means an individual registered as a student in a public or private higher education institution in a country other than their country of citizenship or resident. Permanent residents are regarded as South Africans. I think this is very important for universities. I mean, we advertise, we have university policies, and sometimes we exclude permanent residents of South Africa as not South Africans. According to this policy, if you are in a higher education institution and a permanent resident of South Africa, you are considered when it comes to university or higher education benefits or opportunities. And we talked about internationalization at home, what that really means, it's in this policy. what does internationalization of higher education really means. And we've been here this morning, we're talking about internationalization of higher education. We now have a policy mandate, and we now have a definition. It means an international or steered process to incorporate intercultural, international, and/or global dimensions into higher education in order to advance the goals, functions, and delivery of higher education, and thus to enhance the quality of education and research. That last one, research. Internationalization really includes whatever we do in research. And obviously, the whole issue of internationalization of the curriculum, which is a highly contested area. And we had a session on student mobility. What does that really mean? According to this policy, it refers to the movement of students between higher education institutions. And what does co-badge qualification means? What is distance education? I'm not going to go through that. Double degree. What is a double degree according to this policy? What is a dual degree? And we share this slide so the colleagues, especially at UKZN and also our international partners, what is a consecutive qualification? I know there are people from France here. What is a coututeur? I hope I'm pronouncing it well. What's cross-border education? What is a degree supplement? But lastly, what is a higher education institution? Means, according to the policy, any institution that provides higher education on a full-time, part-time, or distant basis, and which is established or deemed to be established as a public higher education institution under the Act, declared as a public education institution under the Act, registered or conditionally registered as a private institution under the Act. So these are very important reminders as we engage today on how we can report on higher education activities. So we as institutions, higher education institutions in South Africa have a policy imperative to report on our activities. What we're having now, when the implementation plan is finalized according to the Chief Directorate, we'll have to report this event to the government. So higher education should have the responsibility of including administration and support for all matters related to internationalization of higher education in their institutions. They must comply with good practices for outbound and inbound students. This is very important. International student experience here at UKZN is very important. The government takes it seriously. And it's the same with our colleagues, our partners that we send our students to. And we have that wonderful feedback from our colleagues that went to Columbia University. We'll have to report on that. Progress towards the set goals for internationalization on higher education must be monitored, measured, and reported at the institutional level through standard procedures for higher education as stipulated by the DHET. So it's serious business, colleagues. We have to now start reporting to the government on whatever we're doing. So lastly, what are some of the indicators of progress on internationalization that institutions of higher education needs to report on? And I know the Chief Directorate talked about, developing that implementation plan. But some of them include the following: performance on international dimension relating to all three core mandates of the university, which we all know: teaching and learning, research and community engagement. Changes or increases and decreases in whatever we're doing, for example, joint research projects, co-publications, co-inventions, must be reported on an annual basis. The number of agreements we sign at any level, faculty, school, departmental level, must be reported on. Generated revenue through internationalization activities must be reported on. So the specific details of information to be reported will be agreed upon with the institutions from time to time. So it's going to be participatory. They will tell us because, you can't tell someone to report on something that they can't really deliver on. So thank you. Having set the scene on what really reporting and the mandate of universities in accordance with the higher education, the internationalization framework, I would like to invite our first panelist, Professor Ojon, to you have to give us his talk on internationalization. You have 10 minutes. I know I'm African, but I'm not going to have, where's the colleague? She's gone.
Can just put it back. Thanks.
I do realize that one of the signs of aging is see when someone starts putting on the scene assistant, then it's telling of the age of the person. So thank you so much, our chair. See, you've made my job very easy. That's when you have a chair of a panel who is all-rounded. They seem to take the presentation away from you. So I'm not going to struggle too much here because he's already giving you the definition, so that it gives me enough time to just engage with the facts. So I will just take it. Thank you so much, Chair. Thank you, participants. I thank those who are listening virtually. So I'm going to be focusing on internationalization as a strategic think tank for Africa's development. I really want to look at what role UKZN plays in the development of knowledge. And my major focus is going to be on postdoc because it's a strategic angle for us. If we want to look at it from a knowledge generation perspective, from a teaching and learning, and also from research, it's at that level that we train academic citizens. So I want to focus on that. Okay, so like I said, I'm not going to look at definitions. He's helped me out with that, so I'm going to be very quick. Let's look at the next slide. Let's move to the next, thank you. Okay, so I think I need to lay the facts straight because at the moment now, every higher education institution in South Africa is talking about internationalization. It's like the buzzword, you go everywhere. They've set up international offices, but just to state the facts, because we are a premier university of African scholarship, I'd like to establish that UKZN is the oldest international, UKZN has the oldest international relations offices in this country. And the university has partnership with over 46 countries, providing students and staff direct global experience in the areas of teaching, learning, and research. Okay, so I'm going to skip that. In the interest of time, I'll be giving 10 minutes. So these are the broad areas. When we are engaged in internationalization, we look at it from a socio-cultural, economic, academic, competitive, and developmental. Those of you who are here in the morning, you've heard about the experiences that some of our staff from the School of Education, how they explain on the issue of commercialization. So I'm not going to go into the depth of that, but my presentation, if you want to read it, I'll send it for circulation. Can we move on to the next slide? Thank you. So we are guided by these different ideals. So those broad areas of community engagement, issues of promoting academic citizenship and global knowledge. And the emphasis here is the African focus that we bring into the menu. Okay, so the next slide, if we move to the next slide, the very next slide, it talks about definition. So I'm not going to inundate you with that, but let's look at the next slide, which actually brings in the global dimension. So here I try to separate internationalization from globalization and bring it
and bring an understanding that we can follow, because we cannot be talking about internationalization and leave out globalization. They may be used, they sound like synonyms, and sometimes people use them interchangeably, but there is a difference. So let me just try to look at this interconnected and integrated meaning of internationalization and globalization. So with internationalization, we see the increasing interconnectedness of national education systems without the boundaries between them, or the authority of national governments over these systems being brought into question. And then with globalization, the emphasis is on the integration of flows and processes over and through boundaries that lead to a transformation in the spatial organization of social relations, changing and challenging the role of the nation state. Let's move to the next slide. It continues with, this is the academic, so I'm not going to bring into all of this academic, this is what academics do, so you can read them in your spare time. Let's move to the next slide. And the next, the very next. Okay, so still dwelling on all those definitions, I want to look at, let's quickly move to the slide that talks about this statistic. Those of you who were present here, the reason why I'm skipping this important slide is because the presenter that we had from Home Affairs actually gave us the statistics. So I won't bore. I was looking closely at the statistic that he was giving, and it was accurate, and they are in alignment with what I have here. So I'm not going to focus on that. Let me move straight to the challenges. I'll look at the challenges, and then I just want to speak on the way forward. How do we enhance internationalization in a way that speaks to or that addresses all issues, both for us, South Africa, for the African continent, and for the rest of the world as we engage. So challenges of internationalization. The first challenge is the Home Affairs and the visa saga. I wish it's just that I've seen he's left, and I told him that I'm going to send him a list of, I'm going to liaise with our Executive Director of Corporate Relations to give him a list of all, to collate a list of all our postdoc awardees who, from the beginning of the year, have been awarded this fellowship, but then they are still struggling with accessing visas. So we have the Home Affairs saga. Usually, the process should take between 4 to 6 weeks when we appoint a postdoctoral fellow, but that's not the case. I can tell you we have backlog from January up to now. And this is it's not just a UKZN problem, it's a national problem. Then we have the issue of the external environment. Just because of time, I cannot go into the details of this. We're trying to engage. We are trying to engage with the rest of Africa. We want to internationalize. But you see, just like when we go to engage with the global North, there's an expectation that the North is supposed to provide the resources. So you must also know that we are like I don't want to use the word, but when we engage with Africa, the rest of Africa, we are supposed to be providing the resources for that engagement. We're supposed to foot the bills. And so those are the challenges. But we do not want to engage under those kinds of conditions. We want to engage equally, okay? We want to engage equally. So that is where the challenge is. We need to go back to the drawing board and ask ourselves, how do we engage in a way that we're not seem to be doing what we are criticizing the North for, okay? Then the next challenge is skill and capacity. How do we internationalize the mindset of the new generation academics? That's the other challenge. How do we get them? How do we get them to understand the importance? And that's why that group, I really appreciate the work that Professor Sibi has done with his school. The group of young and emerging academics who went to the University of Columbia. You can see now from that position, we are able to inculcate a mindset of internationalization, because that is the future of knowledge production. We cannot be global and just decide to stay local and then expect to produce a kind of knowledge that will be consumed with respect by the North. They will also have funding. They have the funding challenge for internationalization. How do we fund mobility projects? How do we fund it? I will ask myself, where did you get money from? I'm thinking like, I need to tell us, where did you get money to fund 20 academics to live in Colombia for 6 months? So we need money. So I'm glad our DVC of a research, Professor Moshabela is here, and he can hear us. So when we knock at his doors, he should release the funds. So we have those challenges. We need to, also the challenge, we must differentiate between restructuring and refocusing. That difference needs to be clear. Can I go to the next slide? I'll be quick. Don't mind, I'll be quick. The next slide, which looks at, okay, let's move to the next, the very next. Some of the benefits. Let's look at quickly some of the benefits of internationalization. We have the issue of knowledge exchange. It strengthens research. We are able to internationalize our curriculum. We are able to enhance profile and a reputation of the university. Just this morning, before I came here, I received an email from someone. The person wrote to me and said to me, "Hi, Prof, can you please add me on your research profile? You know, I'm a graduate I hold a PhD from your university. It will increase my profile." I'm thinking like, okay, so they're beginning to get it. So you see, internationalization, what it does is that it enhances our profile. It enhances the profile of all those involved in that collaboration. So it also brings solidarity and cooperation. We've seen from the COVID era how through collaboration we're able to fast track a technological development, innovation, and creativity, and then it brings us together. You see, those who listen to that presentation from medicine, you can see how it brings people together. Then we have increased diversity of students, like the Colombian experience, where they say that most of the students in the postgraduate classes are postgraduate. Can we move to the next slide quickly? Which looks at immigration policy as an enabler. The policy of immigration as an enabler. It does enable PhD students to have access to permanent residency, because let's not just only look at because we Africans, we like complaining. So let's not just look at only the negative aspects. There are some positive things that are happening with internationalization and the international student experience. PhD graduates have access to permanent residency. Here, the new policy states that it stipulates clearly those who graduate here with PhD from South African universities from other countries have rights to apply for permanent residency. So, and then it does, they are able to access visas, South African visas for attending conferences. They also have, they are able to have, South Africa also offers visas for cultural, economic, and social exchange. And then they are able to apply for visa just for the purpose of conducting research. And then there's also the issue of a critical skills visa, and it's open for PhD students, who've graduated from South African universities. Can we move to the next slide and the next? Internationalization, I'll be 3 minutes. Okay, 3 minutes, I'll be done. Internationalization and African scholarship. I think because this is very important, I can't just leave this out. Okay, so UKZN, through its non-restrictive policy on granting postdoctoral fellowship to other African nationals, is intentionally pioneering and promoting African scholarship and increasing the knowledge base of the continent. That's very key. South Africa is doing something that is novel, is groundbreaking. Like I said when I started, that our institution is the first institution that had an international relations office. So there's issue of there's academic freedom. It's a central prerequisite. UKZN seeks to strengthen international collaboration. We have the expansion of North-South partnership. UKZN students tend to attend conferences or take up postdoctoral fellowship as institutions in the global. So it's a global exchange that's taking place there, okay? So I'll skip that. I will share the document in my 2 minutes. I think I spoke for one. In 2 minutes that I have, I want to quickly, I'll look at the way forward. I'll do a way forward, but before I get there, the visa processing time is too slow, and many postdocs end up failing to register on time. Those are some of the challenges. And some don't even register. Some don't register at all. Imagine that we send those appointment letters saying on the 1st of May, and by this time of the year, and they have not even gotten visas to enter, which means that they've already lost a number of months. So it delays, and the postdoc appointment is for a year. So you can see that those are the challenges. And then also we have the issue of the prevailing climate of xenophobia, Operation Dudula, and other forms of social harassment towards African foreigners are a hindrance to internationalization. We need to begin to talk to our politicians. They cannot use cheap politicking. They cannot be using foreigners to score political points because we are towards election, and then expect us as academic institutions to still maintain a global academic agenda. It is not possible. So it's being counterproductive. Somebody needs to talk to the politicians. We need a stable political landscape for us to be able to enhance internationalization. Okay, so I'm just gonna skip. Let's see, I just want to go to my recommendations. Where am I? Recommendations. Yeah, I'll just stick with the 5. I've got about 20, so I will share those ones at a later stage. So some of the recommendations for internationalization, I recommend the following. To reinforce quality assurance mechanisms for international students and gear them to their expectations when necessary. Provide continuous and inclusive support to international students designed to facilitate students' social academic success and focusing particularly on the transition process. It's very key. You heard about the experiences. When they come in, if we don't provide that smooth transition for them to settle in and become productive, it becomes problematic for them. And then the experience actually becomes counterproductive because we won't get the desired results for the resources that we are plowing into the internationalization process. We need to support internationalization through our ICT. We need to have our systems ready. Once we make the appointments as UKZN, when we make those appointments, we must ensure that we're able to process email addresses, staff cards, and so on, access to our campuses and so on and so forth. We need an aligning international activities with institutional strategy. And I'm glad because our Vice Chancellor of recent spoke about this, and internationalization has become one of the key enablers in the strategic plan for the next 10 years. I think this is very important. We need to foster connections among domestic and international students and value the input of international students on campus. We need to target joint or dual degree programs in areas of specific institutional strength, enabling the student mobility process to support larger institutional strategies for academic excellence. So I can go on and the list continues, but you can read from the slides that I will share. So we need to do, what we need to do is we should keep on going along the path of internationalization, internationalism. We must create a kind of internationalism that works for everyone. It mustn't be one, we mustn't go have a strategy that will benefit just us as South African or South African higher education, higher institutions of higher learning. We must have the kind of strategy that will benefit us and all our strategic partners, all those that we are collaborating with, be they from the global north, which appear to be rich, they're not really rich, Africa is rich, or African universities that are based in other African countries except South Africa. So I just want to thank you all for listening, and I hope that we can take this conversation further. I hope we had more time, but I'm sure the time that we have is enough for us to, we're just beginning the conversation. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Prof. We should keep on going along the path of internationalism. We must create a kind of internationalism that works for everyone. That's powerful. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take the next speaker, and then after that, we'll spend 10 minutes on questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and Good afternoon, colleagues. It's really a pleasure to be with you this afternoon. It was so exciting listening to all the internationalization in practice presentations this morning, and my natural tendency is to present on those because I like action, I like seeing things happen. But sometimes we have to take a step back and look at policy. It's not the most exciting space, but I hope at the end of it, I can leave you feeling enthusiastic about where we are. So my topic is actually on the implications for the South African national policy framework. We, like the chair said, in the last few years have had this policy framework that has been promulgated. What does it mean for us? Firstly, South Africa's historical isolation from the international community during the apartheid years was never pursued as a national imperative, reversing that isolation. It happened not by design, but by default. And it happened in a very uneven way. Universities that had the resources, that had the infrastructure internationalized, and the rest of the country remained largely behind. And if you look at international destinations, they are only as strong as the weakest link. We needed to develop the higher education landscape and internationalization within that landscape. The International Education Association of South Africa, that you heard I've been part of for many years, recognized the need for this national policy on internationalization as early as 2003 and approached government on it. It took more than 16 years before that was promulgated. It's how slow the wheels of bureaucracy turn, and it's why we as universities need to take the lead and often do things in spite of there not being guidance and a policy framework and drive these matters. So what was this all about? If I were to put it in a nutshell, it was about claiming our space in the international community. It was about staking our claim and saying that we are players in the international sphere. And we had a right to do that because South Africa has always been in the top 10 destinations for international students in the world. So, you know, at the top end are countries like the US, the UK, China, Australia, New Zealand. But for us to be in that top 10 was quite significant. I'm sad to say, though, that since COVID, those numbers have declined, but we are still in that league. I then would like to say something about this. It was very, very deliberate that this be a policy framework because we needed to establish a framework within where universities could apply their own flair and creativity. This was about saying these are the minimum standards. You develop from there. It was about outlining priorities. It was about outlining where we should go generally. So, for example, one of our priorities is South-South collaborations. So the policy framework is very clear that we should be looking just north of our borders immediately. We should be looking at Southern Africa. We should be then looking at the rest of Africa. We should be looking at the global South. We should be looking at BRICS, which is aligned to government policy. Not ignoring our colleagues in the global North, but remember that is already an area of strength. We needed to build the rest of it. What was the other reason for it? South Africa's funding challenges limit the number of outbound South African students, underscoring the need for universities to look at internationalization more comprehensively, to look at internationalization at home, to look at internationalization of the curriculum, and to look at inclusive models of internationalization. When I started in this job years ago, internationalization was something that was exclusive, elitist, and in most cases, elusive. We now have a model of internationalization that is far more inclusive, inviting, and embracing. And yes, we need those physical mobilities. And yes, I would also like to know from Professor Msibi where he got the money from for that very ambitious project. But we need to augment that with internationalization that reaches all our students and staff. So at DUT, in responding to this policy, it was our commitment to the other 99%, those students that would never leave our borders, those staff members that would take many years to get to that international conference, or having a visiting professorship. It was our commitment to take those international dimensions to those students and to those staff members. South Africa also used internationalization to improve scholarship, research, and innovation. But in the absence of this macro policy, there were limitations. With this policy, you see partnerships with the NRF, with the HSRC coming in. Multilateral arrangements have become far easier with this policy framework in place. The purpose of the policy is to guide, regulate, support, facilitate, and we heard about the need to now report on it. But I think the reporting for me is the more bureaucratic part of it, because that is really the transactional part of internationalization. For me, our focus should be on the transformational aspects of internationalization, because that's where the change comes. And that's where we as academics and academic managers need to put in our effort. After all, when all the credits are counted and all the rands and cents are counted, internationalization is a contribution to the broader human project. It's about making systemic changes. It's about making changes in the lives of individuals. It's about making changes at universities and bringing people together. It's about building bridges and breaking walls. The policy framework also aims to encourage educational institutions to be creative in developing policies within their university, but also processes that are facilitative, programs within the university. At DUT, we committed some years ago, prior to COVID, to looking at how technology can drive internationalization. After all, we are a university of technology, and we invested heavily in collaborative online international learning and virtual engagement. And it's not easy to embed that at a university. It's not easy to reach a tipping point where it is taken up. I remember initially when I took the concept to the university, I had 6 deans who said to me, that is not real internationalization. We need to find funding for physical mobilities. We all know that's not possible. The Erasmus program, with all the funding in the world in Europe, has not been able to achieve more than 20% mobility. That figure sometimes drops in some years to 5%. In the US, that figure is 7 to 8%, the biggest economy in the world. In Africa, that drops to under 1%. So how do we address that? You certainly can't get the funding. If Europe hasn't achieved it with all the funding, and we all know Europe is so small that you can literally internationalize on a bicycle in a day. So we needed to think broader and deeper. The policy certainly does give us, clear rules and processes and procedures, particularly on joint qualifications, where I think it's needed, because maintaining academic integrity, academic standards, getting the registrar's office in is vitally important. But I think that balance between that type of regulatory framework and the creativity is really important. I think for me, what stands out in the policy is that it is a comprehensive approach addressing key aspects of internationalization and actually allowing universities to embrace internationalization and embed it in the fabric of the university. What are some of the things that for me don't stand out so well? The definitions, and the chair raised some of them, so I won't actually go back to them, but they are very Western notions of internationalization. Some of them are broad, and certainly they have some relevance, but we need to look at definitions of internationalization that apply to South Africa and to Africa. I think the policy needed to be a little more vigorous in its language about decolonization and how pertinent it is within the South African higher education landscape. I think there was also a missed opportunity to rethink internationalization in line with critical debates and scholarship around transformation and decoloniality. And there was a bit of a failure to guide the development of internationalization policies and didn't quite address the inequalities and the inequities. And I think the fissures of inequality and inequities within South African higher education, particularly in internationalization, are growing deeper and broader, and it does need to be addressed. I think the policy framework has also missed an opportunity to systemically and overtly address internationalization in a way that, for example, brings in a funding formula that universities can strive towards, like we have in research. I think there is certainly a need for future iteration. Was it good to have the policy framework? Absolutely, we needed it. But I think we should see this as a developmental approach where we need to go back and to have another iteration. We need to look at it perhaps with a post-COVID lens, because remember, this came in just before COVID, so we certainly need that post-COVID lens. Another aspect that perhaps should have been a little more explicit was the link between internationalization and some of the grand challenges, drawing in the SDGs and embedding them, the fourth industrial revolution, some of the trends in ICT. I think the policy misses that, but part of it was that the policy took so long to develop that it wasn't particularly current at the time that it was promulgated. So that's one of the other challenges. But I think we certainly need that more contemporary look at South African higher education and how internationalization focuses on it. I think for me, how we've driven internationalization at DUT was firstly for it to be inclusive, where every student and staff felt included. And our COIL projects that I spoke to you about, we started, like most universities, with 3 or 4, with a few champions. We increased it to 16. And then we had a Igniting COIL at DUT project, and it took it to 32. And I'm glad to say that this year we are already, and the year is not out, we have 86 COIL projects across the world, across all our faculties. And that is significant. And we hope that within the next year or two, every student at DUT will have an international experience, either virtual or physical, and every academic program within the university will be running an international program, whether virtual or physical. COIL has also been broadened into virtual engagement, with the concept of COIL being more accessible to more academics. What is our role as universities? It is actually to build that two-way bridge. Internationalization is not just about bringing the global dimension to the university or to Africa or to South Africa. It's equally about building that bridge, that connection with the outside world, to take local knowledge to the global stage. And that is very important. And for me, the African proverb that actually motivates me goes like this: for as long as the lion does not have a storyteller, the story of the hunt will always glorify the hunter. We need to address that. I'm glad we've spoken a lot about Africa-focused internationalization, and I'm happy to share with you that we have been successful in attracting a very, very significant grant. It is, in fact, the biggest grant in internationalization in the history of this country for a 3-year project that will be on Africa-focused internationalization. And I'm also happy to say that I have invited UKZN to be part of the project. In fact, I've invited all the KZN universities to partner with us in this very, very important project. And then lastly, to leave you with the fact that we should live what internationalization is all about, and that is about collaborating, bringing people together for a better future. And so the African proverb that I always share is, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Samuels. As always, as academics, it's good that Dr. Samuels critique the policy. Like all policies, they have their strengths and weaknesses, and he pointed out the strengths of the policy and some of the weaknesses, and which I agree with. And one of the when I was reviewing the policy, one of the weaknesses that I clearly identified, in our time, the present context, is around diversity, equity, and inclusion, which is really lacking in the policy. But like you said, we will have a second iteration on it, and then we can, because these days, I mean, what's happening around the world, if we don't include diversity, equity, and inclusion into whatever we're doing, it's a missed opportunity. The other challenge, and I know Prof. John also mentioned some of it with regards to student exchange, and Dr. Samuel talked about the poor uptake of student exchange and internationalization and so on, is the fact that, and which this policy speaks to, that universities in South Africa struggle with, and even the partners we engage with, how do we align our curriculum and courses with wherever the students, the urban university, where they are going. I mean, and one of the reasons, from my experience in the last 15, 20 years, is students don't usually, especially in the South, want to go because they will spend a semester at and this is undergraduate students. I mean, sometimes when we talk about internationalization, we only try to focus on PhD, but we talk undergraduate students, for example, who want to go to, the School of Social Work at Denver University for a semester, and they go there and they take a module or course. When they come back, we don't, transfer the credits because it doesn't align with our, and sometimes, so this student who has gone for maybe 1 semester or 2 semesters comes back, her classmates have moved on to maybe junior or fourth year, and she has to take that module that she missed when she was away. So how do we, and that policy clearly states, not what we have to do, but remind us that, and that's some of the definition on what a dual degree is and how we can align some of our, and that's the biggest challenge for me. And if we, especially for undergraduate degrees, professional degrees as well. So in the interest of time, I want to ask that we take 2 questions, actually 3 questions, one directed at Dr. Samuels and the other one probably directed at Prof. Ojon, and maybe a wildcard question, so 3. But before we do that, I want to start with a question, and I know just a clarity question for Dr. Samuel. He talks about COIL, to probably explain what COIL is. It's an acronym in COIL for the benefit of the audience.
Thank you, Chair. COIL is Collaborative Online International Learning. It's a pedagogy that started at the State University of New York about 15 to 18 years ago. It has different names in different parts of the world. It's also called virtual exchange. It's called global learning in some contexts, and I know in the UK it's called OIL, Online International Learning. They leave out the C, which I think is really important. But this is a form of internationalization that has been growing. And I know over the COVID period, it became particularly significant where universities wanted to find ways of engaging without physical mobility.
Thank you. Any hands?
Thank you. I just realized from your abbreviation COIN, because that was my question relevant to that. Taking the advantage of COVID period, have you made any exercise to interchange the teaching activities, or that could be easier during that time period, because we have everything in online. Have you made any exercise on that has happened, and how good it was? I'm talking about in terms of Africa countries. because the one we have, the disadvantage is the connectivity, the internet connections. Because sometimes our students are in very rural areas where they don't have, the connection is very poor, they can't even get into the Zoom or any other online forum. Any thought on that, and how does your COIN, the project, can be interface the connectivity problem to be addressed as well? Thank you.
Yes. I think firstly, yes, the COVID period did see an acceleration of COIL and COIL-like activities, but we had invested in COIL and committed to COIL before COVID, but it gave us an opportunity to accelerate. The digital divide is very real, particularly in Africa, but also in South Africa where we have load shedding. So those are challenges that we had to look at. We were determined to find new African partners where COIL had not taken on any significant role. So we did reach out to African partners and we helped them develop COIL for the first time. So we've been able at DUT to develop 4 professional development modules where we train our academics in COIL, and we did this with our partners. So we designed the modules to help new African partners come on board, and we had to adjust that design to meet the digital challenge. And the way we did it was to actually change the balance between synchronous teaching and asynchronous teaching, so that you would have asynchronous availability of material for students to work when there was a digital challenge, when there was a challenge of electricity, but then also have opportunities for real-time engagement. So that is where the balance came. But very, very important, I think, in changing that is the training. Because COIL is quite specific. It needs your academics to look at the pedagogy in some detail, to look at the learning outcome. And that training that we intensified during COVID stood us in good stead. We are now training across the world. We are training for a group of research-intensive universities, the Matariki Consortium, and our training initiatives have actually not only allowed us to bring in new partners, but it's allowed us to move into spheres of international engagement that would not have been possible without COIL.
Thank you. Any other? If there are no questions, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the panelists. And like I promised you that we're going to keep you awake, and I think we tried. Thank you very much, Professor John. Thank you, Dr. Samuels. I also want to thank the organizers, the chair, and the Zondo Commission for a wonderful thing. But in ending, I mean, in internationalization, and we have international partners here. I know Dr. Samuels talked about load shedding. In South Africa, power outage or blackout is called load shedding. And load shedding, power outage affects COIL, the online learning. And not only that, the time difference as well. I know personally we tried to, think about develop a proposal for COIL where students can take online learning in the US whilst the American students are taking the course, but the course runs 2 a.m. in South Africa. So that's one of the challenges of COIL, and students can really stay up at 2 a.m. Thank you very much for listening, and thank you.
Good afternoon. Yeah, so the event is supposed to be over right now, but special surprise, it's not. We have another amazing panel. So, if I could ask our amazing panel members to come have a seat so we can warm up the stage, that would be great. So I'm Lisa Weimer. I am the Director for Strategic Partnerships at the University of Denver in the US. It is a great pleasure to be here with you all. We have a delegation here from the University of Denver, and I have to say, we are learning so much from you all because the red carpet that you have given us to stroll on here, the warm hospitality, I think that we have a lot to learn from you. So thank you so much for your graciousness and warm welcome. I have to say I'm absolutely honored to be asked to chair this final panel for 3 reasons. First of all, we have a lineup of superstars here. I am telling you, I read their bios and I was like, wow. I mean, we could just spend the whole hour just on their bios. So I do have to say I had to condense some of them. Yeah, Norma's saying no, please. No, 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 no. So I will shorten their bios just a little bit because we could spend all day on them. But it's really a pleasure to have you all here and to be on this panel together. And the second reason, we've heard throughout this day a call to action. All of us in this room should be writing a to-do list of the things that we're going to do when we leave this room, because there have been some really, really great ideas, and let's not let those just be ideas. Let's make them tangible. You know, I think internationalization is so important in this moment in time. First of all, international mutual understanding. Second of all, knowledge diplomacy to bridge geopolitics. And third of all, which we've heard a lot, I mean, a lot of speakers have talked about these wicked global challenges, and we can't do those in isolation. So the third reason that I'm honored to be here is because we have a very big task. The event is supposed to be over, and it's post-lunch, and you know, it's been a long day. So I asked Norma if we could get really creative with this session, and she gave me her blessing. So what I'm gonna do is we're gonna dive in, and each panel will have about 8 to 10 minutes to speak. And what I will do is I'll introduce each panel before they speak. So it's a little different. And when I'm introducing them, I want everyone to stand up and stretch. While you're listening, because what's gonna happen is your brain cells are gonna get kicked in and you're gonna really listen to their bios, how amazing this group is. So let's go ahead and begin. So everybody stand up, enjoy the stretch. All right, we're gonna start with Professor Ernest Kalima. He is Dean and Head of School in Built Environment and Development Studies here at the university. Previously, he was Senior Research Specialist and was promoted to Chief Research Scientist at the Human Sciences Research Council. He began his career in Canada, and he held various appointments there in Canada. And so with this wealth of international research experience and in having implemented global education in many countries, including Canada, USA, Brazil, the Caribbean, South Africa, he is going to share his thoughts today on scholarship of engagement and partnership. Professor? Oh, yes, you may sit down.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I won't take long. I have quite a few things that I had prepared, and I had a PowerPoint. And then as I was sitting down, I thought I'm gonna bore you with my PowerPoint. So I felt that I should just have some nuggets of thoughts that we can take home. It is quite a pleasure for me, and thank you for the organizers for inviting me to come and share some of my thinking around the scholarship of engagement and collaboration or partnership. And I think for me, I come into this with humility, having been, I call myself a pracademic, not really an academic, but more at heart, more of a practice person and a grounds person, meaning that most of my work is grounded through the community work that I do. I don't get to do much of that now, and those of you who are actually implementing internationalization in your university will understand why I brought these ideas together. So I'll start with a conclusion. Not that I won't, go deeper, but for me, the scholarship of engagements, when you read the literature, and I've sourced quite a number of sources, and I decided this time around I will just look at what universities say their strategies are for internationalization and how they do it. Because sometimes when we can talk a lot as academics about this is what we're doing, and we all heard today, and it was quite amazing to see the work that's happening around all of us and what we're engaging in. But the how to do it is where I want to at least share my thoughts around. So I looked at quite a number of universities, and I'll just name a few so that you can see that I did my homework, even though you don't see the PowerPoint. I looked at what the University of Sao Paulo in Brazil is doing in terms of their strategy around how to engage internationally. I looked at University of Stellenbosch. I came home. I also looked at University of Memphis in the US, Cornell University, my alma mater, the University of Alberta, and McGill University in Canada, and quite a number of them. One of them also that I looked at is our long-standing partnership with Bergen University that our school is engaging in. And all in all, what I noticed and what I was able to take home with some of their strategies in terms of what their approach is in engaging, particularly how they do it, is that engagement has to be intentional. And that's one point that I would highlight. It has to be intentional in a number of ways. So it has to be intentional, and most of us, we know that we are not taught on how to collaborate, right? I don't know, maybe there is, maybe you're developing one, but we just do it, right? And then as we engage, we then find out that this is not working, or there's roadblocks, whether it's maybe the approach in which we engage or how we are received by the other folks that we're engaging with. More like when you go into an engagement, if you know what I mean. You get umdandakto in Xhosa in Zulu. You get your ring and you want to engage your partner, right? And then signs, and psychologists can tell us a lot. And then these signs start appearing, and what we call red signs, or the red light. And then you start saying, do I really want to engage with these folks? You ask those questions. And you start retreating, and you start not wanting to engage because of whatever reason or whatever engagement processes that are emerging in your engagement. So we're not really taught on how to do that, but we intend to do it. So it has to be intentional. Another one thing that I noticed in the literature is it has to be inclusive. And by inclusivity, it means that we have to recognize one another. We have to see one another. Sometimes if we are not recognizing one another, it's so very hard to integrate what we bring on the table. And that creates a lot of problems that we all have to solve. As you know, in partnerships, you all have a lot of problems to solve. The third one that I notice in the literature is unethical, or it has to be ethical. That engagement has to be ethical. And that's an area where I think most folks tend to look away, because perhaps the way in which institutions are structured and the way we do things does not allow us to be ethical, right? Or maybe we are unethical people to begin with, and we want to engage, but we know that we have these unethical things that we harbor in our hearts or in the way we do things. So we really need to be ethical in the way. And that's one thing that has come out from the literature, that if we don't practice ethically, meaning that if we don't respect one another, if we don't allow us, each and every one of us to grow in understanding one another and understanding the boundaries that we have set with one another, then the relationship might go sour, and we'll have to work hard to bring it back into life. The next one is transformational, or the relationship or engagement has to be impactful and transformational. Something must change. Something must happen to ensure that that ethic of care in ensuring that the impact is felt on all directions, meaning from those we engage with, but also from those who are receiving the engagement. So so we have to ensure that we care about the success and welfare of the partnership, and that partners must move on their own, and they must move on their own strength. That when we recognize what we each bring on the table and how that impacts the engagement that we have with one another. So the scholarship of engagement then teaches us about how these relevant, or these activities that we're engaging in must have clarity and must have a relevance of goals between the partners. We must also harness the mastery of knowledge that exists, whether be it the knowledge that we heard today. I was so blown away by Professor Galeni's presentation about how even when he was subtly sharing his data and the work that he does, but he emphasized on why partnerships were critical in what he was doing. And he gave a lot of very, very good examples of and how it was possible for them to engage with communities both in South Africa and in Canada. Appropriate use of resources. And I think that one is something that all of you who are directors and who are ensuring that we're doing things right in both countries, we do. That's very, very important, because that also can really push us into another direction in terms of our partnerships. Effective communication, I mean it literally, learn how to communicate with our partners. That's another issue, and etiquette in how we engage, what we say to one another, and then that also goes into that whole issue of understanding diversity and understanding how we communicate differently, and how and that is very critical in a building of that relationship. So we really, really need to also get into that. As we then reimagine or revision and how we can engage post-COVID, and I heard today that we can't even say post-COVID, which I agree with, but at this point in time where we are, we really, really need to move forward with those values of being intentional, being inclusive, being ethical, and making sure that what we do is transforms not only the spaces in which we work with, but also make them impactful for the communities that we serve. So those are the key kind of ideas that I wanted to bring forward. And I want to also say that it's not easy to engage, and that is not easy to collaborate. It sounds very easy, but from the experiences that I've heard, it's not easy because there's so many different factors that we have to consider. But if we keep our mind into the whole idea of reimagining a new, a better relationship every day with our collaborators, we will forever move forward in our ethical engagements. Just to conclude, I would just like to say that we must foster agile, creative, and learning environments in our universities and really work hard to ensure that we capitalize on new opportunities that exist and also recognize the power of collaboration. If we do it right, it works. We must discover the meaningful solutions to complex problems that we might encounter as we collaborate and engage. We must also establish an environment that is rewarding and we must also celebrate successes, be it small successes that are emerging, whether a student, the display today in the morning, but also the presentation this morning, it's an indication that it is possible, but we must celebrate what we see and what we have seen. And I think this event is teaching us that we must really celebrate what we do together as partners. We must also encourage broad collaborations, and I'm glad that this is happening in the city of Durban, but also within the universities, because without that, we're going nowhere. And share best practices that encourage broad collaborations in addressing challenges that we have. So ethical practices, in conclusion, must be transparent. We must be accountable. We must share a sense of responsibility to one another. We must be honest about what we want in these partnerships and relationships that we're forming with our sister universities. We must be aware and sensitive of the isms that we might harbor as individuals, but also institutionally, that might hinder progress in where we're going. We must do our work with integrity and respect and trust, and that is hard. And for those of you who are engaged in this kind of work, you know that building trust takes time and takes years, and that we need to really give it that time to actually build those relationships that are mutually benefiting with our colleagues. And also be flexible if things don't go well. And I think the COVID era taught us to be flexible and to still have opportunities for our students to ensure that internationalization happens in that aspect. So with those few thoughts and words, I would like to thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much. That was a very nice, practical list of things that we can all think about as we are partnering. So thank you for that. All right, everybody stand up. Do some stretching. All right, our next speaker is Dr. Gugulethu Mazibuko, and she has invited me to call her Gugu. So that's how I will introduce her in this bio. She's the cluster leader of African languages, linguistics, and development modules in the School of Arts here at UKZN. Her master's and PhD were written in isiZulu, where she focused on the Zulu royal family. Gugu is the African Union isiZulu Language Commissioner And she was awarded by the National Library of South Africa for her role in the development of isiZulu in South Africa. Gugu is a superstar. She's a senior lecturer, author, editor, terminologist, lexicographer, and cultural expert. And she is going to share her wisdom with us all to unpack the traditions, culture, and diversity in partnerships. Okay, so did y'all? Okay.
Thank you, Chair. To the organizers, thank you for inviting me to do a presentation. Unpacking the role of traditions, culture, and diversity in global engagements and partnerships. As universities expand global engagements and partnerships, it is of great importance to unpack the role of traditions, culture, and diversity in such engagements, because partners need to be familiar with the host institution, community, as well as the country. With mobilities, traditions and cultures come in contact. Culture has a role in this highly globalized society. Therefore, cultural diversity is key to sustenance of such through partnerships and engagements. Unpacking the traditions. Traditions are rituals, stories, beliefs, customs, and routines that we share and pass on to the next generations. They are important in our lives and provide many benefits. We intentionally create and continue traditions because they provide a sense of belonging and meaning to our lives. Culture is the collective programming of the human mind that distinguishes the members of one human group from those of another. In this sense, it is a system of collectively held values, and it is what keeps people together. It binds people together because it is created by people or a group of people over a long time. Culture is a human-made part of the environment and functions as total equipment of ideas for survival. No human being or group of human beings can ever be without culture. The exchange of meaning between cultures on a footing of mutual respect and coexistence is a necessary condition. Conflicts in the communication between cultures will necessarily develop where one party seeks to dominate or suppress the others. The coexistence of cultures, not merely as private properties, but as having a public responsibility in society, becomes possible only when every culture is able to make space for other cultures. This includes a much wider concept than tolerance. It entails acceptance of others as equal participants. When we look at cultural diversity, there is need to recognize each individual as a cultural diverse person and understand similarities and dissimilarities between your culture and the culture of other people you live with. That eliminates unnecessary conflicts. The world is now moving towards shared culture common to all people, what some call monoculture. Increased exposure to different cultures promotes increased understanding, not only of new cultures, but also of interconnectedness between various people and cultures. If you do not know your own culture, there is a possibility that you cannot understand other people's cultures. And there is danger of cultural dominance, where some cultures dominate others. Strong cultures, at times, they devour smaller cultures. We need to be sensitive to other cultures. Therefore, it is necessary that people are educated about different cultures of people they come in contact with. Not being educated about other partners' traditions and cultures is frustrating, because they might use some gestures, signs, etc., that you do not understand. And at times, they might question why Africans always sing, dance, ululate, when they celebrate something. That can at times lead to unnecessary anxiety and some fears, and yet there's nothing wrong with it. It's only what is required is that people need to be educated about other people's cultures so that there is that understanding. The Zondo Commission in 2018 decided to organize a trip for international students to the Royal Palace at KwaNongoma, Enyogeni, for international students to attend the reed dance. When we got there, there was culture shock. About 30,000 maidens, not wearing any tops. I mean, so that was one example I can quote, that we need at times to be prepared of what we will see when we get there, so that we don't get shocked and we don't understand why things are like that. And therefore, cultural tolerance is important, because our institutions are increasingly consisting of various cultural, racial, and ethnic groups. Learning cultures will help everyone understand different perspectives within the world in which we live. There will be less culture shock. There are also, things that we need to understand about other cultures. For instance, there is no eye contact between a young person and an elder in most African cultures. But in certain cultures, if you don't look at the person in the eye, it's as if you are lying, you are not telling the truth. So those are the things that we need to understand, because they might convey a different message, and yet the actual message that is being conveyed is different. And also things like sharing food. Certain, especially most African communities, food is shared. 10 people, they eat in one basin, and that is normal. It is important to develop cross-cultural skills such as negotiations and communication. Cultural hybridization is now dominant because it is the blending of elements from different cultures. It is common, and we cannot run away from that. We cannot be stuck in our own cultures, but we need to accept certain things from other cultures. Working effectively with people from diverse backgrounds and dealing competently with people from all lifestyles will help our institutions to become the best. It calls for a sense of tolerance, respect, and understanding for the differences in others. We communicate differently, and sometimes it is hard to express ourselves in a language that is not our own language. Communication is culture dependent, and it affects relationships. For us to overcome these communication barriers and inhibitory effects of cultural diversity on communication, we need to move from our comfort zones and reach out to other people's cultures and languages. Just learn a little bit how to greet, how to, basic, phrases for the other partner's language, so that you learn basic things. By so doing, we'll create an environment in which cultural diversity is an advantage rather than a source of conflict amongst us. In order to achieve cultural competency, we must work towards embracing cultural and linguistic diversity and make it a habit or lifestyle. This allows differing perspectives and ideas to influence situations which will lead to mutual understanding and will build love and unity among the people we work with. In conclusion, this is a call to all of us to promote global engagements and partnerships, as only tolerance, awareness, respect and understanding of other cultures can lead to progress in our institutions, our countries, and the world. After all, we are all humans. It is important of us to interact with new partners, to expose us to their traditions and cultures. Our past taught us that dominant cultures overpower minority cultures to an extent of extinction. That is why it is important to remember that diversity is the cornerstone of survival of many cultures, because it instills the politics of identity and cultural value. Ubuntu consciousness is when one develops an attitude of being a human being to all that one interacts with. This therefore eliminates limiting sentiments stemming from things such as racial prejudice and tribal stereotypes. Ubuntu consciousness allows humanity to remain human to others. It lays a foundation upon which we maintain our human status. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you, Gugu. That was a very nice addition to our first speaker, and it is at the heart and the foundation of the work we do. Okay, so everyone stand up. We've got our third speaker. Dr. Colin Pillay has over 30 years of experience in the public sector, having served in various portfolios at national, provincial, and local government in South Africa. He has more than 10 years of experience as a specialist educator, served as the deputy director for the then Department of Land Affairs in national government before joining the EU eThekwini Partnered Area-Based Management and Development Program as a program officer. He is currently the program manager, academic collaboration at the Municipal Institute of Learning in the city of Durban, having crafted the first cities framework agreement between local institutions of higher ed and the city of Durban. So he is going to be speaking about city and university partnerships using Durban as a case study. So with that, everybody give one last stretch and then go ahead and sit down and welcome Dr. Pillay.
Thank you, Program Director. That sounds about right. Colleagues, I know the energies are low. So my job today is to bring your attention to what's happening locally. We've been speaking from this morning about what's happening internationally. So my task this afternoon is to tell you how we are managing this partnership at a local level. So if you look at the picture on the screen, it's a lovely, pretty picture, right? That's Durban. That's our beautiful city. Yeah, so good afternoon to each of you, program director, panel chair, panel members, and our program director. Thank you to UKZN for this opportunity to share my local experience of how our city of Durban is partnering with local universities. And I'm going to use the city of Durban as a case study this afternoon. Yeah, so my tipping point for this afternoon is to scale it right down to a locally engaged, but still relevant and globally relevant experience. So that picture you see on the screen doesn't lend itself to any of the underlying realities. Durban is a coastal city on the eastern seaboard of South Africa. It is a city in a grip as it deals with a multitude of developmental challenges. Now, let me make this distinction between the city of Durban and you may have been hearing eThekwini municipality. eThekwini municipality is a local arm of government. It services the city of Durban. So there are 287 municipalities in South Africa. 8 of them are metros, 44 are district municipalities, and 262 of these are local municipalities. Durban is one of 8 metro regions in South Africa. So I'm going to start off this presentation giving you an underlying historical idea of where Durban is in its developmental challenges. Post-apartheid 1994, Durban, like most South African cities, were challenged in terms of moving forward as urban structures. Post-apartheid infrastructure, low skills, deficits, high rural to urban migration, increasing social and economic challenges, rapid urbanization, were part of the range of challenges that beset Durban, like most South African cities. Yeah. So my experience in managing this partnership also spurred me on to look at a PhD in this area. So, colleagues, my PhD also focused around assessing what does this partnership look like? And yes, I assessed my own work that I've been, yeah, and I completed the degree. Prof, I didn't graduate. I'm still waiting for the graduation. Yeah, so I think we've been hearing from this morning the value of partnerships, allowing partners to minimize risks, share responsibilities, and take ownership also for the credits that comes through within the collaborative framework. I think what I'm going to tell you also is around what Durban has been doing since we were so excited about. Yeah, you see the stadium right in the picture, the little iconic stadium there that looks like a fancy basket. So in 2010, when the international communities were busy packing their bags and coming to the city of Durban, the city had then looked at, after 2010, how do we sustain this, all the efforts of bringing a city into the world arena? How do we sustain this as a developmental city? Let's go to the first slide. Yeah. So we asked a few questions around that time. If you go to the first question looks at what does it take to co-create, harness, and optimize research outputs from both local and international academia so that we can improve our learning and developmental outcomes. So the key word there is co-creating research. So we understand also as a city that universities' core outputs is around research. So we were saying, look, we don't only want to receive the research, we want to co-create research with you. So that was the first question we asked. How do we co-create research so that it has relevance? And I think this question I also want to put to our university partners, both locally and internationally. How do we make research relevant? I'm also wanting to believe that research is part of your third mission, community-based research. The next question we asked is there a potential for Durban to use a knowledge-based broker approach to learn, share, and empower within a mutually beneficial arrangement? So yeah, the intention there is, how do we mutually learn and share from each other? Knowing that, look, you're bringing two large institutions, a university and local government. Never before has Durban, played around with this formula or model. So it's about knowledge sharing, it's about brokering a new way or new arrangement to learn and share from each other. The third question we asked is, how can Durban leverage its advantage as a learning city and enlist the technical support of our academic partners? We also understand that academics have expertise in certain specialist areas. So it's about how do we, latch onto that, and that support base. Let me also take this opportunity to tell you this. It's breaking news, it's almost a month old, that Durban is now a designated UNESCO learning city. So as a learning city, we have to be learning and sharing as partners. The fourth question we asked is, how do we reduce the trust deficits with academia, allowing partners to work in each other's nets? Now, we also understand that academia and academic partners have their own networks and partnerships. Similarly, local government have their own networks and partnerships. So the idea there is, how do we play in each other's space? How do we network together as partners? How do we share within that network so that we can benefit mutually from whatever is derived from working in a similar space? So those 4 questions were asked colleagues in 2010 after the World Cup. And this questions was debated strongly within our within our administrative leadership and political leadership. And I got pulled into that discussion and was asked to derive responses for these four questions. Our next slide will tell us what the response is. And the response came out very, very clearly from our deliberations, both from our senior leadership, administratively and politically. The responses: go and invest in a mutually beneficial, sustained and forward-looking collaborative arrangement with local academia. And out of that response, the Municipal Institute of Learning was born. MILE. Yeah, so the anchor there was an agreement or a memorandum of agreement, not just an MOU of understanding, but an agreement. And that agreement there was formalized or was formulated in those words. I'm not going to read everything, but there are key words there. It's about sustaining the strategic partnership. It's about engaging with academia and research institutions. And it's about jointly offering localized options so that it could respond to Durban's key developmental challenges. And those 4 areas of collaboration that's in the bullet points are what anchors our agreement as areas of collaboration. Our next slide will show you from where we started in 2011, right? We started with a very formalized agreement to intend to partner. Colleagues, okay, I can't get my pointer there, but for those of you who were around at the University of KwaZulu-Natal in 2011, Dr. Jane Meyerowitz was our first signatory. She was from the, I can't recall which office that was, but at that time, but she was the first signatory to the agreement. We moved from, and she was the first signatory. Thank you, Norma. Yeah. So we looked at an intent to partner in 2011, and in 2016 we signed another agreement. We now signed the third agreement, and each of these agreements last 3 years. We signed one in April 2011, right? And we are in 2022, and you'll find that we shifted the relationship from being bilateral to a triangle. The idea there is to look at how does this nexus work between local government, academia, and business in industry. So our next slide will tell you where we are right now. So we're grappling with this nexus approach where we bring in these three institutional partners, and we're framing it on this triple helix model where academia, government, and business industry work and play together. So on the left-hand side of this triangle, on your left, you'll see that we're looking at all the inputs, a smart approach or smart cities approach, shared responsibilities, identifying a common agenda, looking at how we enlist technical expertise, looking at bringing in leadership to provide oversight responsibilities, and also looking at how do we create a sustained, dynamic, and healthy partnership, both locally and internationally. So what we want, out of this, and it's a long process. We envisage this to be a long process. So sometime in the future, we want to look at how does this partnership influence regional growth? How does it influence evidence-based policies that could inform practice locally? How does this partnership ensure that we have a collective impact, both socially and economically, for Durban? So regional growth certainly is a foundation for this partnership. And how do we create entrepreneurs and invest in youth development, seeing that this is one, our key challenges in the city of Durban. So the idea then is to look at having a forward-looking relationship, all moving in the same direction. That's the envisaged ideal relationship where we want to move forward in the future. So if we have our first click, we'll see these wheels turning. That's where we want to look at, having these things moving in the same direction. And if we click it one more time, this is where the benefits could come from, deriving this. Because you'll realize industry, government, and academia have a very common purpose, which is to serve our communities. So that's where we want to aim towards, having all these partners servicing a common denominator, which is our communities in Durban. Our next slide looks at, obviously, unpacking these areas of collaboration. So it's about drawing from evidence-based research using a framework that brings together inputs around sharing of knowledge, resources, expertise, mutually learning and benefiting from each other, or learning from each other, and creating networks and partnerships within this common framework. Yeah, so what I'm going to put up there are something to think about, and also something to think about for our international partners. If you have a couple of clicks there, sharing resources, designing research projects jointly, tagging academic experts, co-hosting conferences, sharing learning platforms, publishing jointly, bringing in experiential learning, and creating centers of excellence. A few more clicks there will take us to co-creating events. So Chair, I've got 2 minutes. I'm going to use the 2 minutes to just tell you exactly some of the live projects, so making it happen. So my theme there was, how do we make it happen? This is how we're making it happen. So these are live projects. I've drawn this. I'm not making this up. This is from your UKZN contracts office. So DVC Sapran is part of the collaboration there. Yeah, so these are a list of projects that we have, these are live projects that brings together our local partnership into a collaborative relationship. My last click there, yeah. Key lessons, Prof. Kalima, I think, touched on some of these things here. So I want you to reflect on your own personal relationship. When you started courting your own partner, the principles are the same with any partnership. There has to be common intent. Certainly, I think I see some smiles there. Yeah. So there has to be a common intent and to share this vision. So we're not talking about bed partners here, colleagues. We're talking about lifetime partners. And this is where the whole underlying principle of sustainability comes in. Yeah. So we're saying we want buy-in. And I think Prof. Kalima talked about buy-in from our elders and our bigger families. We look at buy-in from our leadership, right? Improving trust and building confidence, sharing responsibilities, commitment and willingness to collaborate. I think for me, the commitment is an underlying principle here. Sharing risks and enjoying the benefits, having mutual respect. I think we get this more than once from this morning. How do we have individual and organizations sharing and, and gaining respect from each other? Prof also mentioned, look, this is not something that you invest in today and overnight. It's almost timeless. And if you look at the international literature, we 10 years in the game between our city and universities. If you look at much more mature partnerships in the global north, the US, Europe, some parts of Asia, they span 5 times that, 50 years, 60 years, some as long as 100 years. Matured relationship, strong partnerships. We are 10 years in this. So we've got a long, long way to go in terms of strengthening this partnership. So also, like in your own personal relationship, it's an investment, right? So it's about investing, continuously investing in this. And no investment, I think, pays dividends in a few years. It's a long-term relationship that you want to get into. And certainly, I think it's a framework that we are looking at investing much more strongly. So I think the last parting shot I want to leave with you is collaboration is the new competition. Yeah. So I think the last slide is about saying thank you and about showing to you in 2019 who were our partners then. They're still our partners, and I think some of the faces are familiar to you. UKZN, former DVC for Research Internationalization. Yeah, so all these partners there are representative of each of the universities that we've been partnering with. Yeah. Colleagues, that's a picture from our MOA signing ceremony in 2019. We didn't have one recently because of COVID, but the intention is to have the new agreement signed up as a live event sometime early next year. Yeah, colleagues, thank you very much. Chair, thank you.
Thank you so much. So you know what happens when I come up to the speaker. You all get to stand up. All right, so we are now going to travel from Durban to Europe. So our last esteemed panel member, Dr. Elisa Berica. She is a lecturer and manager of international affairs at the University of Mannheim in Germany. I don't see you stretching your arms, your legs. Okay, there we go. She began her education in Albania, where she did her undergrad, and then she moved to Italy for a master's, and then she went to Germany for her PhD. So she has fully experienced international education. Her current role at the University of Mannheim includes lecturing in forensic psychology and cross-cultural psychology. And she works with incoming and outgoing students and takes care of international cooperation and also the internationalization process. She will present now a European project focused on bridging research, innovation, society in the digital world.
Thank you very much. Oh God, I'm the last one. You've said everything. I'll keep it to 4 minutes, I promise. So yeah, just bear with me, and I'm gonna be quick. So I'm very excited to be here. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity, and I'm going to give a bit the European perspective here, which was not surprised, but I'm happy to share that it's quite similar. We already heard a lot about, and I saw that we have the same challenges and we have the same goals in internationalization, and I heard the word engage a lot, and every one of you mentioned engage, and actually in Europe, the European Commission came up with a project which is called, guess what? Engage, engage.eu, and the University of Mannheim is one of the initiators of this initiative, and that's what I'm going to present today. So I also had very nice slides. I managed to prepare them while doing safari and traveling here, so I'm going to send them around if that's necessary, but then I thought I'm going to spare those to you, and I'm just going to read my notes. So, needless to say, the University of Mannheim is giving great importance to internationalization, to the whole exchange programs, exchange in teaching, research, and it promotes cooperation with 450 partner universities worldwide. Actually, we have a lot of partnerships, and we are very happy to send about 1,100 students all over the world, and we also receive the same number of students in Mannheim, so it's a very diverse campus. And in the last 10 years, we've had a project, actually, which came from the ministry, because, of course, one of the challenges that maybe you don't have here in South Africa, for us in Germany, is having a bilingual campus, so teaching things in English. That's a problem you probably don't have, but for us it's very difficult because, yeah, everyone prefers to teach in German. So there was a project from the ministry 10 years ago related to the internationalization of the University of Mannheim. We got a lot of money for that, so we could finally pay lecturers to teach in English. We could pay for my position as a manager of international affairs, international coordinators. We have an international office, so we did this in the past 10 years. So we really intensified, we built all these agreements and we intensified these exchanges. And as of now, we have 4 main goals in internationalization. I got those from the internationalization project for the next 4 years, and one of them is the international mobility of students, teachers, researchers, and administrative staff. Virtual mobility or digitalization for internationalization, where I'm going to focus now. Promotion of research, cooperation, and scientific projects across European universities and worldwide. And building an international campus, diverse campus, bilingual campus, and so on. So as I said, I'm going to focus on our second goal, which is digitalization. So COVID, we heard a lot about it. It just hit us in the face. March 2020, we were told to stay home and just start teaching online. And yeah, Zoom was something new. We were like, what is this? But we managed, in 2 weeks, everything went online, and I guess that was the case for all of you. And of course, we want to keep this. It's it's very flexible. It takes into consideration all the students and lecturers' life situation, their current, it makes them more flexible in time and space. So we want to keep that, but nobody wants to have a fully online teaching, because then all lecturers, professors are like, yeah, but we want to be here, we want to experience the face-to-face. As you heard, I'm a psychologist, and I know the importance of this human interaction, and we all experience it ourselves. So we don't want to have an online university, but what we came up, and what the European Commission actually came up with, is this ENGAGE project, which is basically a consortium of 7 universities across Europe. And it's currently an academic home of like 100,000 students and staff members, and like research projects and so on, which brings together all these universities, and students can choose to study in one of these universities online. Of course, we also have like real life, face-to-face options, but mostly online. So all these partner universities, they are all leading institutions in their regions, and they share very important, they share a profile in social sciences and with a focus on economics and business in general. So we all have this in common. And these universities, I'm going to mention them quickly, are the University of Mannheim, University of Tilburg, Toulouse, Capitol 1, University of Barcelona, Pompeu Fabra, University of Lewis in Rome, Vienna, Sofia, Bergen, and Helsinki. So these are the 7 universities, and they basically, this ENGAGE provides students and these European citizens who are part of this project to obtain a set of skills and competencies which are needed to tackle major societal challenges that we are facing nowadays. And these challenges are digitalization, artificial intelligence, climate change, aging societies, and migration. So these are the main topics that we focus on, and yeah, they basically need to be tackled. So students need to be faced with these topics in order to create a more positive future and to find a solution for all the problems that we have. And each university, of course, brings their own perspective, because everyone is specialized in a different topic, and they all bring their own perspective. And what we have, we create an engaged learning environment, so students can choose can build their own curriculum. So we are aiming at we actually have it already, like a common university campus and a common course catalog. So we have, for example, University of Mannheim has a course in international climate change law. And University of Tilburg has another course on environmental law. And then these 2 courses come together into a single module, and students can, as part of their exchange, they can take both courses, and then they get micro-credentials. So they get a certificate or extra certification in this topic. So that's the idea behind it, and this has been working quite well so far. And apart from this student exchange and engaged learning environment, we also have engaged research and innovation and engaged in society. So we have these think tanks for researchers that come together from different universities, and they exchange their ideas, research ideas, and then of course we also want to further give this to the society, what you mentioned before, like these COIL programs, and we engage then more also NGOs, also students, lifelong learners, researchers, and industry, which come together and all work on a common law. So basically, this is Engage EU. I have 2 pages to read related to it, but I will spare you all the other details. We are doing quite well until now. We've had, during the pandemic, of course, many students were participating online, and now I have the impression that the numbers went a bit down. I think everyone was very happy to come on campus and have a real exchange, but it's working quite well on academic level, on research level. So we really are working on these think tanks, and researchers from all universities are coming together to work on these topics. And that's about it. Thank you very much. I speak very quickly when I'm nervous, so I hope that was okay for you.
Thank you so much. So I asked Norma if we have time for questions, and she said to save your questions for the culinary extravaganza that we're about to go on. So if you have your questions, make sure to come and talk to the panel members. With that, I want everyone to stand up and give a standing ovation to the panel. Thank you so much.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are rushing for time. We have an event that is coming up very soon, so I'm going to ask or request that we settle back after the photo, the picture. I'll wait for a few seconds. All right. Just like we did this morning when we were welcomed by a senior member of the executive, the DVC for Health Sciences, we now are going to close the event with the Deputy Vice Chancellor for Research, Professor Musa Mushabela, providing the closing remarks and also some thoughts on the way forward. As all of you would know, Professor Mushabela is a well-known scientist that features prominently on our TVs every now and then discussing COVID-19. We're very honored, sir, that you're with us today. Over to you, Professor Mushabela.
Wow, you've made it. I am sure that the room was a little bit fuller than it is right now in the morning and throughout the day. I had planned my schedule so that I can arrive at lunchtime. And then I got here and I realized that there was a panel going on. I was like, what happened to lunch? But I was very happy to actually get to witness the cool things we could do with technology and satellite, and how to track them to where people are. It made me a little bit nervous, but I realized that that's the world we live in today. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, good evening. I would like to greet all of you, those who have organized this event, who have traveled from far to be here, all the leaders in the university who are here, all the academics, the students. I also want to thank these technical guys here who are always doing an awesome job every time we have events like this. I would like to let you know that this is a very special event for us as the university. It's really special to have DU here with us as well, because some of you may not know that the university has only 3 strategic partners at institution to institution level, and UKZN is one of their 3 universities that are considered their strategic partners. This is very important to us. At some point, together with colleagues, we did travel to Denver to go visit they told us that there was going to be a blizzard that night. And we waited for the blizzard. All we got was beautiful snow, not a blizzard. But colleagues, today has been incredible. I want to thank all the people that were taking notes for us. I have received the notes for the first half of the day, very detailed. And I'm very grateful for that. And I'm sure that they will continue to finish up with the notes for the rest of the day. Where are they? Is it the guys at the back? Begani, Thank you guys for the work that you've been doing in collecting all the information. So yes, we have been listening, we have been taking notes, we are taking seriously the discussions that have taken place here today. I want to start by thanking our keynote, Dr. Lavelle Francis. When he first came to UKZN to visit, Norma and I met with him and had lunch with him. And it was at that time we were like, you have to come and speak at one of our events. And so it's such a pleasure that he was able to come and speak today. And I recognize that in as much as we are really emerging out of COVID-19 on the one hand, on the other hand, we are so desperately pedaling to go back to normal because the disruption that COVID-19 came with, they don't necessarily suit the way we do our work, the way we live our lives, the way we engage with the world. But the recognition that was given throughout the day in terms of, and actually in the theme of this very same summit, to the disruption of COVID-19, both as a problem but also as an opportunity, I think it's really important. I do hope that the discussions that have taken place around some of those challenges that continue to plague us in terms of internationalization, many of them have been listed by the speakers today, especially how they affect, for example, postdocs. It's something that we have to take forward as a university. It's important to have a national framework or a national policy, but it's also important as the university to operationalize that policy at an institutional level. And that is something that we have to do. And I think our speakers did a great job today of outlining the principles of the policy, the goals of that policy, as well as the aspirations of the policy. But now, as an institution, and I think as Dr. Lavin said also, we need to actually make it practical for us at an institutional level. And that way, we can also take care of the institutional risks and factors that are unique to our own institution. So I can say, Prof. Ojongo, that I think that we do need to think about how to create a proper policy guideline framework that can help us in terms of how we navigate the postdocs. I find that in my job, postdocs are often caught somewhere between being students and being staff, and a lot of the times they have a lot of challenges. And there's so many opportunities. In some places, they use them as high-level scientists who produce knowledge. In other spaces, they almost treat them like research assistants, which is unfortunate because of the high level of training that they have. And I recognize, of course, the problems with funding and the need to be creative, and I'll defer all matters related to funding to Professor Msibi. I understand that he has made a reputation for himself in terms of acquiring large grants. But related to that, I think this is important. I think the nature of mobility in academia is shifting. Dr. Elisa, you would like to know that when the French presidency stopped their presidency of the EU Council back in July, we were in Paris, and Engage was actually presented there. It was one of the stalls that was presented, together with many other cooperations that EU has actually formed and funded. The landscape is shifting. Institutions in Europe are collaborating differently as groups. Students are no longer moving as individuals. They're moving across blocks of institutions that have common interests. And between Africa and Europe, we are still finding students from Africa moving as individuals to Europe. It's a disadvantage for them because they are not able to negotiate. The power distribution there is asymmetrical. Whereas when you see this sort of cooperatives of institutions and alliances of institutions having a block to be able to negotiate and protect mobility of students, and the phrase that I really liked at that summit was the brain circulation, as opposed to brain drain or brain gain. And so for me, I think that those priorities are going to affect how we engage, how we form partnerships. And I really hope that we can take those lessons and think about how we build them. So the sort of arrangements where you are able to have a grant-funded mobility of students as a block, perhaps between institutions, as Colin was saying, that we could have them in a triangle of institutions or partnerships across different entities and allow the negotiations to happen and the agreements to happen at that level for students to then be freely able to move. And where you find that a student is not well received in one institution, you can easily move that student to another institution. So those kind of things I think are really going to be important as we move forward. We are gathering bits and pieces of it from different places, but as an institution, we are gonna have to consolidate and think about our own approach in the 21st century towards internationalization. I do also recognize the importance of making sure that we move from policies to implementation, that we are intentional. You know, in South Africa, we say we are very good at developing policies, but actually turning them into practice can be very difficult. Implementation gaps are an important limitation for us in terms of realizing our outcomes and the success or potential impact of the policies that we have. So in a way, then, we have to be intentional that when we've got policies and strategy documents around internationalizations, around postdocs, around partnerships and so forth, we then have to think about the implementation plan and ways of measuring the success or progress around that implementation. So I would leave you with that and ask you to continue to think about that as well. We have also heard today about the importance of thinking about frameworks of engagement in a partnership. A lot of values have been raised that people are talking about. At the end of the day, we want those partnerships to be mutually beneficial. We want to make sure that there is fairness. We want to make sure that there isn't asymmetry of power. Google called it dominance from one party over another. We want to make sure that those things are there, they're clear, they're stated. It is so easy when you see a partnership between one strong institution and one emerging institution that the one institution can be easily dominated. And so thinking about a framework of how we engage with our partners is going to be important. We have a lot of partnerships at institution to institution, school to school, college to college at times, but mostly at individual. Academics relating with other academics in other institutions. And many of them will have different ways of engaging in those partnerships. So we have to really think about a framework that's going to help guide the values of those partnerships. And that is something that we can do as we engage with the internationalization agenda at the institution. I really liked the points that were made about the importance of how academia can relate with the city, can relate with government, different departments of government can relate with industry. I really, really like that. And, you know, I have to confess that I hadn't thought of it in the context of internationalization. I always thought of it in terms of the agenda of the university. Say, if you're thinking about innovation or entrepreneurship, of course, we always want to collaborate with our local industry. We want to collaborate with eThekwini, our city, and so forth. But I hadn't actually thought that you could take that triple helix that Colin was talking about and begin to locate it in this sort of space around internationalization, so that you have an international partnership that can look at a broader set of development principles. Especially because as an institution, we're very much committed to societal impact. Yes, we want to do teaching and learning really well. We want to do research at top level. But very important for us, we want to be able to have societal impact. Now, if you think about that triple helix that Colin was beginning to show us, and you think about locating that in the form of partnerships, you know, in different contexts internationally, then we might actually begin to share lessons in a way that is centered around the people that we want to serve, rather than just an academic exercise. So let's think about how we can actually take that. I know that we're very comfortable in our silos as academics. And if we can talk to the person next door, it's a big achievement. But I do think that let's really begin to think or at least accept that the problems that we face today are very complex. We keep talking about having learned lessons from COVID or the problem of climate change that we continue to face. These are very complex problems that are not just going to be resolved by us sitting in different disciplines or across different disciplines in the university trying to think about them, which we are doing, and for us is progress. But actually thinking about how we do that together with industry, together with government and the city might actually be a better approach as we move forward. So apparently collaboration is the new competition. I was blown away by that statement. I was still reeling from a statement that said that knowledge is the new currency. And now I'm like, okay, so now we are already moving to collaboration is the new competition. Okay. So I would like to think a little bit more around what this means and try and understand it. It sort of sent my head spinning. And Colin, I'll probably come back to you so that you can explain this thing to me. And at least, if you can explain it, I'll be able to sleep at night. Right now, I'm worried that I might have nightmares. Okay. But I do think that there is something to be said about that statement that tells us that going forward into the 21st century, we are not going to be able to succeed if we try and do things on our own, and everybody is frantic trying to form those partnerships. And I do think that the partnerships we really have to value them and hold them dear to our hearts, because they are going to be instrumental as we move forward. I also think that it's a direct response to the fact that the problems we face are complex and they need this sort of collaborative approaches. And as Lavan said earlier also, that if you want to go fast, go alone. And if you want to go far, go with others. That for me really encapsulates what it is that we want to take forward from this summit. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I will not hold you further. I know you've got a party coming up, and I wish you all the best. Enjoy it. And thank you for today. As the university, we are very much proud that we've been successful in hosting this summit, and we're looking forward to further engagements during the course of the rest of the week. Thank you very much.
Okay, colleagues, I do not want to hold you any further. Enjoy the afternoon and see you tonight. We're going to be dancing and celebrating. Good afternoon to everyone. Bye-bye.